Good evening. At this time, we'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of the City of Palo Alto for Monday, August 22nd, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Councilmember Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsa.
Here.
Vice Mayor Koo. Here. Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. For the record, we have 6 present.
Thank you. So our first item is a special item of interviews of candidates for one open position on the Human Relations Commission. And we have 4 candidates who are joining us tonight. Each one will have 10 minutes for the interview, and you're welcome to provide a few introductory remarks, and then we'll have some Q&A, and if there's time at the end, you could have a wrap up if there's still a little bit of time. But our first candidate is Don Barr. Welcome. And if you'd like to go ahead and...
Honorable Mayor has his mask off. Can Honorable Speaker take his mask off while speaking?
Yes, you're welcome to.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mayor. Thank you very much. I'm Don Barr. I live 2.5 blocks down Ramona Street, and I've been teaching at Stanford for almost 30 years. I'm trained as a physician and as a sociologist, and I'm going to be stepping down from my Stanford position. But as many of you know, I have been, both of my teaching at Stanford and my work in our community has been focused on issues of inequality. I have been teaching a course on health inequality, 2 courses on health inequality, have a nationally used textbook on health inequality. And I have worked personally on issues of homelessness. You may know that the Opportunity Center was built by the nonprofit that I founded, and they end up naming the medical clinic at the Opportunity Center after me. The Dr. Donald Barr Medical Clinic is at the Opportunity Center. I also helped get the 801 Alma housing for horrible families there. I actually helped out the city. The city had a community development block grant excess of $900,000 so they couldn't spend. And if they turned it back in 90 days, then the CDBG grant would go down the next year. So at the request of the staff, my nonprofit went out and bought a 10-unit housing complex with the CDBG money. And now it's called Alma Garden, and it's been around for years. Well, I've also worked to support and sustain the families at the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. The students that working with me did the survey that provided to the city and the county the information on the number of children who live there and how they were benefiting from the mobile home park. So I have been teaching about inequality and the fair treatment of all people. I have been working on that, and I hope that in the Human Relations Commission I could continue to do that. So I'll stop my intro and say, wonder if you have questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Dr. Barr, good evening. It's nice to see you, and thank you for applying for this position. Same question I ask everybody. It's not just important what we do, it's also important how we do it. So you listed a number of organizations you've been involved with, and in either your professional, personal, or volunteer life. Could you please give us 2 words that other people would use to describe you and how you do your work? I'll just pause for a moment and just explain. That's something that I have learned to look for in our commissioners.
2 words.
That other people would use to describe you.
Caring, committed.
I like the alliteration. Thank you.
And Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Dr. Barr.
Hello.
Thanks for applying and for your decades of service to the city, as well to the populations that you've served. You probably know I was chair of the Human Relations Commission in the past. This is a commission that I hold dear to my heart and always very committed to finding good applicants. And so really glad you have applied, and as well as it's a really strong applicant pool this year, which is really exciting. I'm curious. So you've been involved in unhoused issues for decades in this community, and you've advocated for policies. You've seen policies come and go. What are some policies that you've seen the city enact over the years that have both helped those communities as well as harmed them, in your opinions? And what would you do on the HRC to help address those issues?
I think certainly recognizing that housing is the best type of medical treatment for the chronically homeless. This is actually, there's extensive data that people's health improves substantially, and their alcohol is reduced, and their mental illness is improved by being placed in housing, and by realizing and supporting the idea that housing first is the appropriate model to really try and address homelessness. That's been very successful. And I know that some of the new kind of I can't remember what you call them, mini housing projects, the one there's in Mountain View and the one that's going to be in Mountain View are going to be very important additions to get housing first as the support for the unhoused population.
Great. And any policies that you've seen the city enact in the last decade or two that you thought was the wrong direction and have observed that?
There have been some city housing policies, especially since the dropping the planned community zoning, which is the Opportunity Center was approved under the planned community zoning, and then the planned community zoning was dropped. Now there's planned housing, but the planned community zoning, discontinuing that was a major disadvantage to developing housing for all levels of income in the community.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, very impressive background. Thank you for applying. I think you were also a tall tree winner as well, right?
Yes, I was. Thank you.
Yeah. So you talked about seniors quite a bit in your application, and I've often wondered if we should have like a senior commission, but could you talk about like what do you think are some of the things the HRC could do around senior services? Yeah, so I'm now on the board of directors of Avenidas Senior Center, and this is one of the things we're really looking into, that there's growing information in terms of the large and growing number of seniors who are having difficulty affording housing in Palo Alto. Much of it rental housing or whatever. And the last thing we want to do is to have seniors have to move out of their home community. This is their community, and this needs to remain their community. And so I think that a real emphasis on developing additional affordable housing options for seniors would be a very essential priority for the city. What about services outside of housing, or is it primarily housing?
There's quite a number of services through Avenidas that I think can be supportive. That their day center for disabled seniors, that the Chinese community center, and the various things. They have help for seniors who need help with taxes. They have social workers. They have other types of supportive services that Avenidas is providing. I think this more seniors learning about those services would be the key issue.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Dr. Barr, thank you very much for your many years of service. And as Councilmember Du Bois mentioned, you mentioned a lot about seniors and having worked with them. Of course, naturally, housing is a great concern for seniors, but also services. And one of them, through Avenidas, there were hot meal services that were offered to seniors. And obviously, meals are quite important and a nutritional factor as well. So I was wondering, how is a wraparound that you would see since you have such connections?
Right, because that was actually meals provided by La Comida.
It was provided on site at the Avenidas, but it was La Comida that provided the meals. Actually, my son's 23. When he was 8, his piano teacher brought the kids there to play the piano for the seniors, having their hot meal. So I've seen the hot meals, and it was unfortunate. By the time I joined Avenidas, it was long past that they had said, no, there's no room for La Comida. So this is something actually that, since there is a separate agency that providing the meals, maybe the city and the HRC could be working with La Comida to think, are there other alternatives we could explore for expanding meal access for seniors?
That would be actually very advantageous to find out a little bit more from La Comida, because right now they do have a site in South Palo Alto, but the North Palo Alto site is still bouncing all over the place, and that's not consistent for seniors.
Right. I absolutely agree with what you're saying, and I think that would be an important thing to look at.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barr.
Well, you left off, I think, the part of your career as a physician, but I just want to note that for the record. And when Councilmember Cormack asked you for kind of capturing your how you'd be thought of, I thought you might include collaborative or collective problem solving. And I know from first getting to know you well when we were doing the SOFA plan and the Oak Court apartments and other aspects of that. So I want to ask you, are there ways that you think that we as a community or the HRC specifically can more effectively bring together a broader consensus in the community around some of the initiatives and values that you've cared about, and frankly, they do as well?
I think that getting more information about who these people are who need these services and will be supported by them, just things like what's happening to seniors these days in terms of, particularly after the pandemic, are they still getting out? Do they have friends? Are they losing their friends? Are they feeling alone? Are they feeling sad or depressed? And with the rapidly rising cost of many other things, are they able to afford food and rent? Just, I think, getting the information out in a way that people can understand who these people are, whether it be seniors or whether it be homeless or whether it be other low-income populations that need support. I think that just kind of really explaining that really will help. And that's what really helped with the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park and the families there. I was able to present to the city council detailed information about who these people were and how their kids were benefiting. And that helped the city work with the county to maintain the mobile home park. So that's a good example of who are these people.
Thank you. Well, we've run out of time, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so we have 3 other candidates who are interviewing tonight. Just so everybody knows the order, it's our next candidate is Chitra Sharma, to be followed by Tracy Navichu. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to be corrected on that, and I apologize for not being able to pronounce the name correctly. And finally, Kat Snyder. So Chitra, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Chitra Sharma, and I've lived in Palo Alto since 2004. And I'm a pharmaceutical scientist by profession and an avid volunteer in the school system. My children went to Duveneck, formerly Jordan and now Green, and Pali. And I've served on various levels on the PTAs in all the 3 schools. I've also been volunteering with the Boy Scout Association Troop 57 by Lucy Stern. And other than that, I'm also my block coordinator, and I look at emergency preparedness and other things. I volunteered all my life, and my goal is to get people in a community together. And my goal is to see what our immediate community needs and try to serve to that. I think personally, my philosophy is that if we could take care of our block, and if each block then takes care of what they need, a city is well served. And our city is a very good example of a very well-run city. I think there are so many things one could achieve, and problems obviously come up and then resurface after a while, and that's sort of a cyclical thing. With unhoused, it has been a recent problem, not only in Palo Alto, but the extended Bay Area. And there are so many ways to tackle the problem. And one way is to definitely go for the first, get some housing in. And my son was recently doing this Eagle project. One of the ideas we threw out there was about the unhoused, because our family, we walked down Hamilton to come to the downtown and eat dinner. And every single time we've found it hard to go and eat a dinner without thinking of the people who don't have something to eat as we're walking by them. So one of the things he did for his Eagle project was to collect food, as scouting for food is a big thing that we do every year. He did it by himself for his Eagle project. So this is how our family thinks. This is what I champion. I think that just like housing first, food next, and I'm fully in support of looking at those avenues. And we have a lot of avenues right here within the city that we could sort of nurture and get there. I know things have been tried in the past. Maybe we could re-energize them. There was this thing about a food bank in New York City. Somebody came up with a food bank and they set it up, and people who had leftover foods, like restaurants and such, they would bring it there and there would be volunteers, handing out that food. And yes, there are legalities we'd have to work out, but I think everything has a way and a process to bring things out, and I work in drug development. There's nothing more regulated than that in this world. And I face the FDA and I see that they find ways to help us. So I think this government will also find ways to help. And so the HRC just has to, go out there and champion these ideas and bring them together. So what do I bring to the table? Energy, enthusiasm, and commitment. So
great. Well, let us reserve some time for questions. Councilmember Cormack.
I think you heard my question earlier, Ms. Sharma, so I'll just let you jump in since we don't have too much time left. And
friendly and motivated.
Friendly and motivated. Friendly and motivated. Thank you.
And Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Chitra. Thanks for applying. And you do seem friendly and motivated and love all the volunteer experience you've had. One question I'd like to ask you to maybe dive a little deeper into on your application. You said you'd like to streamline homelessness. How would you accomplish that?
Yeah, so the housing part is the first thing. We would have maybe common housing, and then we would have food centers, food banks. I think, shelter and food, and then anything else. Because I see so many discussions on drugs and this and that. Let's first get to the basics is what I think. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you so much for applying. Very few applicants have families or kids in school districts. So I think that's actually quite unique. And I think it's an important perspective that the city needs. So thank you for being willing to step up. Given that you have kids in the school district, and I was just wondering, what do you think are HRC issues that families in Palo Alto face that maybe the HRC could help deal with?
Literacy?
Well, I'm just asking, what are the issues that you think that the HRC could deal with that affect families?
I think, our district is wealthy in terms of having literacy around us. Our district can maybe help. They also have a lot of volunteers, but we don't necessarily do enough to look at socioeconomically challenged children that come into the school district. I think that we could do better. I mean, I can easily stand here and say something like that, but I do think that there have been efforts that have been put in, and it's like sort of like this cyclical thing. They have other issues that they have that is out of reach for the district. So the district serving food, for example, has been a good thing for lunch. So I think having those children come in and have food makes them motivated to come back to school again. Now, that's one way of looking at it. But it's hard to criticize a system without being part of it, in it, and day in and day out. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great. And have you been following the actions and the initiatives of the HRC over the last couple of years? And do you have thoughts on the directions that they've taken?
I don't have direction. I don't. I did follow them last 1 year has been very hard on my, personally, I had some family members pass away and such. But before that, I did. And I did see that they were, going through certain very good paths. And then I would say, can't remember it, but I do remember them looking at inclusion, for example, bringing in, when the whole South Asian hate thing had happened, they brought in people, they brought in the community together and they did various things. So I did like that as a South Asian myself.
Great. And we have just a couple minutes if you'd like to have any closing comments.
No, I'd like the opportunity to be able to volunteer and give my time to the HRC. I definitely think that once I'm in, I would know. I'm somebody who's been trained to think very systematically. So you have to forgive me if I don't really know ins and outs of what's happening, because I do think that, you can read something and come off and say something, but I may not be comfortable doing that, because I think that everyone comes into a role and does a lot to get to that one sentence that appears. So I do want to be able to do things, and even if it is, part of that organization. So.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
So our next candidate is Tracy Navashok. Is that did I get it right? Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tracy Navichoke. I've gotten all kinds of pronunciation, so it's all good. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you and to throw my hat into the Human Relations Commission. I am a program manager at Stanford University for the Cyber Policy Center, and I am a novice in this aspect, but also relatively new to Palo Alto. And this is a way for me to become more engaged in my community. I moved here in January 2020, and soon after the pandemic hit. So I think my sort of love and attachment to Palo Alto has been walking through the streets and taking advantage of so many of the services that I've encountered. So I think my passion comes from volunteering and also just being engaged with the city. It has so many laudable efforts. So with experience in human rights and working with children, volunteering with the Boys and Girls Club, and being part of the Boys and Girls Club myself, I find this a good avenue to remain engaged. And I am a first-generation student. My parents are from Guatemala. Spanish is my first language. I was part of a public school where it was lower socioeconomic class, and I've had the door open for me many times, and this is a way for me to continue holding the door open for others to come. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity, and I hope to bring in sort of new eyes and fresh eyes to different sets of topics. And my work is to usually synthesize information. So I hope to continue doing that through this commission.
Thank you. So Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Ms. Navakoke, and I hope it's not too late to say welcome to Palo Alto.
Thank you.
Were you in the audience earlier when I asked the first candidate the question about two words?
I missed your question.
Okay.
I apologize.
So one of the things I've learned serving on council, that it's not just important what we do, our work, but it's also important how we do our work. And so I've learned I need to ask this question of board and commission member applicants. What are two words that other people would use to describe you and how you do your work? It could be at Stanford, it could be colleagues from education or the Boys and Girls Club. Two words that other people would use to describe you.
I would say dependable and curious. I know I will get stuff done, and it doesn't matter through which avenue, and just trying to get people involved, but also curious. I'm always wondering, one thing that always blew my mind about Palo Alto is I saw like little tags on each of the trees. I looked in and there's like a city arborist, like the first city that has this. So looking more into information. So I'm always asking a further question and trying to investigate a little bit more, and always making sure to include everyone in the process. And I think that's what makes me dependable.
Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, hi, thanks for applying.
Thanks.
One of the things the HRC looked at recently was police use of force policies. So I just wondered if you had any thoughts on policing and maybe areas that you think we should look into further.
Absolutely. So I'd like to give you a bit of my background. I grew up in Los Angeles, which is a huge metropolis. And I grew up in a small neighborhood called Koreatown. And there we had sort of very wide police presence because there was high crime. But I think one thing that the police did there was that they tried to approach the community and sort of become friendly, go to schools, and then speak to the constituents and people living in the neighborhoods. So I think that's always the right avenue to go. It's building trust through relationships. So making sure that people show up not in just the capacity of their job and enforcing law, but also just on a regular basis, showing up to community events, to the libraries, and making sure you meet people when they're in uniform, but not necessarily applying the law, but just so that people can know this is what my job is as a police officer and this is what I do, and having those open channels of communication to build trust.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Tracy.
Hello.
Thanks for applying. I'm really interested in your kind of background and experience as a first generation American and having Spanish be your first language. My wife also first generation from Mexico. First language was Spanish, and always curious hearing kind of her experiences and stories now living in Palo Alto. And I always thought having somebody on the HRC being able to bring that experience would be beneficial. I'm curious how you intend to be able to use some of those set of experiences that might be unique for you to be able to kind of expand that representation and that voice within the community. Do you have any thoughts on that?
One thing I would want to commend the city for is that I actually noticed there's a lot of dual language programs, and even in the website you can always translate it. So it's very inclusive in that sense. But I think the dual language experience to me would allow me to be a translator. I feel like I've been that my whole life. So it's not just translating language, but translating ideas. When I was young, I think one of the hardest things I had to do was translate legal documents for my parents. And you're 7, you're like, I don't know what the word mitigate means. But my dad doesn't know what that means. So I have a better chance of trying to find out and figure out how to explain it in layman's terms, or just using metaphors or different ways. So I would say that the capacity of constant translation would be useful for the HRC.
Great, thank you, I appreciate it. And I'm glad you clarified the year you moved here. I think the years are going, but I read it 2020. I forgot we're in 2022. And so I was like, oh, how is that already happening? So glad you clarified. You didn't just move here in January, and you've had a chance to be able to actually get to know the community and the populations that you'll be serving.
Yes.
So.
And I wish to get to know them more. So I think that's one of the purposes of why I'm applying for this position.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you so much for your application. I found your mention that you'd like to ensure that right to privacy and free expressions are protected in digital space. Yet, at the same time, in digital space, there's a lot of hate speeches and hate put downs there. How would you address that in the digital space at the same time giving them freedom of speech?
You asked the impossible question that everyone is trying to figure out, but I'm happy to speak to some of the efforts that I'm working on through my work and also just my personal opinion. I think that privacy is very important, and for us to be able to communicate freely and express our ideas. And I know that this is something that the HRC was dealing with hate speech issues before. But yes, we want to mitigate those instances of violent crime or spreading bad messages, but ensuring that we protect our free expression. So I think encryption is necessary, and teaching people about digital literacy is a necessary step. Conducting outreach and sort of creating avenues for people to come together and say what they want to say, not just through a veneer or of anonymity. So I am pro protecting digital rights, but I'm also pro creating convenings. At Stanford and through my job, we've created conferences on trust and safety. And I think that the HRC could do something similar for the city, and just cross-pollination, inviting people to events that already exist to describe some of these terms. Thank you.
And from your experience so far as a Palo Alton, what do you think that we should be doing more or differently to really reach out to members of the community who may not feel that they've been brought into the really feeling empowered in the community, or their voices heard or otherwise? Do you have thoughts on that?
It's difficult because it's not just about language sometimes, but it's also about even connectivity. I think I follow you on social media and I see a lot of things online, but not everyone has connections that way. Even for things on the pandemic, I remember reading like, if you need grocery help, let us know. But the people who needed help couldn't necessarily see those messages. So making sure to have posts in all languages in different places, not just online. And one of the things I've really benefited from is participating in the Palo Alto Community Art Center. And I went there for a watercolor class, and it just is a great place to bring the community together. So I think that maybe offering reduced cost classes or transfer scholarship for others who may not be necessarily able to afford it, and maybe just open, days where people can come in, and then using that as an avenue for spreading news on what the city is doing. So it's the excuse is sort of an arts event or some kind of collaboration to bring students in and parents, and then you also share other kinds of news. So doing those more frequently.
Thank you. So any last thoughts that you'd like to share with us?
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. It's been a real pleasure to live here and see a city that functions and is engaged. I'm eager to participate in any way that I can. And just letting citizens know how they can get involved and volunteer is always a great service, because I think there's people willing to give their time and to learn more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And our final candidate is Kat Snyder. Welcome.
Hello, it's very nice to meet you guys all in person. Here's proof that I am an actual real person. Let me get started. Okay, so I grew up here and I was in Austin for a bit, and then I came back. I've been watching the HRC for the past, say, 3 years, and around the time that I realized that my psychological background would be useful, I also started giving public comment, mostly on things like hate crimes, hate speech, and a little bit around police reform. The reason that I am applying right now is because I noticed that there was a vacancy around the climate change item, and I thought that I could really provide direction in there because of my background working with 350. We pay attention to a lot of things around the grid. How is, what are we going to be able to handle now and in the future? And we pay attention to how climate change is going to affect the grid. So basically, my application was kind of a first draft of saying, what would that agenda item look like? And I look forward to your feedback and any questions you have.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. Good evening, Ms. Snyder. Welcome. And did you have a chance to hear my question earlier? Great. So what are 2 words that people who work with you would use to describe you and how you do your work?
I'm going to give you 4 because I asked 2 people.
Yeah, okay.
I knew this was coming. So one of the co-leads of the Raging Grannies said that I am well-researched and creative. And then one of the co-leads of 350 Palo Alto said that I am reliable and dogged/determined in terms of how I do my work.
Thank you. And thanks for bringing data to your answer.
No problem.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Kat. Thanks for applying. You have a lot of experience volunteering for various groups and organizations that have served Palo Alto and its residents. I'm curious, what do you think is there one experience in particular that you think is going to help best serve you on the HRC?
Gosh, I actually think that a lot of it is more about my background in psychology and UX. I don't know if you want me to touch on that just now or if I should get to that later. But
however
I think,
you want to answer the question, fine. However you want to show off your skills and experience is going to help you.
okay. So I think that inside of 350, for example, we talk a lot about what the grid is able to handle and what within the breadth of the people working on local and state levels, what kind of legislation and efforts are coming down. That gives me a really good background to start having a conversation around how to help people, especially people with medical needs that are reliant on the grid for their assistive devices. How are they going to be best served by us as we change the grid, as we add more electric appliances, and as I would say, climate change will affect it because we're going to have public safety power shutoffs during heat waves because of wildfires. We're going to have more storms with more trees falling down. So this is a conversation that I think needs to be had. And so in terms of my volunteer work, that is how I would answer that question.
Great, thank you. That very well-informed perspective on it. That's great, thank you.
And Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, hi. Your background's really interesting with psychology and your detailed application. It's clear you've been following the meetings.
Oh, yeah.
So you mentioned 8 can't wait, and I'll ask you the same question I just asked. I mean, do you have thoughts about additional police reforms you think Palo Alto should consider?
I'm a very process-oriented person, and so my answer to that is that I think that the process that was used to work on 8 can't wait was a good one, and I think that we should continue to use that process. In fact, it's in my application that I think that we need to have kind of codified a way that we can have both members of the community and experts, both inside of law enforcement, but also inside of law, criminal justice and sociology, all come together at certain times and go over a policy, discuss the policy, what should be changed. And I just think that since 8 can't wait was done as a reactive thing, council decided, okay, this is what we're going to do. I think council should still, of course, have that discretion, but I also believe that we should set expectations for the police about when we're going to do this. And so we should have kind of a set of criteria that say, at this time, this is when we would bring in all of the experts to talk about a certain policy.
Thank you.
And can you talk a little bit more about how you're seeing the intersection between the HRC focus and climate issues and other matters that you've been engaged with?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question that I've grappled with, because you have to remember the scope of the HRC. So a lot of the time I will go back to, I call it the mission statement, but I think you call it the authority of the HRC statement, to kind of see what the HRC is actually doing, because you could start, having the HRC work with utilities. I don't know, that seems a bit too far. I would say that one of the things that would be most useful for the HRC to do around climate change, besides just like an introductory exploratory phase where you talk to, say, disability advocates or local groups that we work with that are already working with people who have disability or other vulnerable populations, outside of that exploratory analysis right there, I think it's important to find groups probably at the state level and maybe at the county level, as well as I believe at Stanford. I'm using these 3 examples because I think these are groups that are going to have the funding and the ability to have work that has been done on how climate change and disability intersect. When we talk to these groups are going to help us be able to train the local groups that are on the ground. So that's kind of what I think I would say is the main thrust of how I think the HRC would be able to work around climate change.
Great. And you've kind of prompted me to think about another area, which is one of our big struggles, is how do we provide the resources and the programs that will enable our lower income members of our community to go through the transitions that we see going forward in electrification and otherwise. So we're working on programs that are targeted for those portions of our population. And your comments have made me think about how we might be able to engage the HRC even more in those areas. So would you like to offer any wrap-up comments or thoughts?
Well, I didn't get into my psychology background at all, so do you want
Go right
me to
ahead.
just-
You have a couple
Okay,
minutes.
I'll just say a few things about why I think my background is useful on the HRC, because we mostly talked about climate change. So I think that in terms of my other background, I think that I am good at understanding coping responses and trauma responses. Those are really important things to know about when we're trying to help people who have experienced traumatic events or other major stressors in their life. So that is one lens that I would be viewing things through on the HRC. I also have, because of my cognitive psychology background, I have some general understanding about how the brain works, vision, cognition, memory, decision-making. This will sometimes be relevant when talking about people with disability and how to best provide interventions that allow them to live autonomously, independently for as long as possible, because I think one of our goals is to make sure that we can all live in community for as long as possible. I also think I didn't talk much about my UX background, so I'll say maybe a couple of things. One of them is that I think I come to every conversation with a wide variety of people in UX. It's usually you talk to the users, you talk to the graphic designers, you talk to the engineers. You have to get them all on the same page. Speaking a common language, you have to surface their assumptions within the conversation so that when you're at the design table together, you're all, swimming the same direction. So that's something that I'm used to doing because of my background. And that's the role I think I would take in any kind of decision-making process. I also believe that I'm on the implementation side of the process. So like, for example, lawyers are really good at crafting policies, but policies are always run by people, and the implementation is hard. UX is an implementation. It's the implementation side of things, and we also understand the strengths and weaknesses of people. So that's why I think I would be a good fit on the HRC.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. So that concludes our interviews, but I just wanted to say for all of the applicants, this position is a less than a full term because we had a member who came off the commission midterm, and we have 4 candidates, and obviously only one will be able to be selected, but please continue to engage and consider applying again for this or serving in a variety of ways. We certainly welcome everyone's participation.
Pat, I'm sorry if I missed it. Did the other applicants drop out?
I don't know why we didn't have the other 4. Leslie?
Yes, Councilmember, we had 2 applicants that withdrew for personal reasons today. So we went from 6 to 4.
Okay, so we will now go on to our next item, which is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. And we had some earlier in the week, but the agenda that is published is the one we have no changes to tonight. And so our next item is public comment, which is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. So do we have members of the public who wish to speak? Okay. And our first speaker is Steve Muller, to be followed by Liz Gardner. Welcome.
Thanks. My name is Steve Mullen. I've been here in Palo Alto. My wife and I, my kids are grown, they're gone, about 22 years. I'm here tonight to speak with you or share my opinions or my thoughts on fiber to the home. I was chatting with my neighbor at Bystander, who you know, and asking him how his fiber to the home's working. We both have AT&T fiber. I've had AT&T fiber for over a year. My monthly cost is $30 on my bill. And when I read the Daily Post talking about how the city network fiber price might be 100 million or more, that's a huge, huge number. I think my neighbors share my view that the role of public or local government should be public safety, roads, transportation, library, trash, keeping the lights on, which didn't work this morning in North Palo Alto, nor did it work about 2 weeks ago in my neighborhood for about 4 or 5 hours. I think the city does three things really, really well. They collect money well, they spend money well, and they give money away really, really well. And I think they've got the city, and I hate to sound like a total Eeyore or curmudgeon or whatever, but we only read about the project fails usually in the paper. And a couple projects that come to mind, in my mind, are Mitchell Park Library and Fire Station number 3, both beyond the timetable and both over budget. So I guess I'd like to summarize by saying the city lacks the 3 T's to effectively manage a project. And that's the time, the tools, and the talent. We're way past time, as my neighbor Ed says. Fiber to the home should have been here 20 plus years ago. The cost is just going to be ginormous. If we think that 100 million bucks is going to be the real number, we've been in the local cannabis clubs a little too often. The tools, we outsource virtually everything, including our trash, our street sweeping, and we'll likely outsource this because we don't have the tools, the infrastructure, and the people to dig this, to do this project. And the talent to run it. I mean, once you set up another department, city department, you just can't get them. You can't get rid of it. It's the gift that keeps on giving. When you set up a department, they live forever. And I really question the economic sense it makes for the city to try to compete with AT&T or even Comcast, who currently has Baraga Construction coring the streets in my neighborhood right now, even though I've had fiber for over a year. I mean, AT&T is a $130 billion market cap company. Our budget is what, 250 million bucks? I mean, we're not even on close to a level playing field with AT&T. So just remember, my cable bill is 30 bucks a month. We've got 706 people that are apparently interested in the project. And we got a population of 68,000 people, which represents 0.1%. So we're punching above our weight. We're trying to punch above our weight. And I think that's a big mistake. Thanks very much for indulging me.
Thank you. And I'd be glad to discuss with you to clarify a couple of misconceptions on both the Mitchell Park Library expense and and what the sampling indicated on the up rate.
Oh, sure. I'll leave my phone number with Leslie if you like.
Thank you.
And I guess I'll say about the creek, the hotel. Where's the water coming from?
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner, to be followed by Iris Z. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor Burt. Thank you. I actually wanted to speak on number 2 of the consent calendar.
Okay. We'll have the clerk add your name to that item. Thank you.
Yeah.
And our next speaker is Iris Z, to be followed by Ken Horowitz. Welcome.
Hello. I actually wanted to speak on item number 4 as well.
Okay. And we'll try to have the clerk add you to that list. And our next speaker is Ken Horowitz, to be followed by Aram James. And just so everybody understands, we have the consent calendar as a next item. There are 5 items on the consent calendar, and that will have its own opportunity for the public to speak on those items. So Ken Horowitz, welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to comment. I attended the schools city liaison meeting last Thursday. I was interested to find out what's being discussed in regard to the city's interest in acquiring the 7 acres in either a land swap or a purchase. Unfortunately, nobody commented. They said it was not on the agenda, though they were giving reports from Superintendent Austin and also from the Assistant City Manager, but I didn't get any response regarding the city's interest in acquiring 7 acres. So I wanted to announce that the Friends of Coverly will be having a forum on September 14th for the candidates, both for the school district and the city council. My feeling is that with your recent interest in building housing on San Antonio Road, that probably the school district is not going to be interested at all in giving up any more land for Coverly, because they're going to say that there may be in the future a reason to keep some of that land for the school district. So I think it's important that the city move forward with the 8 acres that you do own in regards to developing it. And I know a number of candidates that are running for the city council are interested in vitalizing South Palo Alto. The other item regarding Coverly, which I sent you an email, it's in your packet under public comments, is the future of the lease that you currently have with the school district. That lease is now over half of its lifespan. It expires in 2024. It's a $2.7 million annual contract that you have with the school district. And I would hope the candidates that are running and the future city council will look at that lease and decide whether you want to continue with an annual budget of $2.7 million and in addition to maintenance costs. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Matt Schlegel. Welcome.
So, good evening. Tonight is the kickoff of a campaign that I know is going to be a heavy lift, but I just want to end here in Palo Alto, but across the country, weaponized canines. You know that right now there's this little window period where we don't have any canines in Palo Alto, but I got the sad news from a reliable source that the chief has hired a new canine handler. So what comes next? Of course, it's going to be canines. And, I'm really suggesting at least, here I'm a white dude, a Jewish dude, our police chief is a white guy, and 5 of the members on the council are white. And so what does that mean? I'm saying that, maybe you don't want to take responsibility for reparations or slavery, but here's something that we can do right now. We can end the use of canines to attack human beings, which of course, historically, for centuries, has been primarily Black people, people of color. We can stop that. And so I'm asking you to talk to your city manager and to talk to Andrew Binder, and I will do that. And I've provided him multiple times as I have you, the 13-part series called Mauled, when police dogs are weaponized by the Marshall Project. It was a Pulitzer Prize Award winner in 2021, 13-part series. I don't think people want on this council, this white council primarily, and so I'm not addressing this to Lydia Koo or Greg Tanaka. I'm addressing it to the white folks that have, like me, responsibility for ending a vestige of slavery, and that's attack dogs. Now, it turns out the latest incident that I know about happens to be a young white man that was attacked by the canines, and I have in front of me the $5 million complaint that he's filed with the city. Happens to be a gentleman by the name of Alexander Furrier. I hope I'm getting his last name correct, Furrier. And he describes an attack by a canine where the handler was Enberg, and there was also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 6 other officers. And he describes in there, and I'm not going to be able to have the time to go over the whole incident, a brutal, unnecessary attack on him while he was in a stairwell. Now, doesn't excuse whatever conduct that might have occurred on his behalf earlier in the day. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this. So I'm going to be, for a very long time, just like I've been with tasers, talking to you about canines until Palo Alto decides that we're not going to allow ourselves to have weaponized canines, and until we make a movement across this country. And I'm saying, with a white council, with a white jury, it's a difficult sell. I want you to think about that.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Schlegel, to be followed by Arthur Lieberman. Welcome.
Have you ever wondered why we're not doing more to address the climate crisis? I think about this all the time. On one hand, we see mega droughts and heat waves around the world. In Europe, the rivers are running dry, and it's going to be a terrible harvest year. China is suffering an intense heat wave and drought, which is having a devastating impact on its hydroelectric power. In our own backyard, the Colorado River is running dry, and I'm sure you've seen the horrific pictures of a dry Lake Mead. And against this backdrop, we continue to burn fossil fuels as if everything were normal. When I was young, scientists warned we should not exceed 350 parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere. Now we're at 420. We have already reached 1.2 degrees of global warming. It's difficult to imagine how our food, water, and energy systems will hold up to increased warming. So why aren't we dropping everything and figuring out how to survive without using fossil fuels? Why don't we stop polluting our atmosphere with greenhouse gases? There are a number of cognitive biases that keep humans from addressing an emergency that is right in front of our eyes. One is the bystander effect. This is when the presence of others discourages an individual from intervening in an emergency situation. We all just stand around doing nothing. Here's another good one, survivorship bias. That's when you think that a lot of people may suffer and die, but you'll be okay. Another is learned helplessness. This is where we have been trained by others and have convinced ourselves that there's nothing we can do. And let me share one last one, normalcy bias, which is the cognitive bias that leads people to disbelieve or minimize threat warnings. In its most stripped down form, it is the psychological state of denial. It is the belief that things will continue to go on the way they always have. Yes, denial. Every day that we wake up and go about life as usual, we're living in denial. Denial that we have irrevocably altered our biosphere. Denial that our burning of fossil fuels is making the problem worse. Denial that our education system is preparing our children for a world that no longer exists. Palo Alto has an opportunity to lead us out of this crisis. You can do this with our resolution to stop burning fossil fuels and to show other communities, regionally and globally, that this is not only possible, but necessary. Please pass SCAP and initiate the heat pump water heater program. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arthur Lieberman, to be followed by our final speaker, Roberta Alquist. Welcome. Is Mr. Lieberman there? We'll go on to Roberta Alquist.
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay.
Tonight, you're going to be holding a discussion about housing. I want to suggest a way that each of you on the council and those attending this session can support housing for individuals who are in need and have a great time doing it at the same time. Most likely, you on the council will have even actually more fun doing that than debating the housing element tonight. Life moves is holding a bicycle riding fundraiser, which they call the Ride to End Homelessness, on Saturday, September 10th. The event raises funds for Life Moves, an organization whose mission statement is to solve the homelessness crisis that's taken hold across Silicon Valley. Life Moves believes that even the most challenging of homeless individuals can be successfully rehoused and reintegrated into the workforce. Life Moves programs serve more than 1,500 people every day and move more than 2,000 people each year into stable options. The Ride to End Homelessness event is an annual fundraising bike ride. The ride on September 10th is the 8th annual event. Last year, the sponsors told me they raised $300,000 for Life Moves, and this year they're hoping to raise $500,000. The ride features options for everyone from the most accomplished cyclist to a family with children. The routes vary in mileage and difficulty. For the most accomplished rider, there is a metric century. You, Councilman Philseth and Mayor Burt, you can ride with Chris Carmichael, a former professional cyclist and U.S. cycling Olympian. For the mere mortals among us, there are 28-mile and 31-mile rides, and there's an 8-mile family ride. The event starts and ends at Flood Park and Menlo Park and will conclude with a celebratory lunch open to family and friends, regardless of whether or not they're able to ride. So if you haven't already done so, mayor, council people, city manager, and all those listening and watching, register for the Ride Against Homelessness. Prepare your cycling jersey and get ready to strap on your bike helmet and make a donation. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Roberta Alquist. Welcome.
Okay. My name is Roberta Alquist. I co-chair a low-income senior housing committee, which meets twice a month at Avenidas, among other committee meetings with local folks who are interested in the opportunity to actually build low-income housing for our service sector workers. At these meetings, some of the women who come speak. First of all, we ask them to introduce themselves and then tell themselves why they're here. And almost every meeting, seniors respond by saying they fear rent increases because Palo Alto has no rent control. They fear evictions. They seek more community. They want a place to eat. And La Comida at the present time in downtown Palo Alto doesn't provide a place to eat. They would like Avenidas to serve in that form. So I hope that you take a look at Liz Gardner's excellent Palo Alto Weekly letter about housing and the need for housing. It's really time for real change. We need to advance low-income housing needs now. I'm looking forward to new council members who will take on new directions and address the needs of homeless and low-income tenants. It's time for change. And the other item I want to speak to very briefly is a project that is a new project in Oakland called Macro. Instead of calling the police department when a person on the street is in need, you can now call 988. And instead of a policeman, you will get a counselor or somebody who knows about mental health issues or can help you with housing needs. I urge you to take a listen to the what's her name? Kat Brooks program today on from 8 to 9 on KPFA 94.1, who describes with the co-person who's leading this program the needs of these people and how they can better be served, not by the police department, but by counselors, by others who have the skills to be able to help people who are not disobeying the law, but have housing needs or dental needs or medical needs or drug needs. And it's really time for change. I'm looking forward to a new council and new blood so that we can actually act on all the talk about housing and the need to have it. Thank you.
That concludes our public comments. So we'll now proceed to our next item, which is our consent calendar. And we'll entertain a motion and then hear from members of the public. And my understanding is we have a lot of speakers who wish to speak. Councilmember Cormack.
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. And Councilmember Tanaka.
I'm going to vote no on 4 and AA1.
Okay. And let's see how many members of the public we have to speak. Oh. And Vice Mayor Koo?
Yes, I am going to vote no on 4 as well.
Okay. We have, so, and I'll just say that we, on polling items, we typically entertain those actions before hearing from members of the public, and then we'll announce our negative votes most often after that. All right. I think we have a list of speakers coming up momentarily. Okay, we have 12 speakers, and each speaker will have up to 2 minutes each to speak. Well, we have even more. We're going to be closing off the speakers on this item momentarily. So you have about less than a minute to sign up if you wish to speak here, and each speaker will have up to 2 minutes. We've received a huge number of emails on item number 4, and to be able to proceed on our important housing element discussion tonight, I encourage speakers, if they are reiterating positions by a prior speaker, to feel free to associate yourself with that speaker. So our first speaker is Eileen Altman, to be followed by Randy Stolenberg. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Koo, and council members. My name is Reverend Dr. Eileen Altman. I'm a resident of East Palo Alto and have served as associate pastor at First Congregational Church of Palo Alto for the last 15 years. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Safe Parking Leadership Team at our church, which includes our senior pastor, David Howell, and 2 of the elected members of our congregation, Vice Moderator Ann Campbell, and Outreach Board Member Wesley Chow. Please wave, those of you who are here. I'm also speaking on behalf of our entire congregational membership of more than 750 people, some of whom are here today, if they'll wave. And our congregation voted at a congregational meeting on April 26th to apply for a permit to participate in the city's safe parking program. We were thrilled in January 2020 when the city council passed the ordinance which allows faith communities to operate safe parking programs within the city of Palo Alto. We supported the passage of this ordinance and began considering applying to participate. Our plans were delayed by the pandemic, but last fall, our team began serious exploration of the process of applying, including meeting with the 2 churches currently hosting safe parking sites, Highway Community Church and the Unitarian Universalist Church of Palo Alto. We also met with the staff leaders of Move Mountain View to better understand how they partner with churches to operate the safe parking program. As a result of our conversations with them, we hosted a Zoom meeting for our closest neighbors on February 2nd to let them know about our intention to apply for this program. We had Move Mountain View there to answer questions and present how the program operates. We had subsequent conversations with our neighbors, and as a result of all of this conversation, we made some changes to our initial plan before making our application. We are convinced, along with the city staff, that where we have landed is the best place for hosting safe parking, and we encourage you to approve it as part of your consent agenda this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Randy Stollenberg, to be followed by Bill Sundstrom. Welcome.
Thanks. My name is Randy Stoltenberg. I'm a 17-year resident of Palo Alto. My wife and I first moved here in 2005 and since have welcomed 5 children into our family, all here in Palo Alto. We love living here. We sent our kids to Palo Alto schools. As a member of a faith community myself, I applaud the First Congregational Church for their desire to help the poor and those less fortunate among us. However, the proposed parking situation, I feel, does not service another duty that we have, which is to look out for the innocent among us, including our children. There's a number of safety issues with this that I and a number of our neighbors share, especially the immediate neighbors. And most of this has to do with background checks. For this reason alone, the fact that so many people have commented on this, I don't feel that it's appropriate to be on a consent calendar, but should be moved to a full agenda item. So just for context, the church itself hosts a very popular preschool. There's also 3 elementary schools within a half mile of the parking lot and a middle school. I don't think it's safe for our children to bring people in that haven't been appropriately checked. Secondly, one of the purposes of the safe parking program is to provide safety for those participating. If we're not going to do a background check, how do we know that those persons we're putting in those parking spots are going to be safe themselves overnight? And third, I feel that there's a little more respect that is deserved to the immediate neighbors and that should be shown by moving this to a full agenda item. I don't appreciate that the staff recommended that this just be passed when there's over 80 pages in the report of comments for and against. I think that this deserves better treatment than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Our next speaker is Bill Sundstrom, to be followed by Linda Jolly. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. And thank you to the council for hearing from me. I'm Bill Sundstrom. I live at 2174 Lewis Road. I'm on the other end of the block, same block as the church. And I wanted to come as a neighbor and someone with a strong interest in housing issues and economic justice issues. And I'm unaffiliated in any way with the church, but I thought you ought to hear from someone who is supportive of their plan for the safe parking program in our neighborhood. I want to make just 3 very brief points. First of all, I've lived in my house on Lewis Road for 29 years now with my wife and raised a couple of kids there. The church has always been a great neighbor. I have a lot of confidence in their efforts to protect the neighborhood as well as do good in the broader community. I certainly, secondly, understand and appreciate that there are differences of opinion. I know I represent some of my neighbors who are supportive of this plan, and I know there are others who are not, as represented by the previous speaker. While I appreciate the nature of the concerns, I found the arguments and documentation from the church as well as from the city to be compelling that this is an extremely low risk enterprise. The risk of harm to the neighbors, I think, is minimal compared with what is a small, granted, but I think very tangible good that's being done with the safe parking program. One final point I'd make is that the church inevitably is going to have to be defending itself against the critics of the plan and those who have appealed the decision, and as well they must. But I think we shouldn't lose sight of the real positive good of this. This is a small act of kindness to people who are strangers, but are members of our community. They will be, I'm convinced, duly vetted in a way that will protect the community. And that good will reflect well on all of us who live in that neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Jolly, to be followed by Samina Sundas. Welcome.
Hi, I'm sure you remember me from the red and white tow notices I was showing you, so you know what kind of background I'm from. My question for you tonight is, are there any of you here who has ever tried to go without a bath for 6 months or more? Please raise your hand if you have had that experience. Okay, well, I guess you're a pretty elite class, but I'm glad you're reaching out to the people who live in vehicles. I myself live in my car and I see no harm done by that. But I did find that going out without a bath can have some strange results. Things start to grow on your skin. I had to take a clue from the alligators. How they survive. They don't crawl out of their skin like other reptiles. They shed big chunks of it. Humans can shed big chunks also, and this is not very sanitary. I'm urging you to provide showers at Coverly and wherever you can. The low-income affordable housing concept is being shot down at this present time. News articles are making it clear that this has been a scam that is costing taxpayers $1 million per unit. The public is not going to keep spending $1 million per unit. They are going to shoot this down. This was for the benefit of developers, apparently. We're going to have to take some other tactics to help the millions of homeless people. Going to have to start providing all the services that we can in terms of safe parking and showers. The people have chosen to live in vehicles. This is working for people. Got to stop persecuting these people. The person who is living in an RV, chances are he's working a low-paid job. Chances are it's a dirty job. Chances are he's been cleaning toilets all day. He may come home covered with dust, and he may come home to a red and white notice on his windshield telling him he has to be moved soon. If he can't at least get a shower, don't you think he's entitled to alleviate the pain by taking a shot of something or a shot at somebody? Don't you think this may be a source of crime, a source of discouragement, a source of dropping out of the society? You're not trying anymore, taking a big drink of something. I urge you.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay. Give us showers, please.
Our next speaker is Samina Sundas. Welcome. And to be followed by Liz Gardner.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon all of you. Good evening, everybody. As the mayor said, my name is Samina Sundas, and I have been in Palo Alto since 1983. I have raised 2 kids here. I have been building peace and community right here in Palo Alto. So when I suggest something, I'm not just suggesting, I am practicing what I preach. I grew up in Pakistan, where our governments are not rich. So the misfortune of having that is that the community gets involved in everything. So the people who don't have means to be survived, the community takes care of them. And that's something that I have not forgotten, even when I have been in America since '79. So it's not just the government's responsibility, it is all of our responsibilities to take care of everybody. I'm a founder of American Muslim Voice Foundation. I am serving also on the multi-faith community, multi-faith voices for peace and justice. And we are really interested in having Palo Alto as the most compassionate city. And I think every time I have come to Palo Alto, regardless of what the event is, I always remind all of you that we are proud of our tall trees and good schools and wonderful libraries. My desire is till the day I die, it will be the same. I want our community to be the most compassionate city. So please be compassionate. Give the go-ahead for these people who are just trying to survive. That's all they're trying to do, survive with their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Gardner, to be followed by Iris Z. Welcome.
Hi, yeah, thank you. Before Mayor Burt, sorry, before you start the timer, I have a question about the consent calendar. If I want to speak on 2 items, I still only get 2 minutes.
That is correct, Ms. Gardner.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. You still only get 2 minutes.
All right, so I'd like to speak on item number 2. That's the Williamson Act. I'm not sure how many people know about the Williamson Act, but it's also known as the California Land Conservation Act of 1965. It enables local governments to enter into contracts with private landowners for the purpose of restricting specific parcels of land to agriculture or related open space use. In return, landowners receive property tax assessments, which are much lower than normal because they are based upon farming and open space used as opposed to full market value. The Williamson Act, according to the government code, participating counties and cities are required to establish their own rules and regulations regarding this implementation. I really hope that the city does explain to its public what the Williamson Act is. I think it's very concerning that we have R1 zones post-World War II, which passed. We had the Williamson Act, which passed in 1964. We had Proposition 13, which passed in the late 70s. And so what has happened is we've been giving property owners more and more tax breaks, and we've been squeezing the populations down and down and down. We're squeezed in between. Now we're having to actually fight over 4 spaces at a church. I'm very frightened that this man, Randy Stoltenberg, talked about these people that need to have parking spaces are criminals. I have personally met people living in their cars who work at Whole Foods, Kirk's Burgers, Stanford University for traveling nurses. Let's work together. Let's all work together to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Iris Z, to be followed by Karen Latchford. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Iris Zhang. I'm not sure why it just keeps on showing as Iris Z. I've been a Palo Alto renter and active voter for 3 years, and I have a job. As we all know, people who have a stable place to live and who have jobs have never committed crimes. So please don't worry about me or any of the future Elizabeth Holmes incubating around here. I'd like to echo and validate the concerns my neighbors have brought up about how we don't want people who are mentally ill or who abuse drugs or idle their cars, who could be pedophiles, to be in close proximity to us and our children. In light of these concerns, I think we need to seriously consider shutting down Stanford University, which is home to at least 4,500 mentally ill doctoral students. As a PhD student myself, I can tell you that you have to be extremely sick to give up 7 to 8 years of your life, earning $40,000 a year just to live in the post-nut house Palo Alto, where we're even considering letting 4 down on their luck human beings have 1 safe night's sleep in their cars, breathing in fumes from gas-powered leaf blowers, all to then just get on the tenure clock. I mean, PhD students need some serious counseling. I'm just really surprised that more people in the room here aren't actually trying to shut Stanford down for being a hotbed of mental illness and rampant, let me tell you, rampant drug use and public urination. We also have a pretty extensive list of people who are convicted sex offenders. Interestingly, none of them lived in their cars. Personally, I only learned how to drive last year, but obviously someone who has an intense vested interest in making sure they don't lose the only safe place they or their children can sleep in and their license, which is their only lifeline, could never be a safer driver than me, right? Or any of the Stanford students drunk driving and texting and driving. So insofar as we're considering revoking safe parking, I think we should actually even more seriously consider banning mentally unstable Stanford PhD students from being anywhere near our community. All sarcasm aside, please don't let these unfounded and unscientific bogeyman arguments stop us from doing the right thing here. Please allow the safe parking program to go ahead, and I'm available anytime to discuss peer-reviewed systematic research on the issue.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Karen Latchford, to be followed by Susie Fan. Welcome.
Hello, greetings. Karen Latchford here, Heather Lane, about a half block from the First Congregational Church, which is item number 4. I'm actually asking for you to please pull the item today because I do think there are more details that ought to be considered. there's many, many aspects to this program. And different people have different issues with it. And I think that these are valid issues. We do need to weigh public safety when we install a new thing, car camping. Today's very own Palo Alto Daily Post has an article here. Now, it's not about Palo Alto, it's about Redwood City, but I quote directly from this that they refer to unsheltered, refers to individuals who are sleeping in encampments beneath underpasses in their vehicles. They rate people or in other places not intended for people to live. So they don't view people as living in vehicles as tenable, which I don't either. I just don't think it's a thing that we should be encouraging and establishing, even if it is to some extent a reality. There's another aspect too. San Francisco can hardly be described as unhelpful to the myriad of social challenges and different things. But I read here in the Chronicle that they refer to when they have camping of vehicles, it says here directly on the west side of San Francisco that they need to have something established. Sites need easy hookups to water, sewer, and electricity, among other criteria. And they refer to inhabited RVs and that. So people just living in cars ad hoc could set my neighborhood on fire. And I do think I have a right to be asking for more details about.
Speaker is Susie Fan, to be followed by Lauren Bigelow. Welcome.
Good evening. I live on the same block as the church on Lewis Road on the other side. So I want to say that I looked at this, I'm not an immediate neighbor, and I'm not someone who's far away enough to want to look at this program as is this a good program or not from a high level? For me, I felt like I looked at it carefully and I feel the program is good, the intentions are good, but as a lot of things that come on the news is the implementation itself fails and then everything just looks bad. I feel that at this point, it would be good if we focus on the actual implementation of this specific case and not, hey, did it work out for that other, or do we need it from a higher level point of view? And is this good or bad? And specifically, I feel that the church has a huge piece of land, a huge piece of lawn that's up front. And I'm not even going to address that. But its choice of placing these four, whatever. I mean, it's about 8 parking spots that you need in order to accommodate 4 cars there, and it is 20 some feet away from the next door neighbor. And I just feel like this could be looked at an implementation issue that started off just on the wrong foot to begin with. If there was no land, if there was no choice, then you can say we couldn't accommodate. But I don't think that is there. And so I think the immediate neighbors' voices should be heard on why can't you hear our concerns and try to accommodate us? And from a neighborly point of view, I really feel like that should be an important aspect of this. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Bigelow, to be followed by Todor Ganev. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt and honorable city council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the 4 spaces at First Congregational Church. My name is Lauren Bigelow. As board president of Palo Alto Renters Association and someone who has actively worked on affordable housing specifically in Palo Alto for the last 8 years, you could say I'm more than a little passionate about Palo Alto being an inclusive community where people can safely stay and thrive. I am so proud of the movement that Palo Alto has made towards addressing our unhoused population. People without a stable home are still our neighbors. People without a home are still worthy of dignity and respect. I so deeply wish that more of our neighbors were willing to be so welcoming as our faith communities. And I completely understand that there are some fears in the community. I personally suffer from anxiety, so my brain automatically goes to the worst possible scenario. I get it. But oftentimes, the best predictor of future behavior is past performance, and the past performance of our other safe parking is one of success, not fear and failure. I'd also like us to imagine what it's like not knowing if your small space and all your worldly goods will be kept safe, if your physical person will be safe. The likelihood of someone experiencing unsafe conditions is much higher for someone experiencing homelessness than folks who rent or own homes. When I worked at Alta Housing, I routinely experienced people about to become homeless and in affordable housing. They would bend over backwards to keep their space. They're grateful. They deserve a chance and a space. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Todor Ganev, to be followed by Robin Ghosh. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Todor Ganev. I have lived next to the First Congregational Church for the past 16 years. My children went to school in the First Congregational Church preschool. And you may have heard my name, that I was the person whom my neighbors asked to sign the appeal against the approval of this application. And I would like today to request the City Council respectively to pull it out of consent calendar and give us a proper hearing. I will not discuss too much right now what the merits of our case are, or what how we can prove it and what is better, but I would like to clear a few misconceptions. So contrary to what this situation has been reframed and is a logical fallacy, we are not NIMBYs, we do not hate homeless people. In fact, we support the idea of helping homeless people. The first letter I ever wrote to Pastor Howell was, "You're doing an admirable job, just please work with us." I even heard somebody earlier in the evening say, "Let's work together." This is exactly what we want to do. We want to work together. We want to make sure that we have a reasonable compromise and acceptable solutions. Unfortunately, this was not happening, and our concerns were all but ignored. I tried to speak to the church many times and also in writing, and they said, "We're going to implement the program and then we'll see how it impacts the neighbors." I have that in writing. Well, that's a terrifying thought. They'll experiment with how it will impact the neighbors. And I think people usually try to predict and to try to prevent problems. That's what the contemporary society does. So therefore, I request respectfully that we have a proper hearing, a proper discussion, and we prevent problems, and nobody is against helping the unhoused. Please believe me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Ghosh, to be followed by Scott O'Neill. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt, council members, neighbors. My name is Roheen Ghosh. I am a resident of Palo Alto for a long time, since I was about 5 years old. Recently graduated from Palo Alto High School. I live on Greer Road, actually very, very close to the First Congregational Church. And I am very proud to support the establishment of the safe parking site at the church. I think the church is really taking on something really great by doing that. And I support that because people who live in vehicles are residents of the city just like everyone else. And they deserve a safe place to live, just like every other resident of the city, just like every person does. And I think it's interesting people are talking about like any safety risk of bringing in people next door to them, because I don't hear that risk brought up when and just any other person moves in next door to you. Someone moves into the house next door to me. I'm not going to be asking for background checks for them moving in there. I don't think it should be any different here, just because the people moving into these sites are poor people. That idea that people moving into a neighborhood who are of a different socioeconomic status are somehow a danger to the neighborhood. I don't think that comes from a particularly reasonable place. And I don't think that's an idea that should be supported by the city council. I think we shouldn't delay anymore, and we should just go ahead and move forward with this and hopefully have more of them and have bigger sites going forward. People live in vehicles because of our city's overall failure to provide housing, and expeditiously moving forward with things like this are the way we address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Scott O'Neill. The story that I think fills many people's minds, absent better information, is that these are people who are desperate. Because they're desperate, and maybe they're thieves or violent. But the stories I've heard speaking with my vehicle dwelling neighbors is less dark than that. It's more like maybe you're a blue collar worker, your employer is moving out of town in a few years, and you're hanging on to your old school job with a pension while they close out shop. So you get a buyout, and then you'll move to the Delta and retire on, enjoy your boat out there. Or maybe you're a senior citizen who's had a stable, comfortable life here until a divorce forced you to divide marital assets. You lost your Prop 13 tax basis, but your whole life is here. And you'd rather do what it takes to stay in your community than move to some strange and lonesome place far away. I don't claim to be an expert on homelessness, but the vehicle dwellers I've met here have more tenure as upstanding members of our community than many of the neighbors who are demanding they submit to background checks. That's my observation. Those that I've met are neither rootless nor desperate. The resources that allowed them to become established here simply became insufficient to afford a roof as circumstances have changed, and they chose to stay because their roots were so strong. So please do the humane thing and support this program, or at least be fair and demand background checks for people putting offers in on homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Vicky Vinker. Welcome.
So Mayor Burt, I've been involved in trying to promote safe parking programs for many, many years. Lived in Palo Alto the bulk of my 73 years. And, it took a lot of years before the city finally passed this ordinance. I think if you think about it, having cars that are going to live in Palo Alto anyway, they're going to be in different neighborhoods, dispersed all over the place. That if you really think about the public safety component here, it's a whole lot safer to have people living in a church setting, in a safe parking place where they're going to be getting services, where they're going to be working to move to the next step in housing. It's a whole lot safer. Just think about it logically. Now, I told you before when we spoke about another program that I spent a lot of my years in the public defender's office representing some very, very serious people, serious in terms of a history of child molest, a variety of horrible offenses against children. I raised my boys here in Palo Alto, and I was always extremely vigilant. I'd drop into school any darn time I chose to make sure that nothing was going wrong with my kids. I think that Life Move, if you question them, are going to be looking to make certain that we don't have any predators in the program. I think they vet for that. I think we need to make that clear. I know when I had new neighbors move in, I went to the police department and checked on Megan's list to see if the people in my neighborhood were convicted child molesters and were, there's a rating system they use and likely to cause problems. So, I think it's a simple one. In any event, I support the church wholeheartedly. And I think that if you question Life Move, they will have done the vetting that the neighbors are concerned with. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vicky Vinker, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, council members. My name is Vicky Vinker, and I'm also speaking to item 4. I am a neighbor of First Congregational Church of Palo Alto. I live on Barbara Drive, which backs up to Lewis Road. In fact, I can see the church from my bedroom window. I support the church's safe parking permit application. The church has reached out to us neighbors, and we've had opportunities to ask questions and raise concerns, which is appropriate for neighbors to do. My questions have been answered, and I'm heartened by the successful implementation of the safe parking program at 2 other Palo Alto churches. I applaud First Congregational for taking on this program, which provides not just secure parking, but counseling and case management. Every step counts in combating homelessness, and I'm comfortable that this one has been well vetted. Police and security guards will randomly patrol the lot at night. Participants are initially screened by and must regularly meet with caseworkers to maintain their place in the program. I am happy to support this path out of homelessness by welcoming these 4 cars to our neighborhood. I encourage council members to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by Rita in person.
Speak to this issue of the advisory spending guidelines on the business tax proposition on the ballot. So this was, if I'm been following the whole thing correctly, this is one of those things that was added as part of the deal with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, because one of the things that they like on taxes is they want it to be for a specific purpose. And I just want to say that is not my priority. Certainly in Palo Alto, I wanted a business tax because the city is chronically underfunded for community services and the arts. And every couple of years we say, oh, we have to cut all this. We can't afford this because we're so poor. And so to me, the whole idea of the business tax is it boosts gives more revenue to the general fund. So maybe we could avoid these situations. And if if it's only for these specific items, and in fact, items which it is woefully underfunded for, it can't possibly pay for those items. If it's just for these specific items, then frankly, what is the point if those aren't items that I want the money to go to? I mean, you say, well, a little bit of something is better than nothing. But what if we decide not to vote for it because it doesn't do anything that we want? When you reduced it and then they still weren't satisfied, your response should have been, well, we can always bump it up to what it was the higher level before. I would rather have a fight for the ballot for something that represents what I think it should be. The whole reason that we elect you is for your point of views. You should be issuing, proclamations condemning the Silicon Valley Leadership Group for their undue influence on political bodies, which they boast of on their website. Instead, you're just rolling over with them because, oh, well, they're so powerful. What if it loses? Yeah, what if it loses? But it's better to say this is what we think it should be, and this is what our goals are, because this is why we were elected, than to do, we'll just keep watering it down. And it's going to be for this and for that. And, these guidelines are, advisory. By the time what are we going to end up with? We'll have a few $1 million more, and we'll still be in the exact same place every couple of years where we're like, well, we're going to have to cut this. Oh, we can't keep the libraries open. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rita, to be followed by Kat Sanchez. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rita, and I am the physical neighbor. We share a fence with the church. So I want to address a few issues. One is just particular to my property and the one next to me. Our grading is 2 feet below the church grading. So Palo Alto has 7 feet fence. We have 7 feet fence, but if you stand on that parking spot on the church side, it's 5 feet. You can see our windows, my backyard. There's 3 teenager girls in there. To me, they're going to be peeping toms. I'm trying to prevent that. Okay, and the second thing is, I don't feel the church is being a good neighbor. We have talked to them about the porta potty, the privacy issue. Porta potty is 20 feet away from us. There are 7 to 7 there. That means 3, 4, 5 people per car. That porta potty door is going to slam every morning before 7 o'clock, 6 a.m. Okay, that's a noise and the smell. Okay, maybe they don't care because they don't live there. And second thing is, if they are so gung-ho about this program, we say, that's fine, move to the front. There's a bigger room, more parking spot, and there's a Lewis row separating from the other houses. But they don't want to do that because they don't want them to be visible to their congregation. As far as I'm concerned, you have 750 members each one of them can take one of these car camping person, put on their driveway, solve the problem. We don't have to pay $800,000 per homeless person for Palo Alto, because all these middlemen, Move Mountain View or whoever, are getting the money. It's not the homeless people who's getting the money. $800,000, you can buy a house in Oakland for them. Have them move in there. Okay? It's just really, really annoying me. Everybody sounds like, oh, it's
Sorry.
okay. Nothing, you know. And there's a lot of misinformation.
Sorry, your 2 minutes are up.
Okay. Is it 11 seconds? Okay, fine.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kat Sanchez, to be followed by Jennifer Mitchell. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. My name is Kat Sanchez. I have been a Palo Alto resident for 6 years. I now live on Kirtner Avenue over by the Happy Donuts. I just want to say that other than Linda, I think that people who will be living in these spots don't get to be here to talk because they have work and they have to care for their kids and they don't get a chance to come and speak at these type of events because they're too busy trying to get out of the type of poverty that makes a person end up in a car. And I speak to this from personal experience. A lot of you were talking about the children, and I agree with you. We really should care about the children. I was one of the children who lived in a car, who lived in a tent, who lived on the street. Like, it's just, there are children who are in these spaces as well. And sometimes parents are living in cars so that their kids can stay in a home. I think it's really, really important that we do care about the kids because, as someone else said, living in a car is not a way to live. And you're right, it's not, but it's a hell of a lot better than being on the street. And we need to do better. These are people, as others have mentioned, who are already in our communities. They are already on our streets. They are already in cars parked on the side of the road. It's a very uncomfortable place to live. And I'm sorry if you don't like a door slamming in the morning, but also I really take offense to the idea that every person who is unhoused is a fucking peeping Tom, because I was unhoused. And I'll tell you, I have never looked in someone else's home except to think, wow, I wish I could live in a home. And I do now. And that's why I want our community to take care of our residents, because when a house is on fire, when someone else's house is on fire, you do not file paperwork. You don't spend time thinking about these things, which actually the church clearly has done. And this is a program that works. When someone's house is on fire, you rush in with water and you save the people in the home. That is all that they are asking for. I really, really hope that you all vote for this, as well as the inclusion of renter protection in the housing elements, because we need these things.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Mitchell, to be followed by Richard Gallo. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, for allowing me to speak. My name is Jenny Michelle. I was born and raised here. Our family attended First Congregational Church under the Daughters. Unfortunately, after my mother, Bonnie Miller, passed away in 2000s, or early 2000s, while working as a teacher in Menlo Park and living in Palo Alto, I became homeless for 2 winters at the age of 21. You know, Linda has a really great point. How about you try having a digestive tract issue with no restroom and you're unhoused, right? The best way to ensure we don't have to call 8988 is to have stabilized housing for all workers. And since this body doesn't seem to have the appetite to approve housing projects, looks like we're going to have to move forward with the safe parking program, right? Dignity lost with yourself is almost impossible to get back without the help of others and professionals. I urge you, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Also, we have a 3rd grader here at Laurel Elementary. I'm a resident of Menlo Park, by the way. I've worked and lived in Palo Alto for many, many years. Our 3rd grader is an IEP student at Laurel Elementary, and he knows that if he wants to live here, he knows he will have to do so by being homeless. Do the right thing, help save our neighbors whose houses are already burnt down. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard Gallo, to be followed by Anna Toledano. Welcome.
Hello, City Council members. I am a volunteer state ambassador with Access California, a program at Cal Voices. I am a person with lived experience and a former advocate in helping seniors, veterans, domestic violence survivors, families, and people with disabilities out of homelessness. I am in support of the church to be allowed to serve the unhoused a safe place to park during the night. Part of the problem is the city's failure to build affordable housing in our communities. You cannot discriminate against the unhoused all because of neighbors' fear of what the church is trying to do. As long as the church set ground rules and invites other organizations that serves the unhoused community in helping them get out of homelessness. Most of them are workers who can't afford to live in their communities because of being priced out on low income wages. Others are people with disabilities on disability benefits. You have roughly 300 unhoused individuals in the city, according to your 2019 report. Kudos to the church for recognizing the need, and the city needs to support this on behalf of the unhoused community in your community. Mental wellness is possible. With regards, Richard Gallo, State Ambassador, Bay Area Region Ambassador with Access California. I did send an email yesterday to the clerk, and I don't know whether you guys have received it. I have not received a response. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Toledano, to be followed by our final speaker, Tim McKenzie. Welcome.
I don't have to listen to the others. I'm gonna go get dinner.
Thank you.
Did okay?
Hello, Council. My name is Anna Toledano, and I've been a renter in Palo Alto for 7 years. I urge you to support the establishment of the Safe Parking Program site at First Congregational Church. Housing is a human right, and while this effort isn't providing true housing, because we still can do better on that, it's a start and the bare minimum of what we can do to protect and secure the right to dignity for everyone in our community. Just because someone lives in a vehicle doesn't mean that they're evil or a danger. In fact, vehicle dwellers are in significant danger of being victims of crimes, themselves, excuse me. At the risk of being labeled transient or not a real Palo Alton in the same way that we disenfranchise our vehicle dwellers, although I assure you my tax payments and votes are very real, I'll share that I'm also a PhD student at Stanford, and I can only endorse Iris's comments about how unsafe that purportedly illustrious campus can be. Economic status is not an indicator of criminality. Again, please support the SPP. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Greetings all. Tim McKenzie, he, him pronouns. I'm actually a Mountain View resident. I just wanted to call in. We've got safe parking in Mountain View. It's gone great. Love to see neighbors in Palo Alto looking to adopt it. It's been great for us. I hope to see you guys do it too. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comments. I do want to share for the public, make sure they understand that under our rules, council members are not allowed to speak on consent calendar items unless they register a no vote, and then they can explain their no vote. And so we will now move to a vote. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Mayor, for a point of clarification, who was the second on the motion?
It was
Councilmember Du Bois. Councilmember Du Bois.
Actually, Mayor, I have a question about the what's on the screen here in terms of number 4 and 8 for me, because I look at the agenda and the one I want to know on is 4 and AA1, but it says 8, so I don't know what 8 is.
Yes, it should. It should read AA1.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Councilmember Tanaka. What was that?
Under the note above the motion, the first one, it says Councilmember Tanaka is voting no on 4 and 8, but I believe that should be AA1.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Now we can vote.
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois? Yes. Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
You have to speak up. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
I just said yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously on 2, 3, and AA2, and carries 6-1 on item 4. Or sorry, 5-2 on item 4 and 6-1 on AA1.
Okay. And Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no votes?
Sure. On item 4, so I've held over the past few months many office hours on this. I don't know, probably somewhere between 7 to 8 or maybe 9. And the fundamental issue I have with this is that I don't know, I can remember a time since I've been on council when we've had so many people come here to speak. Right now, according to our rules, it's really hard to pull an item. You have to have 3 council members, almost a majority basically. And right now there's only 2. And so I have to vote no on this. This thing should not be a consent item for something that has this much passion, this much interest. There should have been more discussion on it. And so I think this thing should have been an action item. It should have been pulled, but our rules are what our rules are. I actually do support the safe parking program. And to be honest, when I had all the different office hours on this topic, I don't think I heard anyone that says they don't want to help homeless or try to resolve this problem or outright against this program. And what I did hear, though, is I did hear nearby residents who have a lot of concerns. Right? Some of them, feel extremely strongly about it. I think I kind of feel that had we actually had this as an action item, maybe some of these issues could have been resolved. Maybe we could have figured out a way that everyone could win here, where the neighbors could have accepted the program and the church could have moved forward, and we could have had something that would have had buy-in in the community. There's been a lot of suggestions about moving the spots away from the houses, and I don't know if that's the right answer or not, but I do think it's worth to have the discussion, and it's unfortunate that tonight we have to vote this thing up or down. I think we do need more affordable housing. I mean, I think most of the people that follow me know that I've been pushing for higher density, smaller units, because I think that's the real solution. I don't think car camping is the real solution. It's a temporary solution. And so, the background checks, I don't know. I mean, it's something which I can understand why people are concerned. But my biggest issue with this, especially since this is not an action item, and we really haven't, as a council, been able to have the discussion, is the idea behind this program is that it's kind of like a pilot. It's a way to prove success in the community. So maybe more places could do this. But my fear is by forcing this, by not trying to resolve these issues, which I think could have been resolved, like the location of the parking spots, I think could have been resolved. By forcing this issue, you build animosity in a neighborhood. You build the program is not set up for success to begin with, and I fear that because of this, that you may get backlash later for trying to expand this program. Anyways, it's very unfortunate that this is just a consent item. On AA1, I disagree with the allocation. I think more should go towards the people who actually are paying the tax. There should be a stronger nexus. But I know my colleagues here disagree. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Koo, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Absolutely. I'm actually very disappointed. I am one of the co-authors of the Safe Parking Program. And as a matter of fact, when I met with the community, it was at First Congregational Church, and I was showing the bathrooms, what this church had done in order to accommodate exactly such a possibility. And it was very illuminating and very encouraging. However, so when there is a program, there also needs to be regulation that provides trust, confidence, and oversight. And so a lot of it has to do with the program when there hasn't been enough trust established, and this is where we come to. And I have not heard back reports on the other churches from the community as well as from the program, the success rate, what they have experienced, what the neighbors have experienced, and then just pushing it forward. So I would like to see that, the right program is implemented with a lot of the comments and suggestions from a lot of the neighbors so that we can put together a program that can move forward without appeals and with the buy-in of everybody here. There's a lot of nasty things tonight that was said, and it's unfortunate that it's so divisive and pitting one against the other when we're all trying to do the right thing. And doing the right thing is implementing the right regulations for this program. So there was an appeal that was filed. There was a rebuttal from our staff, and it's only right that the neighbors have an opportunity to come here and to rebut and to give their comments to staff's rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our consent calendar. And we now go to city manager comments. Ms. Nozay.
Great. Good evening, City Council. Kylene Nozay, Interim Assistant City Manager here on behalf of City Manager Ed Shikata. Today's comments will be brief and focused on the power outage that began this morning as well as upcoming agendas. So the power outage first alerted early this morning impacted customers in the northeast area of town, including Midtown, Downtown, Middlefield, Crescent Park, as well as St. Francis areas. While there are a few outages annually in Palo Alto, it should be noted that the last outage did occur only a few weeks ago. However, that was a result of a tree failure, limb falling on impacted power lines. Excuse me. Crews have been working today to restore the power, and as of this moment, less than 100 customers remain without power. This is actually as of a text a moment ago, so this will be updated on Twitter shortly for the community at large. The cause of this outage is still being investigated, though it has been isolated to underground fault with a cable. Want to appreciate staff's work to restore power to many of the initial impacted customers, as well as recognize the continued impact on approximately 70 customers that remain without service. So we will continue to provide updates both via social media as well as the city's online outage webpage. Outages, as a reminder to the community, are reported online at www.cityofpaloalto.org/outage. And this includes regular updates as information is known. In addition, initial reports of an outage are always sent through the police department's Nixle application once the utilities and police departments are aware of the outage itself. Community members can go to the police department's webpage at www.cityofpaloalto.org/police under their social media to sign up for this. As reported last week, moving on to the City Council's next scheduled meetings. The next scheduled meeting for City Council with open session items is on September 12th. Items anticipated during September include a study session on the Valley Water Purified Water Project, approximately three pre-screening project study sessions, a Palo Alto Fiber joint study session with the City Council and the Utilities Advisory Commission, and an SCAP update on goals, key actions, and specifically a discussion on the heat pump water heater program. So that concludes our comments for today.
Thank you. So before we go to our main topic tonight, which is the discussion of the housing element, I think this would be a good time for us to take our break for the evening. And so we'll return at 7:20, ready to begin the big item. Thank you. council considering a recommendation to review and endorse the 2023 to 2031 draft housing element goals, policies, and programs, and updated site suitability, inventory, and analysis, and to provide direction on possible land use policy changes to promote housing in certain general manufacturing and research, office, and limited manufacturing districts, and to receive an update on the housing element project schedule. And Councilmember Cormack has asked to be able to speak at the outset.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I have a minority interest in a limited partnership that has a financial interest in the multifamily housing development at 1600 Sandhill Road. I inherited this interest in January of this year. Based on a thorough discussion of this matter with the city attorney, I am recusing myself from this item.
Thank you. And so now we will proceed to the staff presentation. Director Late, welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Our senior planner, Tim Wong, will make this evening's presentation, and together we'll answer questions that the council may have, along with our consultant and extended staff team. So, Mr. Wong.
Okay, good evening. Can we please bring up the presentation? The clerk will do that. Great. Okay. So once again, good evening, Council. My name is Tim Wong, Senior Planner, and tonight staff is asking the Council to consider housing element goals, policies, and programs. So next slide, please. I don't believe that's the first one. So next, yeah. Oh, and just a little more detailed tonight, staff is requesting that council consider and approve the housing element goals, policies, and programs, to also discuss potential programs for the ROLM and GM zoned districts. Again, provide a update about our sites inventory, and lastly, an update to the housing element timeline. Next slide. And so, this is just a quick hierarchy of how goals, policies, and programs all work. I will be briefly touching upon goals and policies since the state does not really emphasize or scrutinize those as much as programs and objectives, which are highlighted in red. But let's go ahead and first start with housing element goals and policies. And so goals are kind of the big picture at the end. And so based on these 6 cycle housing element program categories, which are required to be included in the housing element, staff chose to prepare goals to address each one of these categories. And so the following slides are the goals and associated policies with each of these categories. So next slide, please. So the first category is housing preservation. So as you can see, there's a goal to preserve it and improve existing neighborhoods. And you have the associated policies. Again, I'll just go through these briefly, and if answer any questions that the council may have. A second slide. The second slide focuses on affordable housing and specifically affordable housing development. And so you can see, again, those policies dealing with affordable housing. The third is overall housing development in general, to provide a diversity or various housing types for all segments of the population. And so the fourth goal is governmental barriers, which we examine city processes and to see where some of these barriers can be removed to expedite housing development. Housing diversity is kind of touching upon different types of housing for different types of populations, including special needs. And lastly, the sixth goal has to do with fair housing. This is a new state requirement that cities must address, or jurisdictions must address fair housing. The city has addressed fair housing in the past, but now it's a requirement. And here is the fair housing goal. So again, a very high level look at goals and policies, but really want to touch upon housing element programs. So next slide, please. Housing element programs are actually codified. Here's the section, but HCD again will really be scrutinizing programs and implementing objectives as part of their housing element review. Next slide, please. And HCD has released some criteria for a successful program. You can see listed timeframes, who's going to do the implementation, specific action steps, measurable outcomes. Again, this cycle, HCD will be closely scrutinizing each one of these different criteria to make sure that they meet state standards. Next. And housing legislation, as the council knows, the state has been busy with housing legislation. And again, HCD is responsible for making sure that states or jurisdictions are in compliance with state requirements. And so they will be play that critical review of evaluating each housing element. Next slide. And you can, this is just for reference, the number of pieces of legislation that the state has approved in addressing housing policy. And so the state has been busy. And so for the 6th cycle housing element, there will be a number of required programs. Here are some of the programs that need to be addressed as part of the housing element. Most importantly is provide adequate sites to meet RHNA, along with a number of other programs. Next slide. And in regards to housing element program expectations, number 1, it's to meet state requirements. Number 2 is to address fair housing. We're reducing housing barriers. And lastly, staff has done outreach, met with a number of community stakeholders and to receive their feedback in addressing or crafting some of these programs. And would just like to touch on some highlighted programs. Currently, there are 20 plus proposed programs with about 100 or 90, I should say, implementing objectives. But one of the more significant programs that staff is proposing is the Housing Incentive Program, otherwise known as the HIP. It's already in existence, and the HIP is the city's alternative to state density bonus to provide incentives that are for the developers to help spur development in the city. And currently the HIP is located for commercial properties only along San Antonio, El Camino Real, and downtown. So it's a proposed significant expansion to multifamily zoned properties along with geographical areas in the city. And if the HIP works with the objective standards, potentially there could be a much faster processing than density bonus requests. And so this is another one of those incentives to help attract developers to the HIP. And just one last thing, if we could go to the previous slide. Currently, staff is preparing preparing a feasibility study to study the realistic development standards and an economic study to make sure that the development standards as proposed to help encourage housing production will be feasible and economically viable. This will be a separate planning process, and it's expected to be completed in January of 2025. Oh, next slide, please. And are where the HIP currently exists. The purple are those areas which are proposed to be expanded. And lastly, you can see the R1 zones in yellow and the housing sites inventory for reference. Next slide, please. Another significant program is Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing, or AFFH for short. Again, this is the new state requirement, and most importantly, it's proactive measures to promote fair housing. So these proactive measures could address housing mobility to allow persons to freely obtain accessible housing throughout the city instead of certain areas, high resource, bringing housing to high resource areas, which the city is is completely designated a high resource area. Place-based strategy for neighborhood improvements, more to empower the residents who are already in our neighborhoods to better be educated or empowered about fair housing, tenant protections and addressing anti-displacement, and lastly, fair housing outreach so everyone understands their fair housing rights. And this is, again, a very proactive approach that the city will need to take, including evaluating successive programs and adjusting. So it's not just adequate to propose a fair housing program, but it is to also follow up with metrics to see if it is an effective program. And if it's not effective, then the jurisdiction or the city will have to adjust accordingly. So that's another significant. And this evening, one of the things we're asking the council is to talk about the GM and ROLM zoned parcels located near the Bayshore Freeway. So this is something that was proposed by the working group to reintroduce residential uses to the GM zone and increase density in ROLM to help meet the city's RENA. And again, they're specific to the Bayshore Freeway, and these sites were approved by the City Council in March of 2020. But what staff is requesting the council to weigh in on is in June, while meeting with the Council Housing Element Ad Hoc Committee proposal, there was a proposal to look at these sites with potentially minimal parking standards, with higher height allowances, greater FAR allowances, generally just to create this area with minimal development standards to help encourage high density housing and hopefully multifamily apartments, that type of housing also. So that is a proposal that we would like the council to weigh in on. And here's a map showing those areas, the GM and ROLM zone districts by the Bayshore Freeway, because there are other GM and ROLM zoned areas, but primarily to focus on this section of the city. Next slide. And quickly, the revised sites inventory. Just as some background, our RENA requirement is 6,086 units. If you recall, we added a 10% buffer as suggested by, or actually required by the state, to create increase the total to approximately 6,700 units. And in March of 2022, approved sites that could accommodate 7,086 units, or almost 400 units more than needed, including for RENA and the buffer. Since March, we have staff has continued to refine the inventory list based on internal review and also from public comment. And based on that, amongst other factors, led to a decrease or a deficit of 320 units. And just please bear in mind, we are able to meet our RENA. It's just the deficit of 319 units is to be able to increase the city's buffer back to 10%. So just want to point that out. Real quickly, these are the revised numbers. You can see pipelines have increased, but for the most part, each category has seen a reduction or a significant reduction with each of these categories. Next slide, please. And so because of the deficit, staff has proposed some options to help bridge that gap or fill that deficit, including increasing the density on city-owned parking lots and also increasing density on GM and ROLM zoned sites, depending on how the council discussion goes with the GM ROLM discussion as part of the housing element programs. And just, and you can see the yields from the Stanford sites, and then staff suggested sites has increased. But you can see we have a deficit of 319 units, quote unquote, a deficit. But depending again, how the GM ROLM discussion goes, if council looks at staff options, based on these recommendations, we would have an additional 523 sites with the above changes, which would fill the deficit and again, provide more units than needed for our buffer. So I've already mentioned the proposed options, increasing the GM ROLM density and with upping the density for city parking lots. Here, I just wanted to provide a quick timeline. In March of 2022, staff had presented the council a timeline showing that we would take the housing element to council for their consideration in March of 2023. However, because of state requirements and just some unforeseen circumstances, that the timeline has been slightly elongated, in which we are looking at staff is looking to bring the council the housing element, the draft housing element for their consideration in June of 2023. You can see the red dots are state requirements. And again, June of 2023 is the proposed new council consideration for the draft housing element. And so that concludes staff's presentation. Here's the recommendation to consider and approve the goals, policies, and programs, have a discussion and provide guidance in regards to the ROLM and GM districts, approve the updated housing inventory, and then review the updated project schedule. That concludes staff's presentation. Be happy to answer any questions that the council may have. So
thank you. And before going to council questions, would the ad hoc committee like to provide any additional comments from the committee? Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I think, again, staff has been operating at a pretty fast schedule to meet our deadlines, meet that schedule they showed. So we did have a meeting in June where we got to look through the programs, but I'm not sure we all went through it in a lot of detail. So you may be hearing more comments from ad hoc members tonight. And then I just wanted to correct, and I think it'll come up in our discussion, that the ad hoc was particularly interested in higher density in a portion of what was shown on that map on the GM ROLM, which I think is the area on the south side or whatever side that would be of San Antonio Road in particular, not necessarily the entire purple region at the elevated densities that were being discussed. So I think we'll get into that a little bit later. There's maybe a little bit of miscommunication. And then just finally, this has really been an immense effort by staff, by the working group, by council members, and just wanted to say thanks for all that effort. I think we're trying to keep this thing on track. It's a really large task, but I think we're making really good progress.
Okay, and before hearing from members of the public, are there any technical questions that the council wishes to ask? Well, I will ask one, which is relating to program 1.4. And we have two related questions on that. Under A, we're looking at what has already been a council direction to pursue opportunities for surface parking lots, principally in our downtown areas that would be sites for affordable housing, and at the same time replace the public parking. What is the status of that evaluation?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the council did give direction on that some time ago, and I believe I've recently seen a draft RFI, request for interest, or I forget what the terminology.
Information, yeah.
Request for information that we, I think, are poised to send out and solicit some feedback from folks that might be interested in that kind of development. So I believe that that release is imminent, and that would be followed by us reviewing that information and then a RFP after we went to the council.
And when did the council give that direction? I'm not recalling which month.
I could find out for you. Yeah, I can look it up. I don't have the date right now.
And then under 1.4B, the program is to review all city parcels that would be appropriate for transitional housing. And we have the project imminently coming forward at the end of San Antonio Road. And the capacity of that project with a typical residency of about 9 months appears, and the estimates are that it would, through 2 cohorts, be able to really, in all likelihood, take through that system our full contingency of unhoused people who would be interested in that program. At least that's the rough estimate of Life Moves and others. So what's the purpose of 14.B if we are imminently going to have capacity that may be able to not only serve our needs, but Stanford's and needs of some adjacent communities?
Yeah, I think it's simply documenting the work that's underway and the opportunities that we have. If there may be, this one also speaks to other sites, and it may be that there's not a need for other sites. And if the council felt that way, we can modify that language to really focus in on the one that is in play right now.
Yeah, perhaps it was that when this was written, it was still in a period when the council over a year ago was looking at a range of possible sites for the Life Moves Project Home Key project. And so maybe that's the explanation, is that we've moved beyond that and we're focused and far along on a specific site. And so all the better, because we can put in our housing element, a very concrete site and project, as opposed to a hypothetical.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
And Councilmember Philseth?
Yeah, thank you. Quick question. So there's a few things in this that that the mayor just keyed on one of the transitional housing, but for example, safe parking. Do we get RENA credit for safe parking? I assume the answer is no.
For safe parking?
Yeah, if we
no.
Yeah, okay.
No.
So there's a few things like that in this report. I guess I'm wondering, does it really make sense for that to be in this element if it doesn't contribute towards the RENA? Because we do a lot of things in the city that are worth doing that aren't part of RENA, right?
Yeah, thank you. And I may ask Mr. Wong to join me on this question, but answering this question, there's a lot of, not all the programs in here, as you noted, relate to RENA. They respond to other state laws that need to be included in the housing element. And with respect to programs like safe parking, Mr. Wong, can you let us know what that program might be responding to specifically or generally?
The safe parking program is I believe part of addressing because we have to address the needs of all the population in the city. And so one of them is also our population experiencing homelessness. And yes, we will not get RENA credit for that, but it helps address, albeit temporarily, some of their needs for that particular population, in addition to constructing transitional housing and other types of housing for them.
Okay.
Are you done? Okay. So I actually had a couple other questions. In section 1.6, which is Stanford University lands, we have under 1.6D, it refers to amending the zoning code to establish this at the Palo Alto Transit Center, amending the code to establish affordable housing as a permitted land use. And my understanding from the housing element working group was their recommendation was primarily as affordable housing. And I don't know what the recommendation, if any, of the ad hoc committee was. So my question is, why is it described as permitted there rather than a stronger statement that I believe was the recommendation of the working group?
I feel like we captured that at the beginning where it says encourage primarily affordable housing development. That's the first line on D. I see. And what we're saying is let's amend the code to establish that.
You're correct. Okay. Thank you. And then down under G of 1.6, there was a massing study that would be looking at the contextual height, massing, and design considerations for properties. That one was specifically in the 3,000 to 3,300 El Camino area, which is a anticipated project. And so my question is, why is staff recommending that be deleted? And was there any consideration for a massing study at the transit center for a prospective project there?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for that question. So I'll answer the second question first. There was some talk about that as another area where that would be of interest. It never made its way into a recommendation to as any body to the council, but there was certainly an understanding of why that might be appropriate. With respect to staff's recommendation on G, certainly we could do that. I think where we were feeling a little bit pinched was we've got some 90 different recommendations in this housing element. We've seen some recent applications on file for, and so this massing study may not precede some actual developments that may come forward. And so it's just a question of where do we want to put our time and energy.
So we get basically at least one massing scenario based on the proposals that we think may be imminent.
We could do that. Yeah. I mean, we could run a massing study, hire a consultant to help us put one together.
Or wouldn't we get some sense of it through their proposal? But through on their dime.
Yeah. And I think we've got, at least two in the area that we would expect, three, if you count the PHC, the first PHC application that we considered. So we've kind of have some data on it.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. I don't see any other lights. So let's go to the public for comments and then we'll return for discussion. Okay, we so far have 10 speakers and after the, and growing. So please put your card in very shortly. We will be soon after the first speaker cutting off a submittal of comment cards. So our first speaker is Terry Baldwin. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak, to be followed by Jason Madloff. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Terry Baldwin. I'm the president of the Palo Alto Educators Association, and I really wanted to talk about affordable housing for teachers because it's a real problem that we're having. Teachers are considered the missing middle, so they make too much to qualify for low-income housing, but not enough for market rate housing. And just last week, I saw in the news that the average cost for a mortgage plus taxes per month in Santa Clara County is $10,700 a month. Somebody would need to make $428,400 a year to afford that type of mortgage. Teachers don't make even close to that. Even a 2-teacher household doesn't come close to making that. So they need to rent. The problem with renting in this area is that the average rent is $4,000 a month, so it's $48,000 a year. A new teacher only makes $70,000 a year, so it's just not possible to afford those high rents. I will say I'm higher on the pay scale and I cannot afford a $4,000 a month rent. For decades, the Palo Alto Public Schools have been recognized as among the best in the state and in the nation. But this is in jeopardy if we cannot even house the teachers and make these programs successful. In order to attract and retain teachers, we need affordable housing for them. I support parts of this proposed housing element, specifically affordable housing and housing incentive programs, which should increase housing development and therefore increase the supply and hopefully decrease the costs of the average rent. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jason Matloff, to be followed by Lauren Bigelow, and we will be cutting off speaker cards at this time. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to be here again, City Council members. My name is Jason Matloff. I think most of you know me. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the objective standards in the housing element program for affordable housing, the affordable housing incentive program. I have lived here for about 30 years. I raised 3 kids here. All of them have been all through the entire Palo Alto Unified School System. Just recently, my youngest graduated from Pali. So this is near and dear to my heart, specifically the experience of knowing these teachers and the difficulty they have in being able to afford to live here. And anecdotally, overwhelmingly, the teachers that we knew that lived here had either inherited their houses or from their parents, or were living with their parents, or were so old, that they were predated the housing run-up of the 1990s, which is really shameful. And I've had the good fortune of meeting with members of the Palo Alto Educators Association, like Terry and others, and I've learned some pretty startling data. I guess it's nice to follow Terry, but it's shocking that less than 15% of our teachers are able to live in our own town. Less than 15%. If you didn't know, and I'll repeat, I think Terry might have said this, the average starting teacher makes less than $70,000 a year. That's in a town where the average rent is $4,000 a month, or for renting, or $3 to $4 million for ownership. It's just literally impossible. And we've not helped in trying to resolve this problem. And as she mentioned also, these are, kind of the critical missing middle. We just spent 3 hours talking about the extreme low income and homeless situation here, but we rarely talk about the city staff, right? The critical staff that make our city the great city that it is. I think you would all agree that the city is renowned, not only in the state and the nation, but throughout the world, not only for being adjacent to Stanford University, but because we have amongst the best public education programs in the country. And that has been for decades. I would argue, are at risk of losing this if we're not able to retain our teachers, not to mention recruit teachers, because of such a dearth of housing. I'll just make a basic comment because this gets debated ad nauseum. whether or not it's developers, terrible developers trying to profiteer off of things. There's basic laws of supply and demand. And if there were zoning standards that allowed for a developer to make money in a market where there's unbelievable demand, proxy by the fact that only 15% of teachers live here, then they would, and they're not. We have no development going on, virtually no development going on. We need these objective standards. We need the incentives that are available in them. And I really urge you all to please approve them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Bigelow, to be followed by Roheen Ghosh. Welcome.
Hello again, council members. My name is Lauren Bigelow, and I help lead Palo Alto Renters Association, or PARA for short, as their board president, along with the steering committee. At PARA, we have 4 priorities: a rent registry, public education, stopping tenant harassment, and affordable housing. So it makes sense for us to be incredibly interested in the housing elements programs. Previously, I worked alongside the city to recommend some renter protections last November as a policy fellow. To say that I was delighted to see the renter protections appear as program 6.8 in the draft housing element programs is a vast understatement. I'm incredibly grateful that city staff and council took what renters said so seriously. It's almost a year later now, and the moderate protections the council majority has approved to move forward are slowly being established and implemented. The longer it takes to implement these programs, the less effective they become, though, because market conditions continue to worsen. So I strongly encourage council to be leaders and stabilize the homes of almost half of your constituency faster. We can and we should do more. Our people are suffering. 80% of renter households making less than $75,000 a year are paying far, far too much in rent. Programs like the full implementation of the rental survey program will help us make great strides to affirmatively furthering fair housing by providing us with necessary data. I look forward to hearing your discussion of the housing elements programs tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roheen Ghosh, to be followed by Bob Moss. Welcome.
Hey, good evening again, everyone. My name is Roheen Ghosh, longtime Palo Alto resident and recent graduate of Pali. Also, working with groups, including the Palo Alto Renters Association. And I'm here to remind you all that renters make up almost half of the residents of Palo Alto and deserve the consideration of their needs to be, in the housing element process. And I think very important within that is that we make sure to include and expand the renter protections portions of the housing element in the policies section, and make sure that those are implemented expeditiously, especially among those, the rent registry, which we're working on implementing right now, and then policies further than that in the housing element process. Also essential for the renter community in Palo Alto is adding more affordable housing throughout the city. And I hope that the city council really takes the responsibility to address that and follow state law in doing that seriously, because that is extremely important to the nearly half of the residents of Palo Alto who do rent their homes and are vital residents of this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Moss, to be followed by Giovanni Ottolini. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. The staff report ignores one issue which I think is quite important, and that's money. For example, on page 281 of the staff report, where it's talking about housing development along El Camino, it says, make no effort to retain retail, and in fact, replacing retail along El Camino is fine. Well, keep in mind that in the El Camino design guidelines, which I'm sure none of you have ever heard about, says you should have retail along El Camino that people who live in the adjacent neighborhoods can walk to. So if you replace retail with housing, you have three impacts. The first one is you have the cost of housing. I'm sure none of you remember that former city manager Jim Keene in a presentation to the council pointed out every housing element costs the city $2,700 a year more for services than it pays in taxes. By now, it's well over $3,000. So replacing retail with housing increases the cost and decreases the revenue. Secondly, if there's no retail people can walk to, they have to drive, and that increases traffic impacts. Finally, I think you have to think very carefully about balancing the type of housing you put in and where you put them in with preserving the neighborhood consistency. For example, there's very little comment about having housing develops in high density, very tall buildings directly adjacent to single family neighborhoods. There are a number of them in both Ventura and Barron Park, which are directly adjacent to properties right along El Camino. That isn't mentioned at all in the staff report, but consistency between development and existing residential is essential. And that should be a point of interest and concern when you talk about the housing element. Finally, we talk about adequate BMR units. And I think it's important that you require actual development of housing, not payment of, let's call it the replacement for the housing, the BMR housing that's supposed to be built. Right now, 3 units or more require 15% BMR units. That should be enforced. Don't allow people to pay you instead of building the housing. We need the housing, not the money.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Giovanni Ottolini, to be followed by Mark Molyneux. Welcome.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name's Giovanni Ottolini, and I've been an area carpenter since 1997. I'm currently a field rep for Carpenters Local 405, representing 7,000 skilled carpenters and apprentices in Santa Clara County. As we heard earlier this evening, at a time when there are more homeless than ever in our community and a massive shortage of affordable housing in Santa Clara County, it's obvious we need to start building immediately. However, our members have been having to drive farther and farther to find work that pays a livable wage and health benefits for them and their families. I find it absolutely unacceptable that developers are continually allowed to come into our communities and exploit workers by paying them substandard wages with no health care or retirement. I would kindly ask that the council please consider adopting a requirement that any future proposed developments pay area standard carpenter wages, healthcare coverage, and a commitment to hire local carpenters and tradesmen, including apprentices. Myself and tens of thousands of other members have benefited from a state-approved apprenticeship program, and our quality of life is better because of it. Apprenticeship programs give those without the opportunity to attend college the ability to acquire skills that lead to good-paying jobs and a shot at the American dream. Unfortunately, developers will never do the right thing and pay area standard wages and benefits on their own. But with your leadership and direction, we can send a message to all developers that Palo Alto and Santa Clara County will not stand for the exploitation of carpenters, skilled tradesmen, and apprentices so they can maximize their profits on the backs of hardworking, skilled tradespeople trying to survive in one of the most expensive zip codes in the world. I find it ironic that developers regularly use terms such as sustainable, community, thriving, affordable when describing their project, yet there is never any mention of the skilled labor that brings these projects to life. Is this skilled workforce being provided with healthcare? Are they being provided with area standard wages? Will they be provided with contributions to a retirement fund? Is this developer genuinely concerned with community and going to hire local skilled carpenters and apprentices? When we are able to confidently answer yes to this important question, then and only then will we be able to proudly look back and see the finished results of the skilled community workforce that was paid a fair wage and benefit package because of your courage and leadership. I would be grateful for an opportunity to speak further about these issues in person or virtually at a time that's convenient for you. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak on this important matter.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Molyneux, to be followed by Scott O'Neill.
Hi there, Mark Molyneux, renter. Just one quick thought first. It's very strange to me that Councilmember Cormack has to recuse herself for real estate ownership, whereas other real estate investors in the forms of home ownership and also a realtor don't. It seems that everyone who is not a renter should recuse themselves. But just a few thoughts here. First, I think the easy side, or at least the constructive side, AFFH, there's a lot of places to get brownie points from HCD. Things like your safe parking program, that's going to look great in their eyes. And also, as said earlier, tenant protections. I recommend, I want to see as much as we can, as we saw at the Palo Alto Renters Association and SV at Home, about getting the rental registry actually working. Try to seal up enforcement for AB 1482, rent gouging protections, right to counsel. Really anything you can do, the more the better. Let's talk about what's going kind of wrong here. I think the ad hoc committee, it's not surprising that when you have a bunch of people, disproportionately homeowners who are, they're Palo Altans, they're going to be selfish and paranoid. They're going to create a sites inventory that doesn't make a lot of sense. It's pretty clear looking at this. They looked around and said, what is the least we could do to technically kind of sort of comply without endangering our neighborhoods? So you saw nothing change in so many of the R1 neighborhoods right next to transit and so on. And instead, you see a bunch of really strange things. Let's talk about like likelihood. HCD is very, very explicit. They want to see things that will change. You have said you predict in the next 8 years, the McDonald's on Page Mill will likely yield 23 units, up to 26, but likely 23. They just remodeled 2 years ago. They are not going to tear down a newly remodeled McDonald's. And you're saying, oh, let's just look for all these little places that might do something, when just the easiest thing to do is to have a sustainable program over residential near transit. But you just are scared to do that because you don't want to endanger your homeowners' quality of life. And like talk about just usability, the ROLM program, these are a bunch of industrial sites by the highway. Like this is not good. We can see this throughout the entire peninsula. We are putting new townhouses and other stuff, not where it's really usable, and they have to drive everywhere because it's not near transit. If you put in Old Palo Alto, where I got displaced from Seal Street recently, put like that is barely touched. If you put more stuff there, that's going to be a lot more usable. Looking at this isn't that different than what I'm seeing coming out of Atherton, and HCD is going to blow you up over this. I think that Palo Alto has an incredibly bad reputation, and we saw how they blew up SF last week. They are going to love to put a target on your back. So good luck, guys.
Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill, to be followed by Liz Gardner. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. This is Scott O'Neill. I'm a board member with Palo Alto Forward, speaking for myself tonight. Some neighbors and I have been engaged in the housing element process, vetting sites independently and sharing our observations with the city. Some of those sites have been removed, others have not. To find more capacity, staff is asking this council permission to go higher in South Palo Alto ROLM areas only. I'm concerned that staff might not be going far enough in this ask. Indeed, upzoning more on vetting sites is a good strategy. When you have good reason to think a site will not be challenged, upzoning it is a much more safe path to certification, scraping the barrel even harder, trying to find more sites that might not pass muster. The harder you scrape, the harder it will be to defend what you come up with. Also, the approach of upzoning on vetted sites makes production more economically viable, which is critical because even though we're focused on certification today, laws like SB 35 will hold us accountable for roughly tripling our current rate of actual production even after that milestone is reached. But there will still be site backfilling as sites are disqualified. As we go through this certification process, HCD might not agree with every decision staff has made about the current proposed inventory, as Mark was pointing out, or every site offered since our last pass. So I worry staff will need more latitude than they're asking for tonight. I'm suggesting that council offer the same authority, 85 feet, 3.0 FAR, parking, but also extend that authority to the university and Cal Lab downtowns, El Camino, San Antonio, and other suitable places, in addition to the South Palo Alto Rome areas. That will accomplish a lot that speaks to our shared values. Housing near transit is good for climate change. Walkable resident customers are good for struggling businesses in our downtowns. It's good for reducing car dependence and hence traffic impacts. All things I think that are shared values by even the people who tend to disagree with me on housing. I was talking with Elaine Wong this weekend. I think some of you know her. She served on the fifth cycle working group with now Councilmember Du Bois, who often disagrees with me on housing. Elaine said this was essentially Councilmember Du Bois' pitch back then, not against housing, but put it in the downtowns, not the yellow parts of the zoning map. Well, okay, you've won on the yellow abundance, right? Staff isn't going to be putting much there. The way to protect that victory is to make sure that a later council isn't forced to revisit due to non-certification or low production. So I humbly suggest that the smart play here is to go even further than staff is asking. Trust them to make calls that reflect our shared values around traffic, climate change, and supporting local businesses in the entire teeny majority of the map that they have to work with. And as a small side effect, lock in your wins for the next 8 years. That's what I'd do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Gardner, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for speaking to this item. What better housing incentive program than serving at mixed infill climate-friendly locations, not at the shores of our storm surge or near polluted freeways, housing for all incomes, ages, abilities, and family size. We can't just warehouse families, people in separate locations. We have to centralize housing near already implemented and built infrastructure. This should be quality, inclusive, equitable, sustainable rental homes, especially near or on top of public transit, like the transit center, near our public schools, Stanford, shopping, walking, and riding. But what is so critical to building homes for people in central areas near transit is that you have community strength. You have people already in the city who can give back, can be near schools to volunteer, near the city to volunteer, the rec centers, the aging Avenditas, La Comida. That is where the energy is. Forcing housing on the outskirts of polluted areas is not solving the issue. Places like Cal Ave, Cambridge, the transit center. I don't know if anybody's walked down Cambridge. I live right near here. I walk down it all the time. It's like a ghost town. Buildings are boarded up. The architecture is almost already there. The height limit is there. The parking lots are there. The structures, it's all there. So why not give Palo Alto an opportunity to lead and not follow when it comes to housing? We need housing for all incomes, all ages, all career levels. We need to live near teachers. We need to live near our grandparents and people with our brothers and sisters with different abilities. Don't push different populations out to different sections. So just listen to what I'm saying and look at Cal Ave, University, Cambridge Transit Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Although I was a member of the Housing Element Working Group, these are my personal additional suggestions for the council to consider in refining the housing element. GM ROM zones, mostly near the corner of 101 and San Antonio. Easy bike to Google, should be significantly upzoned for housing and add ground for retail to reduce traffic. In order to make our RENA list more defensible against HCD challenges and to also increase housing production, we should rezone all RENA sites to only allow housing and not office when redeveloping. We need to zone for what we want, and that is going to require rezoning office to housing. Program 1.6 item E for the Stanford Transit Center, which is a PC zone, we should require explicit language that states all or a majority must be used for affordable housing rather than the word encourage, which could allow something with substantially less affordable housing to actually be built. We need to ensure Stanford's Palo Alto lands make a larger contribution to the next housing cycle, and the current program does not have enough teeth. I'd like to see something more like a substantive along the lines of requiring them to provide 20% or more of the total city's RENA units in the next cycle. So strengthening program 1.6E. In program 1.4 in the housing element working group, we only discussed and agreed to build housing over parking lots. But since the housing element working group, this has been expanded to all city-owned parking parcels, all city-owned parcels, which I think is too much for this cycle. Further, there is no requirement for a minimum percentage of units that are affordable. Instead, we should require 100% since it's public land or at least primarily affordable housing. We should not be using public lands for market rate housing, especially when it's so difficult for below market housing because of the economics. And so when we do contribute city land, it should be for below market housing. Program 3.5C, if you limit ARB hearings to 2, then the developer loses their incentive to follow the ARB directives. And it could even be worse than that. Lastly, affordable housing is fundamentally limited to the amount of funding. For all the housing advocates out there, I encourage you to vote for the business tax, which is targeted to devote 1/3 of its funds toward affordable housing. These funds will then enable additional funding from nonprofits, county, state, and federal, creating a multiplying effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Winter. Welcome.
Okay, a lot of good comments tonight from people on the issues. So as far as the business tax goes, the one thing I'm concerned about is that it sounds like it's just discretionary, that in fact, the business tax, the third that's now supposed to go for housing, might go to increase the salaries of some of our very highly paid employees. And I'd like you to tell me that that's not the case, that it's protected that way. And I also thought Bob Moss's comments were on point. You know, having lived a good portion of my days in Barron Park, you know, if you take away the ability to walk from an already isolated area to, you know, like to Barron Park Shell and some of the other merchants there, you're going to have people driving cars a whole lot more. So I think you need to really think about how to integrate the businesses that are already there as well as housing. I disagree though with Bob. I don't mind having high-rise housing as well as as long as it's designed appropriately near residential housing. I think that's one of the more pragmatic ways that we're going to solve the housing issue. As far as the RENA and other things, you know, I've talked about repeatedly the R word, reparations. At least 20% of the housing that we make out of the 7,000 or so units that Council Attorney Wong was talking about needs to be set aside to correct the wrongs that we've done against African Americans and driving them out of this community. And I would say we should include Native Americans in that mix as well, and other groups that have been oppressed by folks that look like me, white and Jewish folks. We can do something. And you all, you know, again, we're a majority white city council. I think if it was a majority black and brown city council, the reparation word would not be such a problem, particularly in light of the fact that the Secretary of State, Shirley Weber, before she was the first Black Secretary of State, commissioned, put together the first reparations committee in the state. And that first 500-page tentative report has come out and you all haven't said a word about it. So again, I would say that fair housing implicitly requires us to talk about reparations and undoing some of the wrongs that we did by the redlining and the deed prohibitions that people have talked about over the years that were despicable in terms of their racism. And you all shouldn't be kicking this down the can. Just because you're white doesn't mean you should be afraid to talk about it. Come on, guys. Let's have that conversation. And again, I'm not talking about Greg Tanaka, whose family suffered their property being stolen, and I don't know what Lydia's background is, but I'm referring here to the white members of this jury. Let's do more fair housing. Let's do very, very low income housing. Let's put the teachers in the housing and other service workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winter, to be followed by Karen Holman. Welcome.
Yeah, Winter Dellenbach. So first I want to thank the working group on this. They've done a huge lift and deserve our thanks. And especially I want to thank co-chairs Ed Lowing and Cheryl Klein. I just have a few comments that weren't apparent so much in the slideshow, but they have apparently recommend finally adopting a Palmer fix. And given all of the rental units that we will be seeing built, we must adopt the Palmer fix at long last. We would be so foolish not to. Also, apparently also they have recommended that there should be a really good mix of larger units, meaning 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms units, and not just, little old micro units and studios or even 1 bedrooms. Really good mix so that families can live here. That's what makes a healthy community, is having a good mix of units. Unfortunately, the Creekside development that you're going to be taking a look at, I think in September in my neighborhood, is mostly studios and 1 bedrooms. It's not a good mix. And that may run into problems with affirmatively furthering fair housing, by the way, which is a part of the housing element, because in the Federal Fair Housing Act, you can't discriminate against families with children. That's a protected class. So keep your ears alert to those larger units, please. And I know that you're somewhat sensitized to that anyway, and I thank you for that. Another thing, I do associate myself somewhat with most of Bob Moss's remarks and some of what Hamilton Hitchens said. I do appreciate that. And I know that some of what Karen Holman is about to say about the Julia Morgan hostess house, I definitely support that. And then I want to talk about South Palo Alto, my neighborhood. The neighborhoods in South Palo Alto are very much worried. I am expecting a lot of housing, as much as possible, to be also built in North Palo Alto. I understand that California Avenue, San Antonio, El Camino is going to be seeing a lot of housing. I get that. But I don't want to see it the only place. Town and Country, Stanford North, other places should also, because this housing has real impacts. And so that needs to be shared and balanced when possible. And we need to save as much retail in a Western South Palo Alto as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Holman, to be followed by Kelsey Baines. Welcome.
Thank you all and good evening. I wish I had time to speak to the very real need for affordable housing, and that adding housing should also be about building community, such as by retaining and creating retail and services. But alas, I need to focus my comments. The hostess house, commonly known as MacArthur Park, was designed by Julia Morgan, is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and has been in its current location since 1918, over 100 years. This site is included as a housing inventory site. Even state housing bills recognize the importance of historic resources. Julia Morgan was a woman of many firsts, something that Palo Alto itself likes to claim. And in 2013, the American Institute of Architects conferred its top award, the gold medal, posthumously to Julia Morgan. She is the first woman to receive the honor. Morgan was the first woman to pass the entrance exam in architecture for the Beaux-Arts, one of the most honorable educational institutions in France, and was the school's first woman graduate. She was the first woman architect in California. Over her career, Morgan designed San Simeon and Asilomar, private homes and YMCAs. She designed both for the rich and to match the need. Palo Alto has precious few of her buildings. The word precious is intentionally chosen here. Julia Morgan herself personally approved its current site when the Hostess House was moved after its brief 6-month stay in Menlo Park as part of Camp Fremont. Its current setting was important in the National Register application and listing. Moving the building could very possibly, if not likely, eliminate its historic standing. The HRB had this concern in 2012 during the prior 27 university discussions. According to the Secretary of Interior standards, the CEQA standards for addressing historic properties, relocating a building is the very last resort and only if the building is threatened with demolition. I remember well when Gary Fazzino was on council and when a project proposal meant demolition of an iconic building, he asked the rather frequent applicant of the time, "When you are done, will there be anything left?" I suggest that the relocation of the Julia Morgan presents a very similar question to the city. When we are done, what will be left? Surely the city does not want to pursue a significant threat to the status of a prominent National Register building designed by Julia Morgan, a pioneer woman architect of the highest standing, and diminish Palo Alto's local character and reputation as a leader on so many fronts. I ask the council to consider its own legacy having to do with such a recognized landmark and architect. Please remove the Julia Morgan Hostess House site from the housing inventory sites list. And I thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by Jean Snyder. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am a psychologist for Santa Clara County, and I'm speaking for myself and as part of the Campaign for Fair Housing Elements. I'm now a former Palo Alton. When this process began, I still lived in Palo Alto, but as a middle income person who was displaced multiple times from Palo Alto renters, the last straw for me was being left out of the modest renter protection ordinance. So I chose to move to a city with rent control so I can have some stability, because it's not just teachers who are struggling to just live in this region. It's most public service providers. And if we want to end homelessness, we need to be able to retain the clinicians, the peer support workers, the people who have the skills and experience to do that work. And I really just cannot understate the staffing challenges that we're experiencing right now in the county for service providers and clinicians. So I hope part of what I think is missing from this discussion, and I hope there can be some discussion of it this evening, is evaluating whether programs in our past housing element and our just current housing policies have actually worked. So the housing incentive program has been in place since 2019, and I would evaluate it as being a spectacular failure and really being insufficient to actually produce housing. We haven't seen any housing proposals using the housing incentive program in Cal Ave or downtown, which is where they was intended to be used. We've only seen that one project on San Antonio, which had to get special permission to use the housing incentive program. We also haven't seen the planned housing zone produce any homes. It hasn't produced any actual proposals yet, to my knowledge, only pre-screens. And then we also saw recently Marissa Mayer was allowed to demolish multiple houses to build a pool. So clearly something has gone awry with our preservation strategies. So I hope that we can take some time to reflect on the current policies, evaluate if they've worked, and make adjustments accordingly. I think it's great that staff has proposed to do some feasibility analysis to create more realistic development standards, and I think that's really what is needed. And then I think other people have already made my comments about the problematic way that we're concentrating housing by the freeway where there aren't services and there aren't transit. And then I just have a quick question, which is, when is the 30-day comment period for the draft going to be open? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Snyder, to be followed by our final speaker, Chuck Jagoda. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jean Snyder, and I'm the Associate Vice President of Real Estate for Stanford University. And I have had the pleasure of participating in the Housing Element Working Group representing Stanford. The Stanford team appreciates the working group process and the diligent work by city staff, particularly Tim and Claire and Jonathan, to enable meaningful discussions about future housing in Palo Alto. We have invested deep thinking and planning time to evaluate possibilities and capacities in 3 specific areas on Stanford land, which are included today on the housing element site list, and along with 3,300 El Camino, could comprise over 1,000 units. We focused on these areas because they are unencumbered by ground leases or active existing uses and represent the most immediate locations to realize near-term housing production. Beyond these sites, we remain committed to continuing to engage in future discussions with the city and our ground lessees, where we can mutually envision new housing on additional Stanford lands. With respect to the current housing element draft you have in front of you, there are a few technical language changes we have provided to staff related to the Pasteur Drive site and student housing. I wanted to speak tonight to one additional request: to pause on stipulating affordability levels on specific sites until the city's planned feasibility studies can be completed. Stanford's interest is ensuring housing is not just planned for, and that's all housing, but is actually built. To that end, we are concerned about stipulating affordability levels at this stage of the housing element that may unwittingly render housing infeasible to build at all. Prescribing affordability levels now seems premature and contradicts the recommended housing element program to study feasible inclusionary housing percentages. Our request is to ensure that inclusionary housing on any housing element sites, including Stanford's, be informed by the future feasibility analysis when it is assumed the city will adopt a citywide inclusionary ordinance for rental housing. We thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Chuck Jagoda. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm a member of WILF, the Women's International League of Peace and Freedom, but I'm not speaking on their behalf tonight, on behalf of my organization. I am also a former homeless person in Palo Alto, and now I'm living in supportive housing in Sunnyvale. I do note that Sunnyvale builds. There are cranes all over the place here, unlike Palo Alto, which avoids building residential housing. I would like to mention Cubberley, owned by the city and the Palo Alto School District. Homeless people used to camp there on the ground, sleep on the ground and in vehicles. And we were all expelled in 2014. I believe that was the year. I'd like to see that reversed. The effect of that was transferring common resources at Cubberley, bathrooms, showers, that were available to all people, getting rid of the homeless people and restricting access to those facilities to wealthier, whiter people who live around the Cubberley campus. We live in a world, the city of Palo Alto and the world, especially the United States, I'm sure you're all aware of this, that's economically unequal. And instead of doing things, I'd like to congratulate the city of Palo Alto. There used to be a policy of not building bathrooms in parks and locking what bathrooms there were up at night. That's changed, and that's great. Palo Alto has become more generous. There's a lot of generosity here, but what happened at Cubberley was not an example of it. A very prominent member of the city council was active in getting the bathrooms closed and the showers closed, and then complained, "Where do you people do your business?" I recommend a method for teachers to live here and teach here. I wasn't my intention, but being homeless for 6 years qualified me for supportive housing, and I live in affordable supportive housing in Sunnyvale and teach and substitute in local schools. Don't be afraid of being too generous. Palo Alto was an article in the Post the other day about leaving money on the table. There's nothing wrong with being too generous and picking up the funding or saving people funding problems, youth organizations, sick animal places, heart health place at Cubberley. These are all investments in your community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will now return to the council for discussion. And I know that staff has framed a couple of different issues. Let me first that we look at approval of the element draft goals, policies, and programs that are reflected in attachment A. And then that we provide guidance on the Rome GM districts, and that we approve the updated housing inventory, site suitability inventory, and finally that we review an updated project schedule. But I wanted to ask Director Late thoughts on the sequence of those and whether, for instance, the discussion around the Rome and GM district should precede the draft goals, because would that be part of the draft goals if we adjusted that, et cetera?
Yeah, I think there's a fair amount of flexibility, Mayor, on how the council may want to proceed. There are some specific programs that relate to ROLM, GM, and you would naturally come to those in the review of the programs. If you wanted to start with that discussion, it sounds like there may be some clarifications as to the direction that might be helpful, and then we'd be able to breeze through that more quickly when we got to that section.
Yeah, I think we kind of have a chicken and egg issue of, we could look at it at the broad level or work our way bottom up. But let's go ahead and start with discussion around the Rome and GLM. Staff had given us a slide, maybe we could even pull it up, Mr. Wong, of the broader Rome and GLM areas. And then maybe we can get some clarification from both the ad hoc and staff on what's being recommended and what are the really the issues and trade-offs of looking at both the narrower group that is off, I'll say to the east of San Antonio.
Directions get a little funny there.
Approximately, versus the group that's to the north and west of San Antonio.
Yeah, that sounds good. Tim, I don't know if you want to speak a little bit more to that. Clearly, to the east of San Antonio, there's an area there that we would see greater heights. There's also the area around, what's the circle, East Meadows Circle, that I think we were contemplating some taller heights as well, but may have misunderstood where the ad hoc was going. There are some other portions toward the top of the map that are adjacent to R1 zones, which we would expect to have a transitional height and not go to some of the taller heights that have been talked about in the staff report. Mr. Wong, anything else to add?
No, just apologies on the potential miscommunication with the ad hoc and the sites when it was staff believed it was looking at zones. So I just wanted to clarify that, but no other comments.
So I have a question on the areas that we'll call east of San Antonio, bordered by Charleston and 101. Within that manufacturing area, well, and even actually this comment would include along Fabian, there are locations that have had both historic and current significant hazardous materials uses. As we saw a decade ago with the CPI site, there are some different zoning areas that are relatively compatible, even though they may go from commercial to residential, and others that are really seriously incompatible. And so what has staff looked at in terms of the proportion of that zone that I just described that really would have significant problems on compatibility of residential development with nearby hazardous materials?
Right. And I think there's a couple of issues there. One is what we would call tier 2 or tier 3 hazardous materials under our local ordinance that are active today, such as what we saw over at CPI. And then there's just sites that may have resulted in contamination, which we know exists in the area. And so to the former, we are still working on identifying any of the tier 2, tier 3 sites that may exist with the fire department for these suitable areas. I don't know if Mr. Wong's got an update on that, but that's something that we're taking a look at. Those are ones where if they were active manufacturing taking place that qualified under those definitions, we would not want to locate housing within 300 feet in accordance with our code.
So 300 feet.
Yeah.
I can tell you when we had the CPI discussion, whether it was scientifically sound or not, we certainly had neighbors who were very concerned with hazardous materials manufacturing that was further away than 300 feet. And so that standard may not be adequate. And that's one of my real concerns. I know that there are hazardous materials, active hazardous materials manufacturing facilities in that area just off of Charleston. And I think we need to think seriously about what sort of distance we ought to establish. It doesn't preclude all of the sites in that area, but I think it significantly reduces the opportunities. And so it's kind of hard to have us act on those zones and what we want to rezone to residential there without understanding a little bit more about the boundaries of that area. And then I'll add the other thing that we were really discussing the other evening when we were looking at the new housing proposal on San Antonio, which is the need for transit and bike and retail services within this area. If we're going to add potentially hundreds, if not thousands of housing units along the San Antonio corridor and in this area, where do they go? Where do the children play? How do we move about other than with automobiles? And what's the local serving retail? And the closest retail node is actually in Mountain View. And Mountain View has its own redevelopment possibilities in that large shopping center area that had been Bed Bath and Beyond and some other stores. And so then and REI that has moved out. So the question is, are we engaged with Mountain View? If we're looking at an area that we're not just going to try to park hundreds or thousands of people without it being a proper urban design and a community and the mobility that's needed. It seems that this is an area that necessitates collaboration with our adjacent city to do it right. So have we engaged with Mountain View on these issues?
Thank you, Mayor. And just to clarify on the previous conversation about the hazardous materials, if I'm remembering it correctly, it's either 600 or 500 feet minimum distance. But then if you are between, say, 600 and 300, I think it requires a conditional use permit. So that would, I think, mirror your understanding of that concern by residents near CPI. And then with respect to the San Antonio corridor, we agree. And in fact, the council has asked for a study, and I think we got some feedback on Monday last week that it's a item that's on our work plan, but it's not currently staff resourced. But you're right. If we are going to see a lot more development in this area, housing development in particular, we heard a lot of concerns about where particularly family-sized housing units would access the types of amenities that you would want, parks and how they might cross San Antonio. These are things that do need to be studied. It does require some kind of a plan. It requires a plan for us to have a thoughtful, consideration of how this new housing would be beneficial and appropriate in this area. The other things that I believe the ad hoc and others who support this concepts note is, while it is not currently, transit rich, right? We know that that's an issue.
That's an understatement. But go ahead.
Okay, very good. We hope that there's opportunities to increase that, but there's also, and so there's a recognition, I think, that the proximity to the freeway is that there will be some, it will be, auto-oriented, and that's not, there's a policy conversation in that as well, hopefully as we transition more toward electric vehicles and whatnot. But there's the bike bridge, there's the employment center near Mountain View, and so there's this expectation or thought that while it will certainly result in traffic elsewhere, there might be other means to get people around. But the short answer is you're right. We probably do need a corridor plan, but if we're going to preclude development until that corridor plan is designed or developed and approved, we probably cannot include these sites in our housing inventory sites, because we would need to, for any property or any sites that we're relying on for the housing inventory, we would need to amend the code. And Mr. Wong and our consultant can correct me if I'm wrong on this, within a very, very tight time frame. So it may be one of these things that we need to do concurrently or in sequence.
Yeah, and as I look at the distances based on your 500 to 600 foot distance, that would preclude probably about half or perhaps more of this zone that is east of San Antonio. As far as the bike bridge, when we look at biking routes, we need to look at where those trips would originate and where their destinations would be. And presumably a good portion of future residents in this area would be for the very nearby, very jobs-rich area of the North Bayshore and Mountain View, basically the greater Google campus. And it's very close as the crow flies, but going north a half mile and then crossing San Antonio to get up to the bike bridge, then going south again is not a great route. Neither San Antonio Road nor Rengstorff are well designed for biking on those overpasses. And it really begs the question of the need for a new bike route from not only our area, but from to serve Mountain View in that area. And with that, I think we could have really great micromobility and bicycle connectedness that would drastically reduce car use to get to tens of thousands of jobs in that area. But without it, it's not a great spot. So I think we need to quickly identify real critical infrastructure that may be, in this case, in Mountain View rather than Palo Alto. But this area doesn't work very well without that. And that includes the transit and otherwise. And I'd like to see a good portion of housing in these areas. But we can't just drop in big housing buildings and not have the other elements there. We've got to, and this is, this is part of the dilemma that the state has placed on the cities, that they are mandating housing at a scale and in a time frame and without supporting resources that really does not lend itself to building communities and providing the services for the new residents that are really important. It really lends itself to building housing that is more akin to warehousing of people. And I don't think that's what we want, and I don't think it's what the new residents deserve. So we have to figure out how we balance those issues. So those are a number of thoughts on that topic. I'd like to hear from colleagues on this Rome GM issue. So Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, a couple of quick questions. So the staff report removed some sites that said were Google sites. Were those in this area?
Yes, I believe they were. Mr. Wong could correct me if I'm wrong on that. And I'll also note that we've removed sites that were within 300 feet of any of these active facilities. So those are not included, but it begs the question about between 300 and 600.
But did Google indicate they weren't interested in housing? Because they seem to be interested in housing in other places.
Yeah, Mr. Wong, I don't think we've engaged with Google on that. I think we've had some other conversations with them about their tenant improvements in those areas, and we didn't think that they were realistic either. Mr. Wong?
That is correct. I think we removed 5 or 6 Google-controlled sites, and they were mostly on East Meadow Circle, but there were a couple which we reached out to all the property owners, and some of these property owners owned the underlying where Google, I believe, rented, but they asked to have their sites removed. So we haven't talked to Google directly, but some of that.
Yeah, I just wondered if it was premature, if there might be some interest there to actually do housing on some of those Google sites. And then in the area they got in purple here on the screen, what were the zoning changes that were proposed prior to the ad hoc discussion? Just the blue, the dark blue?
No, go ahead, Mr. Wong.
So the proposed change is, yes, to reintroduce housing into the GM zone, those identified sites at, I believe, at a 40 dwelling unit per acre. And so we're requesting a higher bump, but it was, and then to increase the densities in the ROLM sites. That was the initial working group proposal to consider those areas.
Okay. So then, I was looking at, and then the last question really, so again, program 1.3 talks about by right approval for sites in the previous element, and keeping that in mind for the element after this element, the 7th element. How should the council think about the buffer, and should we just have the sites we need, and then if we lose sites, we add sites at that time? I'm kind of worried, want to know what staff is thinking in terms of the impact of putting extra sites into the housing element now. Are those going to become by right in the 7th cycle? So how much of a buffer should we really think about, I guess is the question.
Yeah, I think that's been our approach from the outset, is to have that minimum buffer of 10% is our target. And I think that's supported by our conversations, our consultants' conversations with HCD and what's been approved. This concept right now, we're missing that mark by 319 site or units. And so while we have a concept to go remedy that and go beyond it by about 200, we would scale that back before
to the 10%.
To the 10%.
And what's the issue if you have no buffer? I mean, once the site is developed, if it's lower density, then we have to go find additional sites at that time.
Well, yeah. So the reason you want a buffer is that if something does redevelop and it doesn't achieve the amount of housing that you are planning for, then you have this deficiency in meeting your planning for your RENA numbers, and that's a problem. So by having that 10% buffer, that gives us a little bit of a grace period, or
so it's just so that we're not constantly looking.
We're not constantly amending. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So on the Rome GM sites, so again, I am concerned about the areas that are around the R1 zones. Also somewhat concerned about heights along the baylands there in terms of views, as you go down that stretch of Bayshore. And again, so I was looking at program 3.4E, and, I would define it as bounded by San Antonio, East Charleston, 101, and the Mountain View border, and I would suggest maybe that's a site for kind of our workforce housing version 2.0. I do think it needs to be connected to the bike path. There's a bike path at Permanente Creek that goes right into North Bayshore. Obviously, there's the bike bridge in Palo Alto. And there's a bunch of jobs there at Intuit, Google. There's a business park, on the other side. And again, my view is, we're not going to get to our housing element numbers, with ADUs and things. And having a site where we could consider some larger projects specifically designed to serve some of these job centers, I think it's an experiment worth doing, right? We did the workforce housing on Page Mill and El Camino. It was kind of an experiment. I think that one kind of failed. I mean, we got housing there, but it's pretty much market rate. I kind of want to replace that program and try something else. And if we got, if we really loosen some of the constraints here and we saw what kind of housing we would get, I think it would give us some really important data. We've been trying lots of incentives. Incentives aren't instantaneous. One of the public speakers was talking about how long they've been in place, but I think some of these incentives work on the scale of years. I think in this housing element, we really need to see, what if we had basically leave it up to the developers in terms of density, FAR. They have to make something that's attractive to people to live in, and see what we get. And if we get a lot there, then we've learned something. If we don't, we've learned something else. So that's kind of the idea behind it. And I think again, over 8 years, we can figure out the connectivity. Again, there's a rail station there at San Antonio as well, and a lot of other potential developments. So I think we'd also be looking at a bus or a shuttle on San Antonio. So that's my concept.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, just want to thank staff and everyone's work on this. It's a tough problem. Just want to ask staff a quick question before I dive into specific comments. So what happens if we don't meet our RENA numbers? What's the consequence for the city?
Well, so the housing element process, once we have a certified housing element and we fail to meet our RENA numbers, if that's the future, then it's at this point, based on the existing regulations, the penalty isn't the challenge that we have is right now in getting the certified housing element to show that it's feasible to redevelop these sites with housing. But the state recognizes that the city also doesn't build housing. And so it's, what we're trying to do is provide enough incentives to encourage developers to do so. So if we don't meet our numbers, we don't meet our numbers. But there's other state laws that would implicate that, and one of them is SB 35, and we've talked a lot about that here at the in council meetings. And that one says if you don't meet your lower income numbers, there's a streamlining provision that takes place, and that's where Palo Alto is today. And there's another provision of that law that says if you don't meet your market rate production, there's another streamlining provision that takes place. We have not been subject to that one at this point.
Okay, so basically we start to lose control of our process, essentially, is what you're saying.
It would result in some streamlining efforts that, but actually I think for the most part, and we have staff that can correct me if I'm wrong on this, with the adoption of our objective standards, we kind of have that process in place today. So I think it would be, I'd have to think about this a little bit more, council member, but it's an interesting question. I in some ways, I wonder if we've somewhat mitigated the effects of SB 35 with our objective standards, but I'll open that up to staff if I'm just not thinking that through clearly.
Okay, well, I think it'd be really good to know clearly exactly what happens, the consequences if we don't meet the RENA numbers. I understand it's a tough question. So in regards to this area, I realize it doesn't have transit like Cal Ave or University Avenue, at least fixed transit. But it does have the Mountain View Shopping Center there. And it is an area of low cost office rent right now. And it's right off a freeway exit, in fact, a very major freeway exit. And so I actually think that there's a lot of opportunity here. First of all, I think we should probably add on to Mountain View's retail center and make that kind of a retail core. So I think it would be great for us to actually build retail on the kind of the Mountain View side of San Antonio, which is still part of Palo Alto, at least on the bottom. And I could see that if you have retail on the bottom, kind of like in a village type thing where maybe it's not more walkable streets, like kind of like Santana Row. We could have like a Santana Row type thing on top, where there's a lot of housing, and perhaps even offices as well. Because right now this area is a location for relatively low cost office. My office many years ago was located here, and so it's actually pretty convenient in terms of just retail in the area and accessibility to the freeway. And I bike there every day, so it's not the best, but it could certainly be better, and it needs to be better, but it's possible. In terms of bus routes, nothing right now, but maybe in the future. So I would love to see kind of like a Santana Row type of approach here, on kind of our section that's kind of adjacent to Mountain View. And I think this would really increase the vibrancy of the area. It would actually help both sides, both Mountain View and us, to have more retail there. It would have freeway frontage for the retail, which would be awesome. And I think we could think about going much, much bigger here. It's away from any R1 area. It's there's big box right next door in Mountain View. So I think we should think bigger here, and perhaps a lot of our units can actually be here. We're already thinking about having a lot of other higher density units along San Antonio. And the great thing about here, especially ones that kind of hug the freeway exit, is that it doesn't cause a lot of spillover traffic, right? Because it's just right next to the freeway exit. So I think we should think about doing a Santana Road type of thing here with much smaller units, much higher density, lots of retail on the bottom to complement what's going on in Mountain View. And I also think if we want things to be built, I think we can't set affordability levels. I think it makes it almost impossible to build. So I think we should let the market decide and get affordability by having the smaller units. If you do kind of like a Santana Road type thing here, you could actually probably put a lot of that underground because you would have that whole area. And I think it would truly complement what's going on in Mountain View. So anyways, that's my thoughts for this area. And thanks for you guys' work on this.
Councilmember Felseth.
Yeah, so kind of align my thoughts with Councilmember Du Bois's and to some extent with Councilmember Tanaka's on this area. The downsides of this, if assuming that that any hazmat issues are resolvable, right? The downsides are it needs a couple of things. It ought to have a better way to get across San Antonio, and it needs it needs some better transit, right? But I think those three things, and so we find ourselves in sort of a chicken egg position. It's like, well, which do you do first, and do you wait until everything's there, and so forth? And at some point, I think you have to seed this and say, okay, we're going to do this. Everybody follow. So there's that aspect. But on the workforce issue, I think the workforce issue is actually it's relevant here. This is pointed out. This is where one of the major job growth areas in the South Bay is going to be, and if you want the low VMT solution, okay, this is where it is. Okay, I mean it's much farther away to El Camino than it is to here. Even if you had to go over Ringstorf, which you would do by driving, or go over the bike bridge, which adds another half mile out of your way, it's still much, much closer. Now, it could be better. And I think the mayor's point is exactly right. We ought to look at, if we're going to go down this path, how are we in Mountain View going to upgrade the area, right? But all those aside, if you put so that's sort of the challenges. The advantages are, this has most of what this area has most of what it meets as you would consider opportunity criteria. Okay. It's older, it's lower utilization. It tends to be, one and a little bit of 2 stories. I mean, this is the kind of thing you would redevelop. And if you look at other cities around the Bay Area that have been able to add, sort of large amounts of housing in big chunks in a short time, it's not by doing ADUs, right? It's by finding underutilized areas and redeveloping it. And so this has that potential. And furthermore, we've seen interest in developers in this area. So we saw some last week, a couple blocks up the road. They want to they proposed 75 units on a 0.87 acres. So that's RM 90 basically, right? So there is development interest in doing this in this area. So I'm kind of with Councilmember Tanaka on this. Staff's proposal is if we upzoned from RM 32 to RM 50, we'd add a few hundred units, we'd add 400 and change units. But, there was unanimous approval or almost unanimous approval on this council a week ago for a project that was RM 90, right? So I'm not sure we should stop at RM 50, right? And furthermore, if in fact, we're going to do sort of the development of housing attracts services, and Councilmember Tanaka is right. I mean, yes, okay, you've got to cross the border into Mountain View, but it's half a mile to that plaza and Costco. I mean, it really is walking distance, and it's not a particularly attractive sidewalk right now, but if it were redeveloped, it could be a lot different, right? So again, I think this makes a huge amount of sense to double down in this area, right? That said, there's some stuff that has to go with it concurrently, which is we'd have to look at the transportation. The mayor's comment yesterday about, bus lines up and down San Antonio, potentially out as far as Los Altos and so forth, or, other ways of getting across the freeway to Google, right? And LinkedIn and all the other stuff in that area would make a lot of sense. But yeah, I would be in favor of this, and I would be in favor of also going beyond RM50 and 50-foot height limits and all these other things. maybe we could get closer to Councilmember Tanaka's vision.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks again to staff and the working group and the ad hoc that I served on for all the work up until this point. Very just impressed of where we ended, when not long ago it was looking very, very bleak about finding these sites. So thanks for finding that. So yeah, a few more questions kind of following along this line. I mean, I agree. I think this area generally has a lot of opportunity for housing growth, and also just like how Councilmember Filseth was putting it, really just trying to utilize an underutilized asset there. But I think the mayor's points about the connectivity is concerning, and the safety concerns there as well. And so I want to kind of follow up on a bit of that exchange with you, Director Late, just possibly about, can you talk about a possible timeline for a corridor plan for San Antonio, and how that might match up if we include this GM ROLM district, especially talking about kind of like that more southern corner there. Can that all run concurrently? If we put this into this current housing element, how do you envision us being able to do those two things?
Yeah, I would say to some extent they could run concurrently, but I will acknowledge that the Office of Transportation has probably a lead role in the transportation corridor plan. We meet frequently, and this is on our list of items that we talk about, but it's just not resourced at this moment. And so it's a conversation that we would have to have with the city manager's office, the council, about work priorities and where do we want to put our energies on that. But if we were to prioritize it, it could go concurrent with it. At present, the housing element would precede the corridor study.
Okay. And it seems like, I think there would be general support for that, especially considering comments last week during the discussion for the other housing project on San Antonio. And I'm curious, so if we were to, if there was hesitation there and we were to remove these sites from the current housing element, how much of a deficit would that then create?
Oh, let's see. Mr. Wong, do you have that information? Is it on our slide?
Yes, I think it would be on the next slide, or there was a slide showing the breakdown of each category. Keep on going. There we go. One more slide.
Okay, so it looks like we
would lose about 1,100 units.
And so just to be clear, because that's another question I had on this chart, does that apply to the entire shaded, pink section on that slide, or is that referring to
just those highlighted parcels within that purple shade or pink shade?
The housing opportunity sites.
My question is, if we were to just remove the housing sites that there have been some expressed concern about along San Antonio Road there, because we don't have that corridor plan yet, if we were to remove those, what deficit would we have? How many units would that take out? I don't know if you have those numbers in front of you.
So Tim, isn't that these numbers on the slide on the screen represent the housing opportunity sites?
Correct.
Okay, but it's throughout that whole pink area. We don't necessarily have it just for the east of Charleston, if I'm getting my geography correctly. So it's 1,100 in total, roughly.
For all those sites within that entire pink area, but we don't know the numbers just in that kind of south of San Antonio corner.
No, I don't think we don't have that geography.
Okay.
We don't have that number precisely.
Okay.
But Tim, is it something we can spend a few minutes and come back to the council member about?
Yeah, I'll try to take care of that right now.
And I don't know, that would be helpful. I don't know if we will get to that point tonight, if there is concern about removing those units, but I think that would be helpful if we are discussing that. I wanted to follow up. I thought Councilmember Tanaka's idea of having ground floor retail there made some sense. Has that been discussed? Do you see any problems with that?
So again, and we're talking in this area that we're saying is, I'm sorry, east of San Antonio Road, sort of along commercial and industrial.
Yes.
Okay. So, so I'm hearing a couple of things. I'm hearing the more flexible we are with our development standards in terms of height and density and parking and things of that nature, then there's more opportunity for the city to say we would like to see some retail in that area because it could be developed in a way to make that work. Mm-hmm. So it really comes down to what are the development standards that we would like to see apply to the property.
Okay. So the more flexible we are, the more likely we can make that happen. And right now, I'm leaning towards, I think, what Councilmember Du Bois and Filseth and Tanaka have said in regards to using that as an experimental site. But definitely, if we do go that direction and really accelerating housing growth, agree we need to really accelerate to the corridor study. And then just one final question on this topic. Is have we looked into, because if we do that as well, I'd like to see some incorporation of open space in that area. I think a lot of concerns have been raised about children and families being in these new housing sites and having to cross San Antonio and other busy streets to be able to get to the nearest park. So being able to have some sort of open space there for that would be important. And I assume the answer is kind of similar. The more flexible we are on requirements, the more likely we can make that happen.
Yeah. But and that's something that's achievable. Certainly we can set a larger private open space or a combination of private and common open space for certain developments because of that concern about not having enough sort of green space to recreate in this area. I mean, without having to go some distance.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. I see I'm out of time.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. So yes, I, along with my colleagues, realize and appreciate all the work from every member who's put in the time, including staff on this, on this housing element. I do align myself with what the mayor had said, in terms of, planning in this manner is really difficult without just thinking about housing sites and not looking at everything else that goes into making livability and making a community. So I have a question on this area that we're talking about. We're just identifying housing sites, but what other things go into it comes along later when you define what the neighborhood is going to look like or what the community. So for example, I really agree with what Mr. Moss said in terms of, people in a community or in a neighborhood walk to the retail stores, walk to amenities and so forth. So we're just identifying housing sites. Are we going to be also including all of the other things that helps people get what they want? How does that work? I mean, I'm very happy to hear, because I did have a concern also in terms of circulation. This is very crowded. Even San Antonio is almost like a bottleneck. I wanted to kind of know that and get reassurance that once you're saying these are the housing sites, but what else goes into there?
Yeah. So thank you. There's two things that we're looking at in this particular area. One is specifically housing opportunity sites that we are saying these are suitable and reasonable for redevelopment, and this is the expected yield. So that's just a straight housing play. The other thing that we're doing in this area is we're looking at the zoning, which is the sort of the purple color that was on that map. And we're saying we want to increase the density units per acre from, I think, 30 units per acre now to at a minimum 50 units per acre. And we've heard some comments that maybe we can go further than that. And so those are the two things that we're doing. And then I had thought we had a program. I know it had come up in some conversation perhaps with the Planning and Transportation Commission about doing some kind of a neighborhood study or plan in that area. And again, that's something that we can do. There is this sort of chicken and the egg piece, though, right?
I don't know what chicken and egg means.
I'm sorry?
I don't know what chicken and egg means.
Which one came first?
Okay. All these American.
Maybe you know the answer. I don't know. But if we plan for it and we zone for it, and we do that in a relatively short order here, because we want to, demonstrate to HCD that we have the zoning in place to accommodate the housing that we're projecting, and we have to do that within a certain period of time. That may precede us developing a neighborhood plan. And so you may get some development that takes place before we can have that thoughtful conversation. And so if that is a concern, as I understand it might be, that's fine. Maybe we want to say we want to have the neighborhood plan first, the corridor plan first. We want to do these studies and develop this urban design concept for this area before we allow housing to take place there. And that's perfectly appropriate and legitimate if we want to do that.
Yeah,
the flip side to that, though, is that we can't count these sites in our housing opportunities. And we're going to have to now find more units elsewhere in the city to make sure that we have our RENA numbers plus the 10%. So if we don't use these 1,100 units here, we got to find 1,100 units somewhere else, plus the 319 that we're in a deficit about.
Okay. Okay, because I'm reminded kind of MVCAP, basically having the coordinated plan and then not being able to proceed forward with it because there's other plans going in place. So, yeah, this is unfortunate because it would be really nice to be able to plan it out so that it is going to be a place that people would like to live, where there's amenities and we have roadways that accommodate everybody and not cause traffic. And, that's always the concern for a lot of the neighbors who live there. Thank you for the explanations.
So I just want to follow up on a couple things. First, for the sites that we actually could build housing in these areas, which I believe are fewer than many of my colleagues are assuming, I would be receptive to higher density than what we are currently proposing. So I'm not opposed to significant housing in these areas, but I think we are not yet informed and realistic about certainly the adjacency to true industrial processes next door, and that are not compatible to having housing immediately adjacent. And I think we're having discussions around what we wish was the case as opposed to what is the case. But I think to get a significant amount of housing, that actually we do need to look at the area that is basically on the northern part of Fabian. So it's in that zone on the west side of San Antonio. We have on Fabian, that entire street was dominated by Ford Aerospace that became Loral and now is Maxar. This is decades and decades of manufacturing there. They have shrunk their presence some over the decades, as have some of the real small industrial processes in the GM zone on the called east side of San Antonio there. There's a lot less manufacturing and with hazardous materials than there was 20 and 30 and 40 years ago, but it's still there. And I don't think that staff seems to have a grasp of that well enough, and my colleagues don't. And I just want to caution folks to not proceed with excessive optimism on how many of these sites are really conducive to housing at this time, until additional evolution happens there and more of those manufacturers leave. And they leave because the cost of manufacturing is so high here, and the support system in manufacturing has been shrinking in this area, and manufacturing is an ecosystem. So they're dying out there gradually, but they're still there. And as long as they're there, we can't put housing in a lot of the sites that we would ideally like to. But the sites that we can, I'm good for higher density. I do want to give a little update on the transit in the corridor there. Since our last discussion on this, I had an opportunity to, we were reviewing at VTA and the one of the committees that I'm on, an update on the really the bus service plan. And this year, coming year, VTA is going to be able to pretty much restore full bus service. And I pushed them on this prospective route along the San Antonio corridor all the way up to Foothill College. They are not yet looking at any new capacities, increases in bus service beyond getting back to where the routes they were essentially before the pandemic. But I pushed hard to get it on the table. They know that it is a big issue for us, and that what we have to do to really have our voices heard is actually have staff get together with the staffs in Mountain View and Los Altos and even Los Altos Hills, and we need to jointly petition VTA and continue to pursue it until we have success, or it won't happen. It's not going to fall in our lap. There's a lot of competition for any expansion of transit in Santa Clara County, and the default is that the North County doesn't need it. That's the default thinking. So it's not going to fall in our laps. We're going to have to work it. And then I did want to touch on one other thing, which was these properties where the property owners asked to have their sites removed. And I want to understand that process by which that occurs and what assumptions are provided there. So if I'm a property owner and I have an existing zoning that allows commercial development at a given floor area ratio, and that's my highest and best use, and you ask me if I want to give that up for housing that's based on whatever zoning assumption that property owner has is a lower value, I'm going to say I don't want my site considered. But if we adjust the zoning and we turn down the dial on the permissible commercial use there, and we turn it up significantly on the housing, then we may get a different set of answers from those property owners. And I'm really concerned that we removed a whole bunch of properties based upon historic assumptions rather than forward-looking ones. And that changes everything. And it's same thing in the Cal Ave area and elsewhere, that I'm not sure we've exactly asked the right questions. So I don't know if staff has any insights or comments on that issue of how we get these properties removed, and whether by a property owner request, and whether we really gave them the forward-looking potential value of the redevelopment for higher density housing versus, and allowed them to assume that they're going to be able to compare that to their existing zoning.
Yes.
Mayor Burt, if I could answer that question. So what staff did is we ended up sending letters to all property owners in all the identified sites. And as part of the letter, but specifically for the GM, we said that we're adding residential as an additive use, not an exclusive use, but an additive use. In addition, at this point, we are looking at additional incentives to help encourage housing production. And so there were some owners who came in and said, we're fine with our commercial use, we don't want to be part of it. But then there were other owners who were very interested in looking at higher density housing and to know what those incentives are. And so I mapped out the city's process with those potential HIP revisions. So that's the approach we took with the property owners.
And when you had those potential HIP revisions, how clear were you, or what did you tell them was the upper end prospect?
I did not provide any details, just to let them know that we are studying or we are preparing a feasibility study to study feasible development standards and the economic, or in addition, an economic feasibility study to make sure that those proposed development standards work. And then to let them know that they can sign up, since this is a separate process, they can be part of that process also to review whatever staff is proposing based on those studies.
Well, I appreciate why, you can't at this point in time give them explicit new standards, but I still think it's very plausible that we'd get different answers. Not only if if they were offered an RM 90 or something like that, and what does that do for their pro forma? And if we were to scale back their future commercial zoning in combination with a very big ramp up in the residential, I think we'd get a number of them that would have very different answers.
Yeah, if I can, Mayor, I think that yes, and I think there's about 200 units that were removed from the list because they had opted out. And so in the scheme of things, it's a percentage, but it's a small percentage of the numbers that we're looking at. And we do have that program in the document where we do want to look at scaling back office development. And so it may be that some folks aren't interested in that. And if they're not interested in housing, they may be using this as an opportunity to say, no, please don't do that. It doesn't mean that the city can't change the zoning and we get housing at some point in the future when the economics change. But at this moment of time, they've opted out. And if we have somebody who opts out, I think it makes it very difficult for us to say that that's a suitable site when the property owner doesn't have an interest in building housing. And that's why we've removed them ultimately.
Yeah, I get it. But
I hear you.
But are they going to, all of them opt out if we give them a different scenario? And yeah, I'm not convinced they all will.
No, they're may
business
not.
People. They're looking at the highest and best use of their property. And if we change highest and best use, then hopefully they're going to have some objective analysis and say, wait a minute, I should reconsider that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I just don't know how we go forward with that though, or how we.
Well, I'd suggest that we might want to target a few of them, sit down and do some scenario discussions.
We can certainly follow up.
And specifically, I'd look at a couple properties that we think would work out for them, who said no, and sit down and really look at a few scenarios and see if they look at it differently when they see the return.
Okay, we can do that, but I will note that our you saw the slide on the timeline, and we're already behind schedule. And so what we get from this meeting is we get our consultants starting on the environmental analysis, and they need to study these different properties. We can include them in the analysis and overstudy the EIR, which we're planning to do in a couple of areas anyways. So some of these things may have to happen sort of concurrent.
Okay. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah. So the issue, the sites to the west of San Antonio, I understand the concern that's been brought up. It's a little bit of a different area. There are some other kinds of housing up there, but given the uncertainty that the mayor has brought up in this area and unanswered questions, and the fact that, look, the reality is we're going to have to make some decisions here without perfect knowledge of the future, right? And of all the parameters. And there is no safe decision of end here. So we're going to have to make some decisions. So I'm gonna how complicated a motion do you want here? Can I try something? You want something really simple?
We would love that. Yeah.
Okay, so move that, I guess I will try a motion that all the stuff in purple and blue here. So the GM and RLM sites, we increase density from 32 dwelling units per acre to 90 dwelling units per acre.
I'll second it.
If I can speak to my, can I speak to my motion for a second? Sure. Yeah, just briefly, I think the discussions we're having here about reaching out to property owners, reaching out to neighboring cities, continuing discussions with VTA and so forth, I think those can all happen in parallel. And if they proceed, then we can pull back in and adjust. But again, I think I think we're going to have to go aggressive here on the development standards. I mean, the worst case is that we put a little bit here, and it's not enough to bring in all the other stuff that we want to have happen. Transportation, retail, and so forth over time, right? So I think we got to have enough density here that it drives the other stuff. But again, I think we got to think of the long term here. Okay, this is going to be around for longer than this RHNA cycle. Right. I mean, this is the low VMT solution for commercial expansion in the North Bayshore area. Right. And so, there's no perfect visibility here, but this is the right direction. So.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I kind of spoke on this already, so I'm not going to repeat myself, but I do realize that there's challenges and there's been industrial stuff here. But if you look at Palo Alto as a whole, this is an area where there's the most area for improvement, right? There's a lot of really, really old buildings. And I remember when I would go there, I mean, my office was there, I would walk to lunch, to the places in Mountain View. It's actually really close. So this could be so much more. I think it's a huge opportunity. So I think we should pursue it. That's why I think it makes sense. And just to kind of address what Councilmember Stone was asking in terms of open space. Now, there's not a lot of open space there, but one idea that we could think of, I'm not sure if you guys have ever been to Singapore, but in Singapore, they have these buildings and they actually put this rooftop garden that spans actually multiple rooftop gardens, right? Rooftop decks is actually pretty cool. And perhaps something like that could straddle over maybe even San Antonio, but that's a discussion for another day. But if you want open space, it's it's like having a Central Park in the air. And so that could be very, very cool. But anyways, I think this makes sense. I hope staff can really look at this because this could solve a lot of our issues, both in terms of housing as well as making an area that's kind of run down much better.
Councilmember Du Bois.
So I'm supportive of the motion, particularly on the, again, I'm not sure what's east-west, whatever, but the JCC side of Fabian and, the area we're talking about, kind of east or south of there. I am concerned about, if you look at like Maddox, Greer Road, Lewis Road, I mean, those are actually Eichler neighborhoods. So I wonder if we could have maybe a friendly amendment that staff would insert some appropriate language about transitions to, kind of R1.
I would accept that.
Me too.
Great. So staff kind of clear on the intention. We're not really wordsmithing this for.
Yeah, no, this is good. Thank you.
Okay.
And just a question, with 90 units per acre, we're not talking about floor area ratio. And so I have a hard time kind of thinking just in terms of unit density and not FAR or height.
Yep.
So what is staff assuming would be unit size, perhaps on average, which would drive the FAR.
Yeah, well, there's a number of questions that sort of come to my mind when we talk about this. You know, do we want ownership housing? Do we want rental housing? Which one are we wanting to promote in this area? Family size, you know, what size units? We do have some policies, you know, about that. FAR and height definitely come into play, as does parking. And so we had heard some comments earlier about, you know, being a little bit flexible in some of these areas. I would say, you know, just for the sake of discussion, not to have arrows sent my way, but just to spitball it here. You know, somewhere between the 2.5, 3.0 FAR and 85 feet in height would be things that I would be thinking about. And if we wanted to dial the, you know, things, you know, the, you know, levers one way or the other, that's fine. But that's probably where I would go. We would have an analysis done. We do have one of our sites that we're looking at in this area. So we have a architect team that is developing a prototype of what could be built under current code today and what would be built at 90 units per acre in this example. And then we're going to have a financial component done to see if it's feasible to achieve that based on the type of development that's being proposed, ownership or rental, and just sort of assumptions about parking and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that doesn't seem far off, given, say, if we were to think of units averaging 1,000 square feet, okay, which is bigger than we've been getting across the board on average, plus a certain amount of common space, then we're probably in that 2.5 to 3.0 FAR. Now we've seen some projects come forward that were all the way up to 3.0 FAR, the one on San Antonio, and it didn't need to be 85 feet in height. I forget what was that one?
60. Yeah, 60 feet.
Yeah. So hopefully we could get that kind of density at approximately that unit size and not have to go that high, but I guess we'll look at that modeling. And so when you're taking this, are we all assuming that staff is going to have to come back and adjust which parcels? There may be fewer parcels that are eligible based upon that hazardous materials distance than what we were assuming. So we get higher density for the parcels that we keep, but we may not get the unit yield that we had hoped for the whole area.
Yeah, I think we would first, Mayor and Council, with your concurrence, I'd like to take another look at the hazardous materials data that we have and maybe pull out opportunity sites that are within 600 feet of those sites.
And I will say that on the Maxar, that the Fabian site, not all their buildings have hazardous materials. I don't know what it is today, but when we did both the Center for Jewish Life and the other affordable housing project that's adjacent to it, this was an issue at the time. The adjacency of those developments to that industrial site. And I'm not remembering the details, but in the end, we were able to build high density housing adjacent to what was then L'Oreal Aerospace facilities. And I don't recall what was contained in each building, but that may be a factor that gives us some latitude. Hard to tell. Okay, Vice Mayor Koo.
What is the tallest building here in Palo Alto?
Oh, including, let's see. I'm going to ask Ms. French if she knows.
Well, Palo Alto Square is, I think, 100 plus feet.
How much?
That one is 100 plus feet?
I think so.
It's over 100 feet, yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay.
101 almost over 100 feet.
University.
525 University. Okay. Well, I'm just kind of trying to get a visual, if I was going to go stand over there and look up, but also, because we don't use story poles like some of the other city does in order to kind of give people a perspective of how tall it is. I don't think we can do massing, but I think that's one way to provide kind of perspective of how tall.
Yeah, it's about 7 stories. It would be about 2 levels. The other thing about on a design standpoint, and particularly in this area, if there are hazardous materials in the area, a subterranean garage may be more costly. So it would be at grade and podium parking potentially, and 5 levels of wood frame residential on top. So maybe that helps give some.
That really helps.
Can I jump in there? The concerns I have over hazardous materials are hazardous materials use and not groundwater contamination that drives the parking, subterranean parking issue. There could be, but we have mapping of all the known groundwater contamination sites, and I don't recall these being in that list, so I'm not sure that that's a problem.
Isn't this the flood zone too?
Well, and the sea level. So it's elevation. The greater issue is more likely its elevation than groundwater contamination, and the ability to put subterranean parking is more likely constrained by that.
I didn't expect over there to be to have underground parking, given how close we are to the bay lands and the bay. But yeah, so just having that perspective of what buildings in town are approximately that tall really helps kind of give that perspective. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on this motion.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Just a quick change maybe on the motion. Your and clerk, maybe it's what we want to do is rezone to 90 units per acre, all of those areas in the GM and the ROLM districts, as opposed to the opportunity sites, which are embedded in that. And you don't need to include that part. Okay. Yeah.
That was the intent.
So where it says on the second line, revised sites inventory, I would have that be to approve an increase in density for up to 90 units per acre. And I guess that's another sort of question, but we don't have to hash it out right now. But is your expectation that we're building to 90 units per acre as opposed to coming in below that? If somebody wanted to build townhomes, for instance, at 30 units per acre, would that be favorable or not favorable in terms of a policy? These are things that we'll have to work out, and you don't have to solve it tonight, but we'll want to present some options to the council when we come back with some actual language. Okay, thank you.
There was a line about transitions to R1.
Yes, and with appropriate transitions adjacent to the R1 zone. And then I'll just note for the record, but not for the motion, that some of the assumptions that we've included is about 1,000 units per acre, a 2.5 to 3.0 FAR, height somewhere between 60 and 85 feet. And we're also going to pull out housing opportunity sites that are within 600 feet of a known tier 2 or tier 3 hazardous facility. And the other note about the corridor, San Antonio corridor, as being a high priority interest. And we'll continue to have some dialogue internally about how we can prioritize that.
Including all the amenities, right? It's not just.
So that there's and again, as we go through the programs, council member, or vice mayor, I'm sorry, you may want to add that program too. Or you can do it now if that was amenable to the maker. It's just, I want to be clear, if we do that, if you want that study, sequence wise, it'll be important to understand what the council's expectation is on that. If you want to do a study about the neighborhood and connections and all these things before housing begins, then we need to possibly remove these sites from the housing inventory.
Yeah.
just the housing opportunity sites, which is again about 1,100 units. So I hear that there's an interest in having that plan, but we need to decide tonight if we want to have the plan precede the units, and then we'll find 1,100 units somewhere else, or we proceed with this and understand that that's a policy interest that the council has.
Well, I don't necessarily want the plan, but I do want to know that moving forward, this is not just an isolated area of just housing where, you know, there isn't a thoughtful way of making sure that it's a walkable neighborhood where people who live there can get to stores. I mean, right now, I know that the people who live at the JCC are crossing across this San Antonio Road in order to get over to Kentucky Fried Chicken, which I see is also a housing site now. Orchards, you know, whatever else there is on the other side of and that's also limited. There's very little number of retail or restaurants that they can go to.
Yeah. Understood. But, and I think what you're talking about is a little bit like a coordinated area plan, like you referenced the NVCAP process.
Or when you're zoning this place, you know, that there is the zoning that has retail or.
So again, I'll leave it up to the council to provide that direction on which one proceeds. Right now, the motion would identify this increase in density for those areas on the map. But right now we don't have a neighborhood plan included in the policy direction.
And what you're saying is we absolutely have to have a neighborhood plan, which could potentially remove the 1,100 units of housing there and it won't be on the housing element at that point, and we have to find it elsewhere.
So we are relying on, and again, Mr. Wong, correct me if I'm wrong about any of this stuff, but if we are relying on these units to meet our RENA numbers, we have to have the zoning in place to make sure that we, in a relatively short timeline, to make it happen. A coordinated area plan, at least from my experience, takes some time.
I understand.
Okay.
And thank you for being patient with me.
No, this is complicated stuff.
This kind of top-down kind of governance really removes a lot of thoughtful thinking to have a community that has quality and that is a community that builds some sort of community. Anyway, Thank you so much.
Understood.
And I think before we vote, Councilmember Du Bois, you wanted to add something else?
Just a couple comments. So first of all, this isn't Rome GM citywide, right? This is in this area.
Thank you. Yes. And do we have the reference to? No, we don't. So maybe we should just draw a reference to the map in the presentation to approve. Perfect. As referenced in the PowerPoint presentation map.
And then again, where I was is wanting to provide a lot of flexibility. So a lot of the assumptions you just rattled off, they're not in the motion, and I don't necessarily want to support those. So, you know, the 2.5 FAR, the height, I mean, if we left it undefined, which we did in some other projects, right? And then I also have concerns. I don't support the going to 600 feet and eliminating sites. I think I'd much prefer to keep the sites. And then when we do the EIR, you know, as needed when projects come forward. I mean, again, it's useful to look at El Tara Walk, which is built directly adjacent to Laurel. And you might want to go back and look at that project. But again, it seems to be very conservative to just remove everything based on this discussion tonight.
Yeah. So I was trying to reflect what we have in the code today as a standard, but there is a requirement for a conditional use permit between 300 and 600 feet. So we could embed that as a reflection of our policy. When you're near a tier 2, you can't do tier 3 anymore in the city. I don't know that you ever could, but as we define a tier 3, we wouldn't allow that today. As we define a tier 2 hazardous facility, if you're between 300 and again, I think it's 600, maybe 500, but I think it's 600, then you need a conditional use permit. So we could have that stipulation instead of just pulling it out. Again, I'd look to the council for your direction on that. And with respect to the other assumptions, we're happy to, I think that's a policy piece that we need direction on, because we do need to work on an environmental impact report. And so those will be our assumptions in the environment. Actually, I think in the environmental impact report, we considered 120 units per acre just to be on the safe side. We didn't know where the council was going to go on that. Okay.
Okay.
And when I'm sorry, just when I say safe side, the most, the most development that we would anticipate. I don't know if safety has anything to do with it.
Yeah.
Oh, you think 120 is possible here? You think 120 is possible here?
I do, but I think you'd want to have some, maybe not at some of these other areas near Maddox and Kenneth, and Lewis in that area.
Okay.
But
just a thought.
Yeah.
Well, and you could go from 90 to 120 without increasing FAR or height. It's unit size that would change that. Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1 with Councilmember Cormack abstaining.
Okay, well, we got through one item. And these are very significant decisions. So as much as we had quite a bit of night budgeted for this and hope that we would just be able to race through, these are very consequential decisions for the community. So let's move on to the various goals, policies, and programs. And I think that really the discussion is more around the programs.
Yeah, yes. And unless I would recommend just sort of where we are at this moment, if there was any objection to the goals and policies, to flag those, but otherwise we would like to focus on programs.
Great. All right. Councilmember Du Bois.
All right, I'll see if I can pick us up a bit here. So first of all, we're navigating a thicket of state laws, and thank you for that one slide. That was startling. 26, I counted 26 laws on that slide. Our housing elements have won awards in the past, and again, we've all said already once, it's a lot of good work from a lot of people. And again, keeping everything in perspective, it's challenging to think about adding 6,000 housing units to a city with 30,000 homes. So 20% expansion, 8 years, built out environment. So if I jump into the programs, program 1.1 is the housing sites. We asked about the Google removal. You also remove small commercial sites. And again, my question there was, why not just rely on CoStar if they were very old buildings? Well, did you keep them in? And similar question on Cal Ave. And there's already a fair amount of housing on the second floor along Cal Ave. So again, it seemed like blanket removal of those sites. So just wonder why we did that.
Yeah, I didn't follow the CoStar question, but
I said like small commercial sites were removed.
Yeah, so that wasn't about CoStar. That was just a small
But
small
if they
lot.
were really old, and would you keep them?
Sure. Yeah, I think it depends though on for these commercial areas, how you would imagine that being redeveloped. And at 5,000 square feet, there's really just not a lot of room to provide for parking and all of the other, sort of development standards that we have to reasonably rely on that as a housing opportunity site. It may get redeveloped, but it's more likely to get redeveloped if it's joined with another property. And so that's why we stripped out those smaller commercial sites.
So if you had multiple of those next to each other, you're not assuming that somebody's going to try to.
Well, if there were multiple next to each other, I guess, we may have pulled out everything that was 5,000 square feet. It's folks who own property in Palo Alto tend not to want to sell it and merge properties. We just don't see it. I mean, we've had provisions in our code to incentivize lot consolidation, and we just don't see it.
Okay. I'll try to keep moving.
Just the other one on Cal Ave though, quickly, because we did pull a couple of sites off there. This is an area where I think for us to achieve the type of housing development that would be, meaningful in this area really requires, a coordinated area plan or some kind of an analysis to study Cal Ave specifically to see how we want to see that site, that area sort of evolve. And we're having some conversations about that now, but adding housing to that conversation in the absence of that public process just didn't seem right.
Okay. Again, I'm just going to jump into things. Program 1.6, which is the Stanford lands. You have a couple elements in there for the 7th cycle, which again, mostly for us, I assume. But I'd really like to get in there the idea of potentially looking at a new neighborhood, possibly along Foothill Expressway or somewhere. But I really think we need to start thinking big for the 7th cycle. Program 3.3, affordable housing initiatives. Agreed with a lot of it until you got to the church lots in the R1 districts. So it sounded like we would support hip projects on church lots. Is that correct?
Yeah, Councilmember, I'm sorry. Can you give us the letter that you're looking at? 3.3.
Yeah.
And
3.3A, the last sentence, consider extending the religious institutions located in the R1 district.
Yeah, and I think consider is the operative word there, because again, we're not relying on the housing incentive program, which is what we're referencing here. Yes. Oh, the affordable housing incentive program. I think we've called it something else. Anyways, that's got densities and heights that would be at a scale with that residential neighborhood. So it's a question ultimately to the council when we come back for the policy conversation as to, do you want to allow 50 feet in height and a 2.4 FAR in an R1 zone? My guess is probably not.
Yeah, I was thinking the answer might be no. So why do we even have it?
Well, because there may be some scaled down version of that we would be interested in that would allow for, greater development potential, but not to the extent that's provided for in that overlay.
Okay. And then the rest of that was okay. I guess funding is mentioned again here. It seemed like maybe it was out of place. It was mentioned also in 2.1. I guess 3.5B talked about, again, it was kind of consider or evaluate waiving fees. Well, it was a no-cost pre-consultation meeting. Is that something that HCD has been looking for, and how would we pay for that?
That would be absorbed through the department budget and staff time, where we would meet with developers to review their projects.
But how would it be funded?
It's through our department staffing budget.
Okay. I mean,
it's akin to counter coverage, where we provide information to somebody who has a question at the counter. Instead of spending 30 minutes at the counter, we would invite them in, and we would have go to a conference room and talk for an hour about the project.
Program 4.2 is about housing preservation. I'm curious if my colleagues would be interested in a program that would evaluate amending the Muni Code to restrict Airbnb rentals when an owner is not present. And again, this is the idea around ensuring housing stock would be used for long-term rentals.
So on the Airbnb, I would like to, and I understand that might be an interest in the city council policy. I don't know that that's something that HCD looks at. And I would like to, if the council wants to engage in that conversation, I would like to invite our consultant to maybe give us some guidance as to whether that is appropriately placed here in the housing element or a separate policy.
So how does HCD look at housing preservation?
Okay.
This whole section.
Ms. Strong, and perhaps this is the time to introduce our consultants.
I will have to say, I'm not quite sure how Airbnb would work with neighborhood preservation. So I'll defer to Veronica. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Actually, in this particular housing element, a new section that we usually add to the housing element is in fact local ordinances that may have an impact on housing. Typically, those would be relating to your inclusionary housing, or if you have one, tenant protection, like rent stabilization, if you have one. And another topic that HCD usually looks at is exactly short-term rentals, whether you have one or not. And a lot of communities are looking at that and different ways to monitor and probably control the number of units being used as short-term rentals, because short-term rentals is definitely have an impact on local housing supply. You're taking permanent housing that can be used by residents, but turn it into basically a hotel motel type of vacation rentals. And so that's being considered as a if there is an excessive use of existing housing being used as short-term rentals, it's being considered as jeopardizing particularly the rental housing market. So that's something that certainly if the city wishes to look into that, that is appropriate in the housing element.
Okay. So again, something I think we should consider. I see a lot of cities passing these ordinances. 6.3, again, 6.3C is the workforce overlay for 120 to 140 AMI. Again, personally, I feel like if we need to delete programs, we should consider deleting that one. And then program 6.4, this is homeless programs. We had a discussion about safe parking tonight, and the colleagues memo that started that discussion included looking at commercial sites as well. And I'd be interested in bringing that back as part of the housing element, that we would look to expand the safe parking program to commercial lots in particular, because I think those avoid a lot of the issues we heard tonight about being in the middle of an R1 neighborhood. So if there was a property owner willing to give it a shot, I think it'd be worthwhile. That that was in the colleagues memo, and I remember we tiered the services. Is that still on a work plan somewhere to go to phase 2 and phase 3?
Yes, it is. We got a temporary ordinance, and the idea is that we have a permanent ordinance that would come back to the council.
Yeah. So since that's already teed up, would it make sense to include it here?
We certainly could.
Okay. Great. And that's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we just focusing on programs right now, or also different site selections?
Yeah, programs.
Programs, yeah. But, they intersect with the sites, so.
Yeah, sure.
Well, then I'll just ask a quick question, then I'll move on to programs. The Julia Morgan building at MacArthur Park. So is that a part? Sorry, the map is so small, it's difficult to move in. Is that listed as one of the sites?
Yes, that is 27 University. So you'll find that under the program, the Stanford programs.
Yeah. Okay. So I would be talking about sites to be removed. I would be in favor of taking that off and preserving that historical building. And we got a lot of strong emails about the importance of that of that site and the inability to just simply move it around. Like to hear where my colleagues are on that, focusing on then other programs.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, just to note, that's 270 units that we would need to make up somewhere else.
Yeah, well, it seems like with our expansion of the RM
we may
90, then we've made up that deficit.
I think we may get close, but just to understand that that's minus
absolutely.
270.
I think that would be a reasonable trade-off after the motion that we just passed. Going into program 1.5 regarding ADU facilitation, there's a lot of good reforms in that, but I know kind of both state and city law is silent on actually requiring ADUs for housing purposes. I mean, we all know a lot of ADUs are used for gyms, personal offices, other purposes. Are there ways to require that ADUs or find incentives for ADUs to actually be used for housing purposes?
Yeah, I think go ahead.
Assistant City Attorney Albert Yang. I think that could be a difficult type of regulation to adopt. HCD, completely separately from the housing elements, just on the ADU side, is very skeptical of regulations that they would see as sort of having an undue restrictive effect on ADU production. So I think that they could see, some sort of use requirement negatively, but I guess I'm not sure. I think it would also be difficult to enforce, but it's something we could think about.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think it's worth looking into. Unfortunately, I think I agree with you. I'd imagine that they will look at that skeptically as possibly anything that would curb ADU production, but also kind of goes to the whole point of the ADU, at least for the state's purposes, to increase housing production. But anything that we do to actually make sure that it's being used for housing, the state might look at suspiciously. Just doesn't make sense to me. But I understand your analysis. Trying to move along here since there's a lot. A lot I appreciate. Really glad to see a lot of the tenant protections included in program 6.8. I was told earlier that this was going to be included, but I couldn't find it. The Palmer fixed is that included in here? And what program is that included in?
Yes, the Palmer fix should be in here. Let's take a look. I don't think we called it the Palmer fix so much as we referenced a study that we study our below market, our inclusionary program, and we look at either increasing it from our current 15 to 20%. And we also looked at whether we reduce that percentage, but increase the affordability. So, Mr. Wong, do you remember the number?
It's program 2.2. It addresses the below market rate program.
But what's the
for rental units?
2.2A specifically.
Is that the one that talks about the study here? Okay, that's the existing one, but I think if you look further down, yeah.
Inclusionary.
This would be referencing rental unit inclusionary.
Right.
Rental development
fee
inclusion.
Okay, yeah, there it is. So yep.
V says and rental housing.
Yep. And you may recall
what page is that on?
Packet page 246.
Yeah, at the top.
Okay. Perfect. There it is. Thank you. And then one more question. So program 6.4A, kind of following up a little, I guess, Councilmember Du Bois was talking about this. I have another angle on it. So I thought we got some low-lying fruit here, but that's kind of being scheduled for later in the process. That kind of seems a little maybe unnecessary. I think just expanding the city's safe parking program to city-owned lots. I like Councilmember Du Bois' idea of also promoting commercial lots as well and expanding these program services. I mean, just something as simple as access to a locker room and showers in Cumberly. Those all seem like really important, kind of easier fixes that we can do that's going to have pretty immediate impact on a lot of people's lives. I was kind of curious why it's not scheduled to begin until 2026 and then completed until end of 2028. I understand there was a ton of work on that schedule, but this seems like one that that doesn't seem too complicated and that could be done pretty quickly and have a large impact. I'd like to see if we can just kind of move that up in the process.
Certainly, council members, council and council member, we can move that to a timeline that you think is appropriate. The reason we have it scheduled where we do is simply because of the volume of work that precedes this effort. And there's been a lot of conversation. There's an article in the paper about the Cumberly Community Center and the facility locker rooms. I've learned since then that the city actually doesn't even have the locker rooms under lease. That's not a portion that we have control over. So this is a program that we might want to moderate to just talk about the interest in that the city has to match participants into some kind of facilities to help achieve that goal without being specific maybe to Cumberly.
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable. Okay, thank you. And other than that, I really appreciate 6.2 having that differentiation of the variety of housing sizes, encourage more families, and 4.1, really glad we got the expansion of the no net loss requirement in SB 330 to commercial developments. I think there's a lot here that's going to make a real positive difference.
Councilmember Philseth.
Thanks. Just a couple of questions. Hamilton Hitchings from the working group made a comment about 1.4B potentially expanding from consideration of city-owned parking lots to all city-owned parcels. Is he right about that? Does that do this?
Can you tell me the program number again?
It's 1.4B, I think. Yeah, review all city-owned parcels, mate.
Let's see, 240. Okay. So this is about transitional housing and just trying to identify, this is just trying to find where, and I think we talked about this at the outset maybe of the discussion, that we were maybe going to focus this one more on the home key site as opposed to this broader discussion.
So I mean, the paranoia is that we read that and we're signing up to, put transitional housing on Rankinata Park or something like that.
Oh yeah, right. Understood. So the idea here was to look for opportunities in this, where the city controls the land. But it wasn't the intent that it be placed in city parks where we already have a use and functional purpose. It would be more of like surplus land or land that we could repurpose for something else. But
we have so much surplus land.
Well, yeah, not a lot, but who knows? Maybe you buy something in the future. But we can change this one to focus more on the site that we do have that we're focused in on at Home Key, Project Home Key.
But that might be clear. Okay. Let's see, on the 270 units where the hostess house is, I assume it's an all or nothing thing. It's, you couldn't preserve the hostess house, the Julia Morgan house, and have, 150 units there instead of 270.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I think it's possible that you could, design something that, was designed,
sort of went around three sides of that.
Well, I mean, I think it would take some study and some effort But if the intent is to, as would be appropriate, to preserve the historic integrity, of that site, that development, and have the other development respect that, I think there's ways to achieve that. People may have different opinions about how that can reasonably be done, but
So how should we deal with that issue tonight?
I would ask the council how strongly you want to advance that policy or not. I mean, for us, I think the whole transit center, 27 University, is an area that is ripe for a study in and of itself, or a conversation, which is why staff never proposed it in the first round. It came in as a part of the housing element working group. It was continued with the PTC, and for legitimate reasons. It's a good site that's in proximity to, the second busiest Caltrain station along the line. So it is one where we should be thinking about future housing opportunities. My concern is the one that we have here now, and I just don't think it has had the proper public process to really want to rely on that as a site.
So if I hear what you're saying, I think what I hear you suggesting is that we take it off the inventory now for this round, do the study on it, and come back with it on the inventory for Arena Cycle 7. Is that what you're saying?
That is a good summary of where staff was at the outset of this process, and I think it's still appropriate today.
Okay.
But to our housing, advocates out there,
sure.
Understandably,
this looks like the Holy Grail, right? Because not only is it next to the train station, but it's also, walking distance to Hannah House, which is important to some of those folks too. So
right, it's an appropriate site to have on a housing element, and it's one that we do need to include. And if it's not on this one, it should be in the next one for sure, if we haven't developed a plan by
okay, so I assume you're going to need a motion on that at some point or other.
Yeah, I see the mayor taking some notes. I don't know. I know our staff is also taking some notes. Hopefully we can take the summary of all these
I'll
things.
ask I'll ask a couple more questions, and then somebody else can make a motion if they think the council will support it. The issue of that was brought up before of the HIP in R1 zone, specifically for churches. I think there's sort of a broader policy issue. You said, well, it doesn't have to go to 50 feet, but there's a broader policy question of, do we want to allow apartment buildings in R1 zones? I mean, religious institutions are sort of kind of unique. I mean, you can see an argument for a neighborhood house of worship in an R1 in a residential neighborhood, right? So that, the people in that neighborhood, at least a long time ago, could use that house of worship, right? Once it's not a house of worship anymore, it seems like it's just, should we put an apartment building there? And therefore it should be governed by sort of all the policies and codes about apartment buildings in Palo Alto, right? And so, most of the land area in Palo Alto is zoned R1, but 40% of the housing in Palo Alto is multi-unit, which is actually higher than the county, right? So, it seems like once you sort of make it not a church anymore, then it should be whatever our standard policy is for apartment buildings in R1 zones. And so I guess my question is, if we adopt this as written, are we making a policy change about apartment buildings in R1 zones?
And can you direct me to the specific policy that you're looking at?
It's the one about HIP and religious institutions in R1 zones. I should have looked it up exactly where it is.
Okay, so
It's on packet page 279.
279?
Well, HIP is policy, is program 1.5 and page 242.
I think it's 3.3A on
3.3A. Yes.
Okay, 3.3A. Okay, and so this is the one that's not, just to clarify, it's not the housing incentive program. This is the affordable housing incentive program.
sorry.
Maybe I
Oh,
misunderstood.
I'm sorry.
what
Yes, you're right. It's 3.38.
There's
It's
a-
not hip.
The distinction between the two is the addition of the word affordable in front of it. So, no, I think that, again, this is a policy, and the objective is that we're going to amend the code to extend the affordable housing incentive program to all the housing opportunity sites in the commercial, industrial, and multifamily districts. And then while we're doing that, we're also going to consider whether we should also extend that to the religious institutions in the R1 zone. We may decide in the end that that's not appropriate for a multitude of reasons.
Okay, so there's not, I mean, if 51% of the people in Palo Alto want to put apartment buildings in R1 zones, then we'll do it, right? So, right, so we're not making a commitment to
that program does not make or implementing objective does not make that a policy.
And then finally, let me ask the one about the question came up about the Palmer fix, right? Does that hurt us with HCD?
No, it doesn't. I think
more difficult to build apartment buildings and so forth.
Well, that's the concern, right? But it cuts both ways. They want to see affordable housing be included in housing developments, and so the notion, and our consultant can correct me if I'm wrong on this, the notion of inclusionary housing is one that is supported by HCD. But if the inclusionary standard is so great that it is a deterrent, that's something that we have to study as a part of our housing element. And what we're saying here is that our current policy is, we think our 15% is okay. We know that we've studied this for rental housing a couple of years ago, and we found that there were some constraints to extending it, which is why we haven't extended it. But with some changes to development standards, we could revisit that and maybe apply that standard.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I have a few follow-ups from points others have raised and some other items. So first, earlier when Councilmember Tanaka was talking about the ramifications of not meeting and actually constructing our market rate housing within the housing cycle, and that's by the midpoint in the cycle, right, is the trigger. It's after 4 years, but it's not just streamlining. Under SB 35, it basically doesn't it require approval by right of projects like a mixed use project that may exacerbate the jobs housing imbalance just because it has a minimum threshold of the housing. And so I don't think it's the streamlining that is the most significant thing. It is the by right development on projects that actually would generate worsen our jobs housing imbalance.
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor. There could be examples where, and we've seen them locally and around where you could generate more of a housing demand.
Right, and then returning to the 3.3A, which talks about extending the housing incentive program, considering doing that to religious institutions that are located in the R1 district. So I think we need to have some clarification there. So not all of our religious institutions are in the R1 district. So we could have religious institutions that it's a lot more receptive to extending the affordable housing incentive program if they aren't in R1.
And they would fall under one of those other districts, the commercial, industrial, or multifamily.
And is that the way they're all zoned? If they're not?
Yeah, they're not like PF zoned.
They're not PF?
No. And Ms. French, maybe you can correct me if you're on, but I don't believe that they are zoned PF.
And then the other point I would make is that the way this is written, it sounds kind of binary. It's the housing incentive program as written and that level of density for affordable housing. And that's what we would consider an R1 versus some toned down version of that would be more appropriate for R1.
Mm-hmm.
So I would want to see some language that modifies, consider essentially some affordable housing incentives in those areas, as opposed to specifically.
Yeah. So, and consider, some affordable housing incentives for religious institutions located in the R1 zone.
Good.
Okay.
Then I want to go back to 27 University. So just so everybody understands, the site is considerably larger than what is occupied by the MacArthur Park Julia Morgan House or facility. And so on the one hand, preserving it at its present location doesn't preclude other development at that site. I think the issue of the council 2-3 years ago said that they want to do, and it was even 4 years ago, an area plan around the transit center. And that's how a part of why you carved off Palo Alto Avenue from the grade separation studies, is because that whole transit center needs to be examined on its future, both for its transit purposes and for what other uses would be there adjacent to it. And so on the one hand, I don't think we're completely constrained from doing something there in the future by the presence of that building and retaining it there. But I do think it is premature for us to go forward with the proposal that is in, what was it, 1.6 D, which I would just say also that leaping forward to an 85-foot height at that location and treating that location as necessarily all housing and not any other public uses in this really critical linkage between essentially Stanford and the shopping center and the hospitals and our Palo Alto proper and the downtown. That area is really a key transition zone that should be envisioned as what it would be for transit, how it would long-term really unite those divided areas of our city. It's a great opportunity, but it's complex, and I don't think the solution is proper to just throw this in here at this time and handcuff us into a specific housing density at that location, aside from the issue of the Julia Morgan House. So I think that we should, for this time, delete that reference or put some kind of a placeholder of a lower housing density. But that, Director Late, I think you said staff had previously just not included that site as in the housing inventory?
That's correct. Okay.
I think given that the need for that planning, and this goes back to the transit area, that back in the, I think it was Measure A, there was funding that in a VTA measure 20 years ago that was not merely to redesign that center, but to rebuild it. And when the funding got moved to BART from the Dumbarton Rail project, it wasn't just the Dumbarton Rail, it was that and our transit center. Dumbarton Rail pirating those dollars got a lot more press, but this has been there for 20 plus years as a need to redesign what is today the busiest intermodal transit center on the entire peninsula. And so it's a big, important long-term project. Okay. I did want to echo the how perplexing it would be that HCD would oppose making sure that ADUs are used for housing. And I think that even though they may be so focused on ADU construction that they would set that aside, I think that's something that we and other cities should engage with them on. I also want to touch on what Councilmember Du Bois had brought up about Airbnbs, and it goes to this whole issue of how do we preserve housing stock for housing, whether it's ADUs whether it's not renting houses out for short-term rental beyond a limited scale. But the bigger impact in our community, I believe, is the problem of ghost homes. And we don't have data, right, on the numbers, but anecdotally, we sure hear that there are a lot of them, especially in certain neighborhoods. And so I think that is something that we do need to tackle. I think the Airbnb matters. I think this is even more important. Other cities have tackled it. It's complex and probably contentious, but let's just say that this is an issue we're going to want to take on. On the safe parking in any of these other areas, I just want to remind colleagues that our transitional housing project, basically the Life Moves project, out of unhoused people who want to get off the street and want housing, whether they're living in their cars or RVs, but if they're receptive to participating in a safe parking zone, they're the candidates that will be receptive to actually going to the transitional housing leading to permanent housing. I really don't think we're going to have a pool of candidates for safe parking very much at all once we have the transitional housing project. And we keep fixating on what has been the case, but that will soon be largely a moot point. And so I don't think we should be, I think we need to look at, aim the puck where we're going, not where we were. So let's see. Then, just looking at different notes. On the various Stanford-owned properties of the Stanford Research Park, the Palo Alto Square, the Stanford Shopping Center, those were really prime opportunities going into this housing element. When we look at Stanford Research Park, it's 700 acres ranging from 0.3 to 0.4 FAR. And we just at a high level say, where are we going to put all the housing in this city that is being mandated by the state? And the refrain is, well, we're built out, but that is low density development. And here we are going through this process this far, and we have nothing in the research park that is part of this plan. Now, I appreciate that the ground leases are a constraint, but my understanding is that Stanford asserted that the ground leases prohibited basically any housing development in the research park within this cycle, but did they provide any information on the ground leases?
No, and I don't believe we asked for it. I don't know that we. I
think I heard that it was asked for and told it was proprietary, but I believe it's in the county records, and that's public information.
The lease terms, like years?
Well, for instance, and we need to look into this. On one level, at the property tax process, the county assessor assesses the constructed building based upon the remaining life of that building under the lease. That's how he determines whether he can assess it at a full value. And I've been told that that information is in the record. And even if it is not, I don't believe it should be proprietary. And if Stanford wants us to act based upon conditions that they have, they need to provide the evidence and let us work together on this, as opposed to stiff-arming us and basically saying, you can't do it, but we won't really tell you any specifics. I've found that whole process of what happened on the really substantive engagement of Stanford on these properties to be very disappointing in this whole housing element. Last year, Councilmember Du Bois and I met with the research park, and we met with who are the owners of the Palo Alto Square, what company that is, and then with Simon Properties. And where are we on, there's nothing in here on the Stanford Shopping Center, is that correct?
There is one program. It's at letter F. It's program 1.6F that talks about the shopping center for the next arena cycle.
Yeah, for the next. So when we spoke with Simon and Stanford, and it was the Western Regional VP for Simon for their high-end properties, and I asked if in their other high-end properties in the Western region, whether they had housing in those other properties, and they said, "Well, this is the only one of our high-end properties that does not have housing." This is a complete outlier. They're receptive to it. They have it in all their other high-end properties. And yet we didn't go anywhere in this housing element on really pushing in that direction. And they seem receptive to it. So I don't know why it went nowhere.
Yeah, well, staff did also meet with Simon Properties as well. And based on that meeting and conversations that we had, the type of development, yes, they are supportive and willing to have housing. But it also came with a lot of other sort of development, and housing wasn't the prime focus. They would allow for housing or want housing, but the hotel interests that they had, as well as some other expansion interest, was part of that early conversation. And staff and myself in particular, I felt like there was too much distance between where they wanted to be and where I thought could be achievable in this housing element, given the time frame that we had. I agree that with more focused and engaged pre-negotiation or conversation with any of these entities could have resulted in, some different outcomes. But we had the resources that we had and the time to do these things.
Well, I'll just add on the hotel side, I'd be very receptive to that.
It was
but they negotiate from what they start asking. That doesn't mean that's where we end up. But I just want to put out there, when we approved the Stanford hospitals, the city was actually very interested in a hotel in that somewhere between the hospital and the shopping center in that greater area, because I had been advised by a leading developer in our area, that was the number one most desirable site for a hotel in Palo Alto. And it's, it'd be a very high-end hotel.
Yeah, and Simon wasn't interested in that particular area. They were more interested off of Quarry for their hotel near El Camino. But same property.
And so that's in the city's interest to look at that, especially given that we have another issue that we need to really address or begin to look at. We are now, we have in just the last couple months, 2 low density hotels in the city that we have housing proposals for. It makes perfect economic sense. When we upzoned for hotels back 15 years ago, we did so because hotels didn't pencil out because they had the lower ROI than both office and residential. And so we increased the FAR on hotels to 2.0, whereas the baseline mixed use was 1.25. And lo and behold, we transformed our hotel inventory and our ability to pay for infrastructure. It was transformative for this, our budget for infrastructure. We now have upped it so that the FAR for housing exceeds that 2.0. So if somebody's got a low density hotel and they're looking at saying, well, that's kind of outdated. What am I going to do there? Just like the project at the what's the one that's coming forward? I've forgotten the name on by.
Or Creek.
The Creekside. And they came forward a couple of years ago with a hotel increase. And one, we have some difference in the market right now, but ultimately we upzone for residential and they say, gee, that pencils out better. Let's get rid of the hotel. And what does that mean for our finances going forward? We have a lot of low density hotels throughout this community, and they're all facing, based on the zoning changes we did, they're incentivized to switch from hotel to residential. Now that will help our residential market, but it's going to harm our hotel and our finances, and we haven't had that discussion, and we really need to look at that. It could have a significant current and future revenue opportunity impact. Okay. Just looking. Under program 2.1 and the affordable housing, we talk about different funding sources, and we should prepare to modify that. If the business tax passes, then we will want to refer to the additional affordable housing revenue from the business tax. I think in here, understanding that it's not legally binding, but it's going to be a revenue source that the city's committed to. City Attorney, do you see any problem?
Well, I think we have it in here, actually.
Pardon me?
I think we have that in here. We did account for the earmarking of that.
Okay, I was just reading 2.1A. I didn't see it there. Is it somewhere else that I missed?
It's in the objective below in 2.1A.
Pardon me?
It's in 2.1A qualified objective.
Sorry, 2.1A what?
Qualified objective section there.
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
Got it. Thank you. And let's see, on the other. On 1.6B, which is Stanford property at the McDonald's site, it states there that it would be up to 75 feet in height. And that's a possibility that would be approved, but I have a concern that placing it that 75 feet the way it is in the housing element virtually grants them that height as opposed to something that is less precise and brings it back under a normal bonus approval in our discretionary approval process. You follow what I'm talking about? Where, let's see, it says, yeah. So is there a problem with a modification of that language that would be not implying they have a right to 75 feet?
So I think that it just gets to whether the site is suitable for feasible or suitable, I forget the terminology now, for redevelopment. And, Stanford has a development type in mind that I think makes this feasible. And it's not at our current development standards or, a modest increase.
Yeah, but what they have in their mind or what they want or wish is not necessarily what is economically feasible or what we would approve.
That's fine. But I guess it's been, our job is to place sites on our suitable. This is a site that's on our inventory. And
I don't have any problem with the site. I don't have any problem with having a density to that that is significant. I'm just talking about whether we put language in here that seems to imply approval for a height that is greater than we have considered to date for projects like that.
Sure. So council has the, the items before you. You can make the policy decision to eliminate height from that provision. But
yeah, I think I just delete the 75-foot height. It doesn't preclude it. Okay. It could still be approved, but it just doesn't in advance grant it to them.
Okay, so we would strike 75 feet in height. Strike the reference to height.
Yeah, if my colleagues agree.
Does that change the number of units that?
I think it opens it up for a conversation from folks who may want to challenge that, but maybe not. I mean, I think just eliminating that reference, as the mayor said, doesn't preclude it from going to 75 feet. I think part of what we've been doing in these throughout this process is trying to be really clear with our expectations about what's going to happen in the community, because this is what we understand what it would take to redevelop that site. And when we come back with some of the housing incentive program, we know we're going to be increasing the height in some areas, beyond what our code provides.
But I don't accept that it takes 75 feet to redevelop the site. We're getting a lot of housing proposals that don't go 75 feet that pencil out. So just because a developer, in this case Stanford, says I want 75 feet, doesn't mean that's the only way it pencils out.
I think we can strike that height, and if we have a problem, we'll revisit that.
Okay, let's see. Trying to move through the rest. Let me go ahead and see, turn this over to Councilmember Du Bois, and I'll look if I have any remaining questions.
So just looking at the hour, I'll try to make a motion, which I sent to the city clerk. And it's really just a framework, but so the motion is that we would modify programs in the proposed housing element as follows. And as the three that I mentioned, so evaluating creation of a new neighborhood, looking at a restriction to short-term rentals, adding commercial lots to safe parking program, and then based on the conversation that was had, modifying the reference to religious institutions located in R1 district. And then I figured if other people wanted to add things on, we could go from there.
The 27 universe.
I don't. So if you want to propose something there, I mean, again, we want to, I think, count those units. I wasn't really sure where your conversation ended up.
Director Late had talked about what staff's original proposal was not including that as a specific housing site at this time, and that it would be part of a specific plan for that area in the future.
And I'll just note, we've gone a long way since then to rely on those numbers for our arena. And so I think upzoning the GM ROLM to 90 units per acre will help. But if we fall short of that number when we run the calculation, we may, if the council is okay with this, see where we can eke out that difference in a way that doesn't include 27 University.
Well, I realized on that note, one area, if I may, that I didn't cover. And this goes to housing in our downtowns. And we had this discussion on some of the constraints on areas like Cal Ave, where there are many small parcels that without lot combining, they're not likely to get housing development. I'm more optimistic that there will be developers who are actually interested in pursuing significant housing in that area. But in the, what I'll call the East End, from Birch to the train station, as we're going to have considerably, really a doubling of the transit service there, not just number of trains, but Stanford has talked about having regular service of the Marguerite from there as soon as Caltrain expands their coverage to that station upon electrification. And but that end of Cal Ave and including over to Cambridge has larger lots than the other end. There are a bunch of buildings that are 1-story, and a number of them, others are much larger lots currently than the other end of Cal Ave. And from discussions with kind of folks at private folks in development and planning, they said, oh, we think that is the end of Cal Ave that lends itself to housing development most of all, and that that they think it is actually a prime area for housing development. And so I'd want to have some language in here that looks at that area, and with an appreciation of the caution that Director Lade had about, you know, that really a coordinated area plan. We've been waiting for several years to look at changing the zoning in at least portions of Cal Ave to reduce the by right commercial development there and increase the by right housing and really incentivize housing in the Cal Ave area. And I just want to say that in both our downtowns, as we've all been talking about the transformation that has occurred as we have more remote work and fewer workers in that downtown area, we may get a partial recovery, but who knows whether it'll be fully so. People living in those areas not only meets many of our housing goals, but it will bring a really positive vitality. This is people who don't just come there in the day and disappear. These are people who live there. They may work and live there, but this is a really positive potential in those areas. And I really want to see us in this housing element address that issue and tweak some zoning to incentivize it. It's really overdue. And so, Director Lade, if we wanted to make some reference there, but not get out ahead of the horse in terms of going for a whole area plan for there, but what if we wanted to look at some zoning changes to incentivize housing in Cal Ave with an emphasis on that area closer to the train station. What would be any ideas on appropriate language to include in the motion?
It's already a PTOD district, right?
Yeah, but it needs more. It needs adjustments, and we need to look at turning two knobs in my mind. One is lower by right office, and the other is higher by right.
Yeah.
Any ideas?
If I could interrupt real quick. Sorry, Councilmember Du Bois, you also mentioned to delete program 6.3C to remove the workforce housing requirements. Did you want that included as part of this motion?
No, I went back and reread it, and I saw how you had modified the language, so I was okay with it as is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for somebody's keeping track of our comments. Thanks.
We have some other notes too. But as far as the, I think we can include some language that we want to re-examine, you know, this geographic area to decrease, you know, I think we have policies in here that get to the decreasing the office potential or commercial potential. I guess the issue is we don't have time at this moment to assign a number of units that we would expect to be generated from that study. And so it's not serving arena need at the moment. There may be a policy interest that we have.
Although we may, by the time we get this fully adopted, we may have a little more meat on that bone.
We may, but.
So why don't we look at the framing language, and we don't yet quantify units, but we're either it still becomes part of our housing element programs, and maybe we will have some units that we quantify, or maybe we won't by the time we adopt this.
Could we associate it with the PTOD boundary? Because I think that's an area that we've known for a long time that we need to re-examine those development standards to promote housing. Okay, so we would do something along the lines of add a program to review the PTOD development standards to, spur greater housing production. And that
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
That's acceptable.
And did we get the 27 University in here?
No, again, I didn't know what you wanted to propose on that.
Well, Director Late, what on the action on 27 University, would we eliminate that site from the current housing
Yeah, we would eliminate it as a housing opportunity site, and we would eliminate the corresponding program, which is 1.6 letter D as in dog.
And basically, I don't know whether we need to, I think it would be good to get on the record that we want to defer that until after a specific plan for the transit area.
What we could do is we can add it to letter E as, because E talks about engaging Stanford in a dialogue about the research park. We could also include 27 University in that one.
Okay.
So that's removing 270 units.
That one removes 270 units.
You got to make it up in that GM Rome zone.
Do we think we're okay?
Mr. Wong, did you have a chance to do any quick calculation on that? Oh, you're
muted.
Apologize. If we're doing 90 dwelling units per acre in the GM ROLM, I haven't calculated the amount, but I think that'll cover the 270 units.
I'm thinking it's about 1,400.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Director Lade or Mr. Wong, any other things that we talked about that we should be looking at whether to incorporate in the motion?
We talked about modifying program 6.4A to remove the reference to Coverly, but retain some kind of a reference to additional facilities to help support participants in safe parking programs. And there was some suggestion that we adjust the time frame to move that forward up from its currently established date.
I mean, I think that's a desire. I'm okay not putting that in the motion, but.
And then there was removing 75 feet in height from program 1.6.
No, I'm sorry. The Transit Center, 27 University would eliminate that program.
Right, but it was 1.6.
No, it was for letter B.
And then B is the
for
McDonald's site,
McDonald's.
just to eliminate the reference to 75 feet. That's all. Keep everything else there.
Okay.
And I'm not
Okay, so I'm
saying
sorry.
that we won't get there. I
Sure,
just don't want to guarantee it.
So for the clerk, so another number on the motion, and I can't see it on my screen, but maybe, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. This
So
is,
eliminate the reference to 75 feet in height for program 1.6 letter B as in boy. And Mr. Wong, did you have any other items?
We had the one about ADUs to be a sole housing use, but I think the city attorney weighed in on that. Is that something the council would still like to pursue?
Yeah, I think we don't have the information to know whether we can, but we'd like to direct staff to pursue feasibility of ways that we would better assure that ADUs are used for housing as new housing units. Is that, see the city attorney?
Right, and I also heard you broaden that to other existing homes that may be held vacant for long periods of time for investment purposes. So I would put those in the category of things that we would need to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware that there are some attempts to regulate in that area, but I think we need to do some substantial work on some of
So
those options.
should we call it evaluate the legal feasibility of assuring or of
incentivizing housing units to be used for housing?
There you go.
And I guess I would drop the word legal because there are legal aspects, but also operational and practical.
Okay. So that was, we'll give them a sec. I think they're catching up on something else.
So I think we could group things together, like item number 6 can go under 1B.
Yeah. So should we let them catch up and then we add what Molly just said and then hit what you're talking about?
Number 6 there is Stanford Lands. That could go under 1 as little b.
Sounds good. And for that matter, actually.
Oh, there we go. Okay. It wasn't updated.
And then did city attorney had, Molly, can you restate?
Evaluate the feasibility of potential regulations to incentivize housing units to be used for the purpose of housing.
Seems pretty common sense. All right. Any things we spoke about that we haven't included?
Madam City Attorney, what was the last statement?
To be used for the purpose of housing.
Thank you.
I think that addresses all the comments that the council has made.
Good. I think we're ready then. Okay. So Vice Mayor Coop.
On 6, let me see here. The one that you mentioned about 3128, the McDonald's site, to eliminate the 75 feet. Item number C actually also mentions a 65 feet, but I know I didn't. Is that something that you think that it also mentions how high in there? So I'm just wondering if that one should be eliminated as well, the height.
So letter C, 3300 El Camino Real. That's based on the pre-screening application that was presented to the city council.
Okay, so
that's why we had 65 feet in there. But again, by the same reasoning for the other one, if the council chooses, we can remove the height reference.
Because it's in the housing element now, as if we're approving it.
Director Late, do you see, would there be a problem if we eliminated the reference to the height and just said the site and we've got a pre-screening and the records there on?
Yeah, I think, I think it's okay. My objective was to be clear with the community about what we were anticipating for these areas. But if we want to leave that open without being specific about it, then we can give that a go.
Yeah, I understand your point, and it's a good one. But then we have that trade-off on whether we're implicitly approving something that we haven't explicitly approved. So yeah, let's go ahead. I'd be fine with deleting just the reference to height in C. So 1.6C under, this would be part of 1.6 and C would be.
So again, I think I think being clear is worthwhile, right? And
So if we're clear that that's what we're going to do, I'm all for being clear.
yeah,
If we haven't made that decision and this locks us into a decision that we might do something a little different, or we might want a concession in exchange for a height allowance, then that would be a reason to not be explicit.
yeah. Okay, but the goal is still 200 housing units is what we're saying.
Right.
When it comes.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm all for anywhere that we've made a clear decision, get it on the table.
Okay. So that would be 1D, I guess. Right? Yep.
Eliminate
I
the
think we're talking
reference.
about in section B to eliminate the 65 feet.
Can't hear you, and Vice Mayor.
Eliminate 65 feet.
Okay. Vice Mayor Koo.
Okay. Under program 6.4 homelessness program,
Sorry.
D, it says to explore additional opportunities for home key funding. It mentions here to convert hotels to permanent hotels. It mentions hotels. I was wondering, when the police moves to the new public safety building, I wonder if the basement their police station can be explored as a home key site.
That's an interesting concept. Vice Mayor Koo, I do know that Public Works is actually going to embark on a space planning exercise for City Hall in this coming fiscal year in anticipation for the vacancy that the police department will leave. So I'll make a note for our Public Works Director of that interest, but I couldn't opine on whether or not that would be feasible at this time.
So Public Works will be vacating the Elwell location?
I'm sorry?
Public Works, no, it's utilities over there. I'm sorry. So on Elwell, it's utilities, not Public Works.
Right. Utilities is over there at Elwell. And as a reminder, we don't own Elwell. That is.
No, it's a lease, right?
Yeah, it's a lease.
So I thought, okay, I thought maybe you're vacating the lease and moving, but it's the different department. So they're planning on taking the entire site downstairs?
I don't think we have a plan as to the full implementation of what would happen downstairs. We do have several locations where staff are in rented space. So for example, the development center is a rental or rather leased. Elwell is another one where staff is in leased space. So we would want to look at all of our costs as well as the cost to frankly improve that facility where where PD used to be or will soon used to be.
So how do I get that to be considered, or if my colleagues, or if the maker and the second would consider having that explored as a home key site?
I don't know whether I'd be comfortable with being that specific tonight. I mean, it's interesting kind of begin to introduce it as an idea, but I don't think I'd be ready to pursue that.
Okay. And I also have another one on program 3.5, expedited project review under B, which says to offer no-cost pre-application consultant services for new housing developments. And it continues to go on to say up to 90 minutes for any multifamily housing project. So these are all cost recovery, which pays for staff time, yes?
So the way, by and large, we do this today, but we haven't formalized the process. And that's what we're saying is that we would formalize and publish the process. We make ourselves available to people who are interested in building, housing or any development. That's our job. That's one of the functions that we have, is to provide that service to the community. And so we often get, requests to meet to go over a proposal. And so we'll spend an hour doing that. We could shift it down from 90 to 60 minutes because that's pretty typical of what we do. But this part is not cost recoverable. It's a service that we provide, and we're just looking to formalize it.
Can I offer that I whether it's 90 minutes or 120 minutes, I mean, you've got an applicant who wants to meet and just talk about feasibility before they even begin with to help them decide whether they're going to pursue a pre-screening. I don't have any problem with that. It's your job.
Yeah, so I mean, the only reason, is your job and you're paid for it, already, by the general funds, which is by, whatever taxes we receive or revenues. I just was kind of wondering, because you've put it in here, so how does that?
It's again, just to formalize it for the state, to let them know that we have a process and we have a way of engaging the home building community, and we have this, service.
Yeah. And to be honest, I don't think I wanted to go over the 90 minutes. I mean, I think even 60 minutes, if I don't get the amount of time that I need to talk to staff about certain things that I want to explore, and I only have 1 hour of their time, then I don't think that, this should go more than consulting services.
Let's talk about why it's here. This is in our housing element, and we're trying to get the housing to happen.
I understand that. So that's why I'm thinking you want 90 minutes, but when you say going over the 90 minutes, then I'm starting to kind of think that's 90 is already too much for me. But anyways, all right. So now I understand what you're saying with this. I thought, you're waiving their fees, but all right.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, when we get to a vote, I'd like to ask if we could split the vote on one. So split out 1B, C, and D from everything else.
Let's go ahead and do that. And I don't see any more lights, so we'll split that out, 1A, B, C, and D. We can vote on that first, and then the balance of the motion. That sound right? The right sequence? I think so. Yeah.
So sorry, it's 1, B, C, D, the last three.
Not A. You're saying A goes down in the main motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and I think we're ready to vote on the first motion whenever we tweak the format.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt, or Mayor Burt, excuse me.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yep.
Okay, motion carries 5-1 with Councilmember Cormack recused.
Great, and now we'll vote on the main motion.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yep.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
So, Mayor?
If I can, just just a couple of things. We're over. We're probably going to need to remove some sites from our housing inventory, so we will use our judgment to pull back on areas where we need to do that. There's going to be some refinement to the programs as we get more information from the state and from our consultant, especially in the area of the affirmatively furthering fair housing piece. So whatever changes that we make from this evening to the next time that you look at this, we'll make sure we do it and strike out and underline so you understand what those changes are. But just wanted to bring that to your attention. I think we're mostly done with the other items, but I'll
Mostly?
I think we're
What else do we have?
okay. Very good. I think we're done. We did want to just make sure that the council's aware of the timeline, because we are going to miss the deadline for the first and then the grace period deadline. We're doing everything we can to move that forward. We will not be the only jurisdiction that is missing that timeframe. But we've documented in the staff report some of the concerns with that. But that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councilmember Cormack has rejoined us, and we're now going to item AA3, which is discussion of next steps regarding the city auditor vacancy. And I don't know who is going to frame the issue. Ms. Nozay?
Sure, I'll take a stab at it. And realistically, as a council appointed officer, really staff has just brought forward this item at the consultation with the mayor and council members. Staff received the notification of the separation of Mr. O'Rourke from Baker Tilly. And so before the council is an item to discuss next steps. As our charter requires, the council would appoint or needs to appoint the city auditor position and function. There's provisions in the staff report on options for the council based on the current contract with Baker Tilly. But again, this is really a council call on how to proceed with the next steps on this.
Thank you. And I think to start it off, I'd just like to say for the record, I think this is a consensus of the council that the council was very pleased with the performance of both Baker Tilly and Mr. O'Rourke over the time frame that we have had their services. And we were sorry to see that we're not going to have Mr. O'Rourke available to us any longer. And so we have choices before us on how to proceed, which include, do we wish to continue with Baker Tilly? And I'm just pulling up because we don't have the hard copy of the staff report. And so the options, I think as staff laid out, let's see. I'm going off my recollection because I'm not actually seeing it laid out in the staff report, but I think we have the option of asking Baker Tilly to proceed with offering us replacement lead auditors or considering a different route. And then we have a process question of whether we would want to have an ad hoc committee or refer this to the CAO committee. And I would just lead off by saying, I think from a process standpoint, this is clearly a function of the CAO committee. That's why we have them there. And so I would support referring it to the CAO committee, which would then be a public meeting to review next steps that they would have, and they could always appoint an ad hoc of one to do certain functions. Like my understanding was how this was done when we actually hired Baker Tilly. But I don't know if the city attorney or Ms. Nozay would have any additional information. Did I capture that well or not?
I think you did, yes. So the existing contract with Baker Tilly does anticipate the possibility that the position could become vacant before council has the opportunity to appoint a successor, which is what has now occurred. And it requires Baker Tilly to provide someone to do the services for 90 days. So council could pursue that, and you'd probably want to go ahead and designate that person formally through a resolution for a temporary period of time or longer period of time if you and Baker Tilly reach that agreement.
Okay, colleagues, any thoughts on where we're? Yeah. So do we have any members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, we have two members of the public, Jonathan Ehrman to be followed by Robert Sanner. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. Welcome.
Hi, this is Jonathan Ehrman. I just wanted to say, I thought it just completely ridiculous that the city would outsource the position of city auditor to somebody outside the city and to some firm away. So personally, you know, I think that the city should take this as an opportunity to, you know, hire a city auditor properly, somebody who is, you know, on site and part of the city team. It's ridiculous that we would outsource that as part of this whole, I guess, oh, poor Palo Alto us. I just don't understand it. So I really think the city needs to think about that. I mean, what else are we going to outsource? There's been in the past, I don't really know much about the previous city auditor. I know in the past, there's been some excellent city auditors going back years. In some cases, they often found more efficient ways to do things in City Hall, and there was often pushback. So it's firmly, as a member of the public, it seems like outsourcing the position of city auditor is a way to keep the person away from City Hall. So I really think that we need a really good local city auditor who's part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Robert Sanner. Welcome. Mr. Sanner, you should have the floor.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you. This is will sound like it's coming out of left field, but I thought I would bring it up. By the way, I am a retired CPA, and I used to be head of internal audit for an international Fortune 500 company. So I know something about this. I know that the city a couple years ago went through a process and they selected Baker Tilly. And I think you should take another hard look at what firm is chosen for a reason which is going to surprise you. And it has to do with Ukraine and Russia. Because in my opinion, Baker Tilly has a very poor record, which I'm going to tell you about in that respect. And this is since we're involving, you know, an invasion of an innocent country and all that, dead children, mass graves, all those things. Baker Tilly refused to close its Russian offices. They refused until they were outed by a big article in the Washington Post about 3 weeks after the invasion began. This was after the invasion, an investigation had started for war crimes, after pictures and pictures and pictures in the press, after all the 4 biggest CPA firms had left Russia, Baker Tilly remained. And then a big article appeared naming Baker Tilly and a lot of other companies. And wouldn't you know, 3 hours later, Baker Tilly sent out a press release saying they were leaving Russia. But in the meantime, of course, they got some additional profits. Maybe they hoped they would go under the radar, you know, those types of things. Moreover, when they sent out their press release, I, for one, found it extremely obnoxious. They were saying how much they loved their Russian employees, how much they loved their Russian clients. They would do good by them. They wouldn't close up immediately. This was something about the country itself. It wasn't about the citizens. Meanwhile, we know, if you've been reading, that's 3/4 like to invade other countries as well, for Latvia and so on. So I don't consider this a political decision. Political decision is, should capital gains be 15% or 16%? This is a matter of actually killing people. And I think that the city, therefore, ought to take a hard look at what firm it chooses to use for its outsourced services.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I was thinking, we have this question of an interim auditor and then the longer term solution. That for the interim, we should maybe ask Baker Tilly to provide a couple of candidates, and then we would select them on those for an interim, and whether it's 90 days or we negotiate a little bit longer if needed. And then the CAO committee would meet to discuss kind of the long-term approach. And we could decide then to recommend something to the council, whether it's to continue with Baker Tilly or to do another RFP.
Councilmember Cormack.
I will align myself with Councilmember Du Bois's comments. That was exactly what I was thinking of. We sort of have two separate issues here. We need to figure out who the interim person is. Baker Tilly is required to provide that to us. I like the idea of having a few choices, and then presumably that would be an interview. So that would probably be in closed session, correct, with the full council? Yes. Okay. And then I think, after a brief pause, once we get that settled, then I think the CAO committee should, with that information, think about how to move forward. I'm in alignment with Councilmember Du Bois.
Okay, in the interest of time, we can entertain a motion as well, but Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so and I think this is probably the experience that most people have with this with the auditor we had was definitely very impressed. I thought they did a really good job. But while the head's not there anymore, or at least the person that interfaced to us, the rest of the team is still there. So that's something where as we evaluate what our choices are, I think we should look at that and if we could find something that's going to be appropriate to interface with, maybe we stay with them. But I'm comfortable with the CAO trying to figure that out.
So I'd like to entertain a motion. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Okay, I move that the full council request up to 3 individuals to interview for the position of interim auditor from Baker Tilly, and that subsequent to that, the CAO committee, Council Appointed Officers Committee, take up the question of how would we phrase this? How to move forward of the auditor position for the medium to long term. And I'd be
I'll
great.
second that.
Thank you. And I'd be grateful if staff would take a look and see if we need to phrase that slightly more formally, since we have reached the hour at which my wordsmithing abilities decrease substantially.
Would it be council's intention that the chair of the CAO could provide sort of logistical direction to staff? And this is a sort of sensitive thing for staff because this is a council appointed officer who does have oversight authority over auditing authority over the other departments. So would we be authorized then to work with chair of CAO to facilitate these communications with Baker Tilly and get this set up?
Yes, that seems to be the people who are.
I don't think it needs to be in the motion, but just to be clear with everybody.
I'm happy to accept that.
Okay.
All right.
Any further discussion?
So Madam Clerk, I just think we want to say, yes, interim auditor. Yes.
Question on process. So would the CAO committee have any involvement with this interim auditor review before it goes to closed session?
I think based on the contract, they just have to provide someone. Perhaps that would be one of the areas where the chair of the CAO, in this instance, myself, would communicate with Baker Tilly. Is your thinking that?
I'm just wondering, we're just going to ask them for 3 and we'll send it right to closed session. We wouldn't screen it or anything, say, why don't you give us another candidate?
That would then probably also need to be in closed session, the CAO, in order to screen candidates?
Yes, yes. And just to remind everyone, when council did issue an open solicitation for a firm and a designated individual to serve as your auditor, CAO, I believe, did do a round of screening. I think it was more than just paper screening. I think there were actually interviews, and then CAO recommended, I think, 2 or 3 finalists to council who then went into closed session. So it's council's discretion. You could use that kind of a system. You might have a narrower pool here. I think staff doesn't know whether Baker Tilly has multiple 2 or 3 or even more if you were to do screening and ask for different ones.
I think I'd be okay without the screening, but I think they need to meet the criteria that was in the contract, right? Do we need to mention that?
There's criteria in our code, and they must meet that. Yes.
Okay.
That's non-negotiable.
Okay, I think we're ready for a vote.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. So that concludes our regular meeting. Our final item is council member questions, comments, or announcements. I would just share that we had the community health fair at Mitchell Park on yesterday, and it was a great success and first time in a couple of years that it was able to happen and in person. And I think it was well attended and really provided everyone with exposure to a broad range of very valuable community assets, both city programs and then a great set of nonprofits that serves our community in physical health and mental health. So I just want to express appreciation for those who put this on. And it was a fair that this year, more than I think ever before, was to a great degree organized and led by youth. So it was a real great achievement. And then the other thing is that we have this Saturday, simultaneously with the art festival, we have the rededication of our sister and now sibling city sign out on King Plaza, and an event and ceremony that goes along with that. And everyone is invited, and it should be a great event. So those are my updates. And on that note, looks like the meeting's adjourned.